Welcome to the Black Man in Islam Conference. I am your host, Kevin Briggins. I currently serve as the managing director. I currently serve as the managing director for the Center for Biblical Unity. I previously had a 22-year career as an intelligence analyst in the intelligence community, primarily focused on terrorism and the Middle East. And I also hold a bachelor's degree in Middle Eastern studies. I would like to thank Pastor George Saik and the ministry to Muslims for hosting this event. And I think it's important that we understand why this event is important. This conference was inspired by the recent news of Christian persecution at the hands of Muslims in Nigeria. We know Islamic countries are often the most dangerous countries for Christians to live in. And we also see the influence of Islam on the Black community within the United States of America. We have a great lineup of speakers who are going to speak to many of these issues and topics. They have a wide range of experience and knowledge, and they all have various ministries and websites and social media channels that you can all find in the description of this video. Our hope is that this conference will, number one, honor Christ and will equip Christians to understand and to reach their Muslim neighbors with the hope and truth of the gospel. We hope to fulfill the two great commandments to love the Lord our God and to love our neighbor as ourselves. The focus of this conference is for us to love our Muslim neighbors well. So how this will go, we have 5 speakers. Each will have roughly 40 minutes to give their presentation. We will, at the very end, I will host a panel discussion where we will bring all our speakers back on. And also feel free to drop questions in the comment section. This live stream will eventually be broken up into individual videos. And so I will do a formal introduction at the start before each speaker. And so with that said, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is going to be Louis LIONHEART from Truth Defenders. Brother Louis is the founder of Truth Defenders Ministry. That is an open-air evangelical preaching, teaching, and apologetics ministry. He has been involved in preaching and teaching and evangelism and apologetics for over 25 years. Shortly after his conversion from Zen Buddhism and belief in Darwinian evolution, he was influenced by the teaching of Dr. Walter Martin, and this started his interest in apologetics. Shortly thereafter, he also began to assist with an open-air evangelical ministry. That was the foundation of him wanting to set up his own ministry. Louis has had the pleasure of evangelizing and open-air preaching throughout the United States and many other parts of the world, such as the UK, Mexico, and Central America. And so without further ado, Louis LIONHEART.
Hello, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. And hopefully, we will educate our audience on the actual teachings of Islam and not on the propaganda. We'll clear up some of the misunderstandings of what Islam actually teaches concerning the Black man, a little bit on how what they consider the Jews. And it's a really important topic because all too often we hear information from individual believers in a specific faith, and we tend to judge the entirety of the religion or the philosophy by that one individual. And that's an error that we can make. It's a mistake because if you have 2 different people that profess faith in the same religion, for instance, or same philosophical worldview, and they contradict one another, now we're in a dilemma as to the question, which one is speaking the truth? Which one is representing the religion? You can't have a contradiction and have both statements or both claims be true at the same time in the same respect. That doesn't mean that there aren't differences of opinion within religions, such as we have denominations within Christianity. We have some different interpretations of some biblical verses. None of them, however, are essential to the faith. None of them are foundational to the Christian faith. Likewise with Islam, we can give have some charity towards Muslims in that they can have their different sects of Islam. You have Shiites, you have Sunnis, and many other sects of Islam that disagree on certain points of the religion. But then there are those things where we must hold their feet to the fire because it is not open to interpretation. It is not just a matter of individual opinion, but it is what Muhammad actually taught and what the religion is. And according to Islamic teachings, what Muhammad has spoken is basically what Allah has spoken. In fact, there's a hadith, and I'm dealing specifically with the hadiths here today, that say that Muhammad told his followers to obey him as they obey Allah, and to obey the emir or the leader as they obey him. In other words, there's the chain of authority where you obey Allah, you obey Muhammad, whom supposedly Allah sent down or sent as a messenger, and then whoever Muhammad left as his successors, they are just as authoritative as Muhammad when they give edicts, when they give fatwas, when they give information in questions of law, of doctrine, and morals. And these come from their specific writings. I have here before me their primary source materials, which include the Quran primarily, which is their foundation for their religion. Then we have what are called the tafsirs. These are commentaries on the Quran. So when you read a verse in the Quran, a chapter or a verse, and you want to understand the context, you go to the tafsirs to see what their commentators have said concerning those verses. Then we have what's called the seerah literature, which is the life of Muhammad. And this is just a biography on Muhammad based on all these different writings that were collected and narrating the life of Muhammad, from what he did, how he conducted himself, what he commanded, the wars he was engaged in or battles. Then we have what are known as the hadiths. And these are a collection of sayings from his companions, from his relatives, anyone close to him that heard him or saw him say or do something. They wrote it down or memorized it. This is, again, according to their narrative, and they compiled it eventually. And they ended up with an enormous amount of material concerning Muhammad's life and practice. And the hadiths are considered to be a second inspiration next to the Quran. And in fact, according to the doctrine of abrogation, there are times where the hadiths abrogate or nullify or supersede the teachings of the Quran. And this is very important because there is no Muslim that can be Quran only. We hear that from some Muslims, they only appeal to the Quran. But the problem with that is that the Quran itself calls itself a hadith, a narration. And it tells the Muslims, its readers, its followers, to listen to and obey the teachings of the messenger of Allah. Well, since the Quran is not the biography of Muhammad, where would a Muslim have to go in order to obey what the Quran tells them to obey? They would have to go outside of the Quran to these other resources in order to obey the command of the Quran. So a Quran-only Muslim is in a dilemma in having to obey this commandment in the Quran, and then at the same time say that he doesn't follow these other writings, because now he has a command from Allah in the Quran that he doesn't have a foundation for following, or an understanding that it is essential for him to live his life in his religion according to Muhammad's example, which is only found outside of the Quran. So that being said, these are the materials that I'll be referencing. And with that, let's get into the actual subject matter, which is the question of Muhammad and racism. And there is no way to deal with that topic without also, in some way, shape, or form, dealing with slavery, because they usually go hand in hand. A culture, a people that is racist or antagonistic towards another based on the color of their skin or their culture or by any other factors, usually will see them as inferior and usually will tend to oppress them and, when possible, subjugate them and enslave them. And so Muhammad was, in fact, a slaver. He did own slaves. We'll be looking at some of the references here. He did engage in trading of slaves. He had commandments for how to deal with slaves. And we will see that not only was he racist towards specific people, he was also bigoted. And we have to understand one thing also that I think is very important is that a person can have racist tendencies and still be cordial or kind to people of that he considers to be inferior to him. It doesn't always imply that the person is always negative, always mean, always hurtful, always in conflict with the people that he discriminates against. There are circumstantial situations in which they can get along. It doesn't change the heart of the person. When the heart of the person is negative towards the other, it doesn't matter how they're acting externally. Once we know that this person has a certain worldview, a certain outlook, what they do contrary to that is simply a show. It's simply hypocritical. Or we can say it's for specific benefits. In fact, Muhammad said that, well, it's attributed to Abu Darda, who said that we smile in the face of some, this is a Muslim scholar, but our hearts hate them or despise them. So you can have an outward showing of kindness, generosity, of acceptance, but in your heart, you actually hate these people. And so that's what we're going to see with Muhammad. Once we evaluate all the information, all of the references, we're going to see that there was no way to get out of the dilemma that Muhammad was in fact racist and very specific towards Black people. And another thing that I want to mention is that all through history, there's been this dichotomy, this yin and yang kind of thing with light and darkness, and the darkness being thought of as evil or uncertain, and then the light being, you know, knowledge or good. That has nothing to do with race. It simply speaks of the darkness where it's uncertain what's there. You're walking into a dark room or something and you don't know what's there, so there's uncertainty. It's been equated with evil at times, but nothing to do with race. Likewise with the light being white or bright or illuminated, nothing to do with race. So we can accept that some people will do that. They'll use the metaphors of light and darkness for good and evil. That's perfectly fine. But when you see that it goes beyond that with certain people where they're looking at the color and then they deal with the color of a person's skin and they equate that with good or evil. Now we're looking at a whole different dynamic of bigotry. And this is what Muhammad actually displayed. And we're going to get into that, starting with, first, let's take a look at Muhammad himself. There are descriptions of Muhammad in these references that tell us that Muhammad seems to have been of a light or a white complexion. And I'll give some of the sources here. For instance, in Sahih al-Bukhari, the references I gave here, volume 1, book 3, number 63, it was narrated by Anas bin Malik. And he says, while we were sitting with the Prophet in the mosque, a man came riding on a camel. He made his camel kneel down in the mosque, tied its foreleg, and then said, "Who amongst you is Muhammad?" At that time, the Prophet was sitting amongst us, being his companions, leaning on his arm. We replied, "This white man reclining on his arm." The man then addressed him, "O son of Abdul Muttalib." So we have here somebody coming to the tent where Muhammad was sitting with his companions, and the man asked, "Which amongst you is Muhammad?" And the companions said, "This white man leaning on his arm." So he's referenced as a white man there. When we look at other references concerning Muhammad's appearance, we're going to see that, in fact, not only was he considered to be white, give the reference for where if anyone was to say that Muhammad was black, that person should be unalived. And that is very clear in their teachings. We have a reference to Muhammad's armpits. And you're going to realize very quickly that these narrations in these books, the hadiths, are very descriptive. They deal with the minutest details of Muhammad's life. And we have to wonder who was with him 24/7 that was able to record every aspect of his life. Some of these things are just impossible to believe that somebody could have recorded every detail of this man's life from the time that he came forward as a professed prophet till his death. The amount of material that was supposedly accumulated would have been impossible. So we just have to take it at face value. This is the Islamic perspective, the Muslim narrative from their resources. So we got to take everything with a grain of salt. But in volume 2, and these hadiths, again, this is Sahih al-Bukhari, which is Sahih meaning the received or accepted or authentic narrations of Bukhari. And this is one volume. This here's volume 3 of 9 volumes. And there are different numeric systems by different publishers that will give you a different reference number, but it's to the same material. So you just have to understand which one of the publications is being referenced. So volume 2, book 17, number 141, was narrated by Anas bin Malik. The Prophet never raised his hands for any invocation except for that of istika, and he used to raise them so much that the whiteness of his armpits became visible. So here you have a reference to Muhammad lifting his arm, and they notice the whiteness of his armpit. Then we have the whiteness of Muhammad's leg. Volume 4, number 56, or Volume 4, book 56, number 767, is narrated by Abu Juhayfa. By chance, I went to the Prophet at noon while he was at Al-Aqta in a tent. Bilal came out of the tent and pronounced the Adhan for the prayer. And entering again, he brought out the water which was left after Allah's apostle had performed ablution. The people rushed to take some of the water. Bilal went in and brought out a spear-headed stick. And then Allah's apostle came out as if we were now looking at the whiteness of his leg. So it says, and then Allah's apostle came out as if I were now looking at the whiteness of his leg. So when Muhammad came out, apparently his leg was being shown. Maybe his garment was blown to the side or moved to the side, but they saw the whiteness of his leg. So we have a reference to Muhammad as a white man. We have the reference to his armpit being white. Now we have the whiteness of his leg. We also have Muhammad being described in terms of being so white and brilliant that he resembled the moon. In volume 4, book 56, number 752 of these hadith works, it says, Al-Bara was asked, was the face of the Prophet as bright as a sword? He said, no, but as bright as the moon. So this is a very light complexion, apparently. Another narration says, this is Sahih Muslim, book 30, number 5777 or 5777. It says, Jurari reported, I said to Abu Tufail, did you see Allah's messenger? He said, yes. He had a white, handsome face. So now we have Muhammad referenced as having a white, handsome face. So these are just some of the many narrations concerning Muhammad that he was possibly a white man. Now, what does that mean? European? Was he just light-skinned? It's hard to say because we really don't know exactly who this Muhammad was. The controversy about Muhammad's existence is very fresh. It's very new. And so there's still material coming forward as to being absolutely certain about who Muhammad really was. Is he the Muhammad of history? Is he the Muhammad of the religion? We know that the religion brings forth a superhuman when it comes to Muhammad. The embellishment, the exaggerations, the impossibility of some of the narrations to have been able to take place historically make it impossible to accept the narrative from the Muslim perspective. So we have to take what's known, we can know historically, and then we have to take what the religion teaches of Muhammad and try to somewhere in there find the truth. And so the narrations we have are that Muhammad was possibly a white man, whatever that means. As far as his ethnicity, he's considered an Arab. There are light-skinned Arabs, dark-skinned Arabs, but nonetheless, he is considered to be white. Then we have the narrations concerning Islam and racism. I'll just read one of the quotes here concerning Islam and slavery, and then we'll get into Muhammad's statements, his comments concerning blacks. It says here by Dr. Abdul Latif Mustahari. He's the director of homiletics and guidance at Al-Azhar University in Cairo, Egypt. So this is one of the most, the oldest and most prestigious Islamic universities in the world. And this is Dr. Abdul Latif. He says, Islam does not prohibit slavery, but retains it for two reasons. The first reason is war. Whether it is a civil war or a foreign war in which the captive is either killed or enslaved, provided that the war is not between Muslims against each other. It is not acceptable to enslave the violators or the offenders if they are Muslims. Only non-Muslim captives may be enslaved or killed. The second reason is the sexual propagation of slaves, which would generate more slaves for their owner. So this is a modern Islamic scholar making that statement. We have in the Quran, chapter 70, verses 28 through 31, saying, surely the chastisement of their Lord is a thing not to be felt secure of, and those who guard their private parts, except in the case of their wives and those whom their right hands possess. So those who their right hands possess happens to be the slave women that they've taken captive during the warfare. And so we also have in Quran chapter 23, 1 through 6, successful indeed are the believers who are humble in their prayers and who keep aloof from what is vain and who are givers of poor rate and who guard their private parts except before their mates or those whom their right hands possess. So a Muslim is allowed to have women as possessions. This is a fact within Islam. We have a Sheikh Salih Al-Fazan, who said slavery is a part of Islam. Slavery is part of jihad, and jihad will remain as long as there is Islam. So this is something that the scholars agree on. Jihad is for the Muslims for today. So that includes warfare. Taking captives in warfare is an Islamic practice, and enslaving them is an Islamic practice. This has never gone away. So still to this day, Islam teaches that you can engage in warfare and take slaves during that warfare. So now I want to get into some of the hadiths concerning Muhammad's comments on the black man. We have, and not only on the black man, but on slavery as well. So we have Bukhari, and these references are to a different publishing company than the one I'm presenting here. So it'll go from book 80 and then the number. So this is Bukhari, reference number 8753 says, the prophet said, the freed slave belongs to the people who have freed him. So it's a reference that there is slavery going on within Islam. Bukhari 52:255 says, the slave who accepts Islam and continues serving his master will receive a double reward in heaven. So you can see that a Muslim can have a slave that serves him and he becomes a Muslim. Now, there are times where Muslims would free slaves. That doesn't negate the fact that they allow for slavery. Again, doing something nice for somebody doesn't mean that you really like this person. There are reasons for why they do these things, not necessarily because they are not bigoted or racist. Bukhari 41:598 says, slaves are property. They cannot be freed if an owner has outstanding debt, but rather used to pay off the debt. Bukhari 62:137. And because of the short time that we have, I'm just going to keep going through these narrations, and anybody that is that wants to do the research, all you have to do is type in the name of Bukhari or Muslim or the name that I give, followed by the reference number and maybe a little bit of a description, and you will get these references from their resources. So you have Bukhari 41:598, slaves are property, they cannot be freed. I'm sorry, I already read that one. Bukhari 62:137, an account of women taken as slaves in battle by Muhammad's men after their husbands and fathers were killed. The women were raped, and Muhammad with Muhammad's approval. This is a reference to a battle where the Muslim men, it says in the narration that they were away from their wives and therefore they wanted to take the women for sexual activity. But they were afraid that if they impregnated the women, they would get a lesser value for them in the slave market. And so Muhammad simply dismissed their desire for the women and said, whomever Allah has predestined to come into this world has already been predestined. So do as you please, because they were afraid to impregnate the women. And as we've seen from the modern Muslim scholars' narrations, that would only generate more slaves for the master, so they could keep the slave trade going. Bukhari 34:432. Another account of females taken captive and raped with Muhammad's approval. So here we have another record of Muhammad allowing his followers during warfare to take captives. And we understand that, yes, the conventions of war, you take slaves, you might kill the enemy or hold some of them captive or hold them for ransom or for exchange for other things. But Muhammad was so immoral that he allowed for the sexual violation of these women in the presence of their own husbands, because they considered them to be divorced the moment they took them captives. So then they were now the property of the Muslim men. In Bukhari or Sahih Muslim, this is another compilation of narrations. Muhammad trades away 2 black slaves for 1 Muslim slave. Muslim, again, Muslim being the compiler, and so you would have Sahih Muslim, the authentic narrations by Muslim. A man freed 6 slaves on the event of his death, but Muhammad reversed the emancipation and kept 4 in slavery for himself. He cast lots to determine which 2 to free. So we see here that Muhammad took slaves that were freed by one man, re-enslaved them, and then decided to keep them for himself. Here we have in Bukhari 59:637, the Prophet sent Ali to Khalid to bring the kumus, or the Muhammad required 20th of the war booty for himself. He said it was for Allah, but it went to him. And so it says, and I hated Ali, and Ali had taken a bath after his sexual activities. I said to Khalid, don't you see this, Ali? When we reached the Prophet, I mentioned that to him. He said, oh, Buraida, do you hate Ali? He said, yes. I'm trying to get to the part where, okay, here. So Muhammad, he said, yes. Do you hate him for he deserves more than that from the kumlus, or the war booty? Muhammad approved of his men having sex with slaves at this episode involving his son-in-law Ali, which this clearly proves Muhammad had no problem with slavery. He had no problem with rape. This is something that is common within the warfare of Islamic tribes or their sects. When they go out and raid the caravans, or they would raid certain people, it's always the killing of the men, the taking of the women, using them for sexual gratification, taking the young men and young boys, young girls, and using them for slavery or for sexual activity. This is a common practice within Islam. You have Bukhari, Sahih al-Bukhari, volume 5, book 59, number 399, that also speaks of the chief of the believers, i.e., has been killed by a black slave. So again, reference to black slavery. Tabari, which is another commentator, scholar within Islam, says, Ham, the Africans, begat all those who are black and curly-haired, while Japhet begat all those who are full-faced with small eyes, and Shem begat everyone who is handsome of face, and there's a reference to the Arabs, with beautiful hair. And then he says, Noah prayed that the hair of Ham's, there's a reference to Africans, that the hair of Ham's descendants would not grow beyond their ears, and that whenever his descendants met Shem's, the Arabs, the latter would enslave them. So here you have Tabari giving a reference that Noah, it's saying that this is what Noah did, that Noah prayed that the Arabs would enslave the Africans. This is the Muslim mentality. Muhammad owned several black slaves. Muslim scholars Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyya relies heavily on Muhammad's biographies written by great early Islamic scholars. He is regarded by Muslims as an authority, a primary source, and a leader amongst Islamic scholars. He tells us in his book, Zad al-Ma'ad, Part 1, page 114 through 116, the following. These are the names of Muhammad's male slaves: Jakan, Abu Shart, Afla, Ubaid, Dakan, Taman, Mirwan, and he gives a whole list. So we have the names of the slaves that Muhammad owned. So when Muslims try to say Muhammad was not a slave owner, that he was against slavery, that he was not racist, this is not true. He most certainly was. We have Muhammad making statements concerning women, a black woman. He said that a man came to him and he said that he had a dream of a black woman with unkempt hair. Muhammad interpreted that as an evil omen. Muhammad said that if you wanted to see, this is according to Ibn Ishaq, which is the biography of Muhammad. I have heard the apostles say, whoever wants to see Satan should look at Nabtal. He was a sturdy black man with long flowing hair and inflamed eyes and dark ruddy cheeks. So he equates this man who was black, and the description is given to the devil. You have Al-Tabari, who says this. Well, this is in Ibn Ishaq, page 243. There comes to sit with you a black man with long flowing hair, and this again a reference to the above narration. There comes a man to sit with you with long flowing hair, ruddy cheeks, inflamed eyes like two copper pots. His heart is more gross than a donkey's. He carries your words to the hypocrites, so beware of him. Now, this was a reference to a specific man, but you got to notice that there seems to be a bias against black people. There seems to be a bias in a positive sense towards the white light skin of Muhammad and a negative outlook of the Africans of the time. Then we have Al-Tabari again speaking in Al-Tabari 11:21 concerning Noah again. So we have a lot of narrations, and what you got to understand that within Islam, according to their science of hadith, even if it's considered a weak narration, multiple attestation of these narrations will raise a weak hadith to the stronger level of sahih or authentic. So when a Muslim says, well, that's a weak hadith, that's a weak narration, all you need to do is find multiple narrations that reference that, and you can show them that this is actually now raised to the level of authenticity. And this is why sometimes we give a lot of repeated information, because we're showing that this is not just one reference, but it's multiple references. And the multiplicity of references to this one point raise that point to the level of acceptance and authority. And the Muslim cannot get away from that. Here we have the narration of the black woman with unkempt hair. This is in Bukhari, volume 9, book 87, number 161 through 63 through 163. The prophet said, this is Muhammad, I saw in a dream a black woman with unkempt hair going out of Medina and settling in Ma'ida, i.e. Al-Jufa. I interpreted that as a symbol of epidemic. So that was an interpretation of a symbol of epidemic. Here we have Abu Amir with the black troops and the slaves of the Meccans, and he, Abu Amir, cried out, and the Muslims replied, Allah destroy your sight, you impious rascals. And this is a reference to the black troops. This is in Ibn Ishaq 374. And we'll go for a few more here. So in Sahih Muslim, book 37, number 6676, Anas reported that a person was charged with fornication with the slave girl of Allah's messenger. So we have here that a reference to Muhammad having a slave girl. So, and Muhammad actually had the man, had his head cut off, I guess, apparently. These are many references to Muhammad, his slavery, his comments towards blacks. Here we have, who was Muhammad a white racist? This a question we have to ask. As mentioned before, Muhammad was a slave owner who owned at least one black slave, but we know that he owned many more. I've read the names of his slaves. This is in Bukhari, book 60, chapter 316, number 445, page 407. So these are all the different references to where Muhammad owned slaves. Muhammad sold 2 black slaves to free another slave who had become a Muslim. This is Ibn Majah, volume 4, book 24, in the book of Jihad. A rock was put on a slave's chest. When Abu Bakr complained, they said, "You are the one who corrupted him, so save him from his plight." "I will do so," said Abu Bakr. "I have a black slave." This is Muhammad's companion and successor. He said, "I have a black slave, tougher and stronger than Bilal, who is a heathen. I will exchange him." The transaction was carried out. So now we see that Muhammad's companions had slaves. So it wasn't just Muhammad. He set a precedent for his followers to engage in slavery. We know that today slavery is still practiced in parts of the world, and primarily where Muslims are in control. In the Quran, chapter 9, verse 97, it says, "The Arabs of the desert are the worst in unbelief and hypocrisy." So Muhammad did have an issue with some Arabs, but he's dealing with the tribal issues and some of the Arabs that would not follow him or accept him as a prophet. Because in another point, he says that the Arabs are the best in lineage, and they are the ones that were chosen to have the final prophet sent to them. So that kind of goes a little bit back and forth. Shem, the son of Noah, was and I'm going to get to Bilal before I end. So let me just get to that, because this is something that gets brought up often by Muslims to try to say, this is the primary reason why Muslims will say that Muhammad was not a racist. And but I'll give one more reference to Muhammad's the way he viewed Africans. In Sahih al-Bukhari, volume 9, book 89, number 256, narrated by Anas bin Malik, Allah's apostle said, "You should listen to and obey your ruler, even if he was an Ethiopian, who's an Ethiopian slave whose head looks like a raisin." So he made a reference to the black Ethiopians to having heads like raisins. That's derogatory. Now they'll say, "Well, I've asked Muslims about this." Well, that's the way they referenced them at the time. But isn't Muhammad supposed to rise above the culture, above the times, above the humanism? Isn't he supposed to be a prophet from God? And shouldn't he have a higher moral standard? And shouldn't he not be swayed by the culture or the times? Because we don't see that in biblical narratives. We see that the Bible sets the framework for a good moral culture and society and good relations with your fellow man. So now concerning Bilal, you're going to get this often by Muslims who will say that, well, Muhammad chose Bilal, a black man, to give the adhan, or the call to prayer. So how could he be a racist if he chose a black man to do one of the most wonderful things in Islam, which is the call to prayer for the Muslims? Well, when we read the narration, we see why Muhammad chose Bilal. And we see that it had nothing to do with Muhammad liking or not liking black slaves or blacks. It was simply because, according to Ibn Ishaq, Ibn Ishaq being the biography of Muhammad, when the apostle was told of this, being that there was a need for somehow to gather the Muslims together for prayer, he didn't want to do what the Jews were doing, using the horn. He didn't want to do what the Christians were doing, which was ringing a bell. And so somebody suggested that he do an audible call. And so when Muhammad heard this, was told of this, he said that it was a true vision, if Allah so willed it, and that he should go to Bilal and communicate it to him so that he might call to prayer thus, for he had a more penetrating voice. So Bilal acted as muezzin, or the one who calls to prayer. So why is it that Muhammad used Bilal to do the call to prayer? Not because he favored blacks in any way, shape, or form. It was because he had the more penetrating voice. If you're going to have a way of calling people to prayer, you're going to choose the person with the loudest, most penetrating voice, and that was Bilal. So don't let the Muslims say that because Muhammad chose Bilal to do the call to prayer, that's a proof that Muhammad was not racist. Ask them what the reason was, and then take them to Ibn Ishaq, to the biography of Muhammad that gives you the reason. The reason was that that Bilal had the more penetrating voice. That was the only reason he chose him. And we have also some very racist statements from Muslim scholars. For instance, the Persian writer Nasir al-Din Tusi remarks that the Zanj, or the African, differ from animals only in that their two hands are lifted above the ground, and continues. Many have observed that the ape is more teachable and more intelligent than the Zanj, or the African. This comes from a Muslim writer, a Persian writer, um, concerning the reference to the Africans. So, what is influencing these Muslims concerning slavery or racism? It is the early biography of Muhammad, the early references to Muhammad, and how he viewed these people, how he conducted himself with them. And so he set the example. Muhammad is considered to be the most perfect example for humanity, for the Muslims. And so if it was okay for Muhammad to have these views, these perspectives, then it's okay for the Muslims to do so. And there is no way out of it. The Muslims cannot change Muhammad's biography. They cannot change what he left behind or what was recorded by his early successors, by those who narrated his life and practice, as early as we can go, anyways. And these are considered authoritative in many ways. And so I can give many more references. Of course, time is always the enemy. And these are all well documented. Muhammad's attitude towards blacks, for instance, again, we'll just briefly go over them. If you want to see the devil, just look at the Black Man the Hadith. Dreaming of a black woman with unkempt hair was a symbol of epidemic. You have Muslim scholars referencing the Africans as not too different from the beasts. You have Muhammad being a slave owner, a slave trader. You have Muhammad allowing slavery and allowing the rape of the women in slavery. You have Muhammad being referenced as a white man. You have Muslim scholars saying that if you say Muhammad was a black man, you ought to be killed. And these are all in these works that I have here. And I have many more there. So the references are clear. Muhammad definitely was negative towards blacks. He said, if you should listen to and obey your chief, even if it's a black Ethiopian whose head is like a raisin. The word there is zabiba. And if you ever look at a Muslim that is very devout and they do a lot of their prayers very frequently, they end up with a scar, a callus on their forehead. It starts getting dark and very callous, and they wear that very proudly. It's from doing their prayers and their forehead hitting the carpet. Well, that's called a zabiba, a raisin. And that's the same term that Muhammad used concerning black Africans. Let's see. I think we have a couple more minutes, maybe. I don't know if my host is here. Yep.
Here we go.
Okay, are we right on time here? I didn't want to get into anything else without
No, I understand. No, that was really good. I appreciate it. That was really insightful. Can you kind of tell people where they can find your work?
My website's down right now. It's truthdefenders.com, but my YouTube channel is up, and I haven't posted lately, but I'll get back to doing that. And it's Truth Defenders. If you go to YouTube and just look up Truth Defenders and just look for my logo, which will basically look like that, then you'll know that's my channel. And I'm doing lectures there. And if anybody wants any of the references, I can email them or send them to other websites that have the sources there. This information is very accessible. We are in a time where just at the push of a button, you can access all this material. But I do encourage people to not simply download a list of things and then go and present that, because you need to verify that that's accurate source. I've had to correct many of, not too many, but some of my references because it was either just the wrong number or it was to a different volume than the one I had, and I thought it wasn't the right information. But it was just a question of, oh, this is a different publisher that gives you a different numeric system.
Yeah.
Um, but for the most part, the information is there. I've been researching this for over 25 years, and it is there. There's no question about it. I have the materials myself, so I really don't have to get on the internet. I can just go chapter and verse and find it.
Yeah.
But if you want a quick way of getting the information, then yeah, you can just go online, search it. And there are so many websites, good people, as you're going to have following me, excellent men that have done the research, have compiled information, and are making it accessible for others.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming on and just giving us that wisdom, and we'll see you later on for our panel discussion.
Yes, sir.
Welcome to the Black Man in Islam Conference, hosted by Ministry to Muslims. I am your host, Kevin Briggins, Managing Director for the Center for Biblical Unity. We are proud to introduce our next speaker, SADIPE. Ayo runs the YouTube channel I know as the Third Apology. He has engaged in apologetics since he was 13 years old, with an emphasis on general theology, atheism, and Islam. Ayo started the channel in 2020 as an outlet for the things that he was learning, and now used it as a platform to engage with the unsaved and encourage equipped believers in their faith. So, Ayo, brother, the floor is yours.
Awesome, Kevin. Thank you so much. I just want to do a quick audio check. Do I sound okay?
No, you're good.
Chat?
You're good.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So regarding the presentation, I have it here in the background. Awesome. There we go. You're on top of it. Thank you so much. Alrighty. So ladies and gentlemen, just want to say I'm so thankful to be here. Thankful to Pastor George for hosting this conference. I know this topic is especially important to him. Thank you to Kevin as well for hosting the whole panel discussions and the different speakers today, as well as Lewis, who went before me and gave an excellent breakdown of just Islam's views on Black people, slavery, etc. Now, I have the difficult topic, or the difficult task, of following that, because he obviously covered a lot of relevant sources, some that you're going to see in my presentation as well. But what I'm hoping I can bring to the table that's different is a bit more of a historical survey regarding the slave trade, specifically in relation to the Arabs, Islam, etc. So we're going to get into it. There's going to be a lot of interesting little historical pieces and pictures, and there's actually going to be a bit to get through. So I'm going to do my best to cover everything as necessary, but we are going to have to move a little bit fast. Okay, so in case the information is relevant to you, just be ready to screenshot or whatever else you may need to do. So let's go ahead and start here. So first, I want to start off by establishing what this presentation is not, right? Because we may have Muslims in the chat who are watching, people who are questioning, and I want to just be clear from the outset about what the goal of this is. So I'm looking down here at my laptop. I'm still with you guys, but let's see here. It says, This is not a claim that Islam is the only religion that has perpetuated slavery, the only people groups that have done this in the name of a religion that have perpetuated slavery. So when I present about this, I'm not trying to say that, this is only something that is relevant to Islam. It's also not even proof that Islam is necessarily false. Now, do you have issues if the God of Islam, Allah, is allowing and sanctioning divinely these sorts of things that we're going to see? Absolutely. Major, major red flags. But if we're being technical, it's not intrinsically a proof that the tenets of the belief are false. So even then, I'm not necessarily setting out to disprove Islam or even to prove Christianity. It's also not an argument that all Muslims supported the slave trade, right? So you're going to see a lot of different pictures and different things. I'm not saying that every person who ever trafficked slaves during this time period was a devout follower of Muhammad, but were there those people? 110%. It's also not a claim that all Muslims are racist. That should go without saying. It's also not a claim that similar practices haven't been done in the name of Christianity, because we know that there's a huge history with that, in the name of, at least. So if that's the case, and if I'm clearly not trying to achieve these certain things, then what's the point of this presentation? Well, let's get into it. There's a common saying that I've heard before. I'm not sure who it's attributed to, but it says, where there's smoke, there's fire. So just because you may have these things laid out in a religion, even if it may not intrinsically prove that religion is false, it's definitely a lead. As I said earlier, it's definitely a red flag that should cause us to investigate. This is also something that's very important because it is Black History Month. And as we'll get into later, you have a lot of Black people who have converted to Islam almost as a kind of reactionary response to Christianity, seeing Christianity as something that is the product of our ancestors being imposed with this religion upon them. And so they think that they're in this safe haven with Islam. It's separate from all these sorts of things. And my goal with this presentation is to give them that context that shows them, no, it's not just people who did things in the name of Christ. It's also people who have done things in the name of Allah and Muhammad. And that none of us can really get on a high horse when it comes to these things. All of humanity is sinful. And although one religion may certainly teach one thing and one religion may not, you're always going to have people who misappropriate things. But we're going to get into whether or not Islam itself actually teaches this too. Alrighty, so first I want to start off with what the current narrative you often hear regarding slavery just around the world is. Now, I know this varies depending on what part of the world we're in, but for us here in the United States, in the West, this is the common narrative that we've heard in school. Now, I'm doing my best to not read verbatim from my slides, but I did draft this slide as a kind of, anecdote of what the common narrative is. And so I want to read this verbatim just because I took some time to do it. So it says here, as far as the mainstream narrative goes, slavery is a moral evil that falls primarily on the shoulders of white people. The most egregious example being the transatlantic slave trade, in which millions of Africans were kidnapped, bought, and sold into harsh and involuntary working conditions, leaving entire generations displaced from their homelands and oppressed. On top of that, many, if not all, of the whites who perpetuated these acts at least excuse them or not. I'm sorry, let me reread that. On top of that, many, if not most of the whites who perpetuated these acts, or at least excused them, did so in the name of Christianity. There we go. So for many Black Muslims today, part of the motivation for following Islam is what they feel is a resistance toward the oppression that has been imposed upon them historically by Christian slave masters, whatever it may have been. And something that accents the reality of what we see here is actually it's a screenshot of one of the opening exhibit pieces at the National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C. Now, I went here myself and I saw this myself, and immediately the alarm started going off when I read what we see here in this screenshot. It says, in reference to the transatlantic slave trade, you can see the dates. 500 years ago, a new form of slavery transformed Africa, Europe, and the Americas. For the first time, people saw other human beings as commodities, things to be bought, sold, and exploited to make enormous profits. This system changed the world, and it goes on. Now, again, am I saying that these sorts of things did not happen? during the transatlantic slave trade? Absolutely not. But I really want you guys to remember this screenshot here, because once we get to the end of this presentation, with all due respect, you're going to see how ludicrous this statement in this exhibit is. Again, I'm not saying that there isn't that there aren't valuable things that you can learn from this museum, but this was just especially egregious because of the fact that it's just simply not true. 500 years ago, a certain new thing began in the sense that the transatlantic slave trade began, but the ideas that shaped it, the principles that motivated the sort of treatment that we saw, was far from new. And so we're going to get into it. All right, so first thing we're going to do here is basically get into the standard Islamic narrative. So as far as it goes, we have Muhammad, right? He's born in 570. He's from Arabia. He's a prophet of Allah, and he's a communicator of this divine revelation via the angel Gabriel. He founded the original Islamic Caliphate, which was the beginning of what was one of the most rapid and total military expansions in all of world history. On a purely objective level, militarily, it was absolutely incredible. And so Muhammad dies in 632. All right, so from there, what do we see? So were the Muslims taking slaves? It began, as I said, under the very first caliphate after Muhammad's death, the Rashidun Caliphate. And we see that Muslims absorbed existing slavery systems and or perpetuated their own. Their slave trading grew massively under the subsequent Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates. And so on the map here on the right, you can see a map representing the Abbasid Caliphate in the 9th century. Wasn't even necessarily the height. There were certain territories that the Muslims fought for even afterward, but you can see just how far-reaching much of this empire actually was, especially in light of how Muhammad's death was just a few short hundred years ago. So now we're going to ask the question of where were the slaves taken? And in this next slide, you guys are going to see a map. And this map is going to be a bit detailed, so try not to get too overwhelmed. But I really want you guys to just focus on one part of it. Okay, so we're going to get a visual of where many of these slaves, as opposed to the transatlantic slave trade, were being taken. Okay, so let's take a look here. All these arrows here that are purple or blue, that's Portuguese, that's French. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but for the sake of what we're talking about this morning, we're going to focus on what's going on above here. Green arrows, main slave routes of Arabs, Berbers, and this is the African slave trade around 1750. So as you can see here, we see them being taken through the Sahara, up top to places like Morocco, Algiers, Tunis, Egypt, Cairo, past the Red Sea into Arabia, even up toward Persia, and then through the Indian Ocean to places like even as far as Western India. So this is what I want to focus on, because again, here in the West, this reality of where these African slaves were taken and who they were taken by is just something that's not explored very much at all. So because this is 1750, let me just go back real quick. Because this is 1750, this is occurring during the Ottoman Empire. And as I noted before, we see some of the key locations here: Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria. You can see some of the locations there on the right for the Middle East. And then we also, as I showed earlier, have the routes that were being trafficked through the Indian Ocean. So West India, Southern Iraq, that's a reference to the Zand Rebellion, which I promise we will get into later. Persia and Iran, Sri Lanka, Southeast Asia, places like that as well. And so as you can see here on the right, here's a picture of slaves who were actually intercepted by British Navy officers in the Indian Ocean. Going to be a lot more of these types of pictures that we get into. Another picture here, slaves in the Indian Ocean Passage who were taken from East Africa. And so I want to note some important things before we continue. So first of all, as I said before, this wasn't just something perpetuated by one Islamic empire, so to speak, right? We had the Rashidun, we had the Umayyads, we had the Abbasids. All these different groups were kind of getting in on the action, so to speak, and getting a different piece of the pie. And they all followed each other successively. So by the time we get to 1750, where you saw the map was from, we have the Ottomans, who were following a very long line of Islamic caliphates that all perpetuated these sorts of things. So this is important to note, just because it's important to have that nuance to show that it wasn't just like this one group necessarily, but that it was something that took place over a vast period of time. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the purpose and the role of many of these slaves during this time. So lots of things that we can talk about here. How did they function in these regions? So first and foremost, we have domestic servants. Now, this was just a reality of what many of the slaves there had to do. You had slaves who were cooks, cleaners, they took care of children, they were personal assistants, and they were eunuchs. So here's an image on the right of a slave servant in Egypt, ancient piece of art. And I really want to use this next part to highlight the eunuchs and exactly what was going on with them, because that is something that is crazy. So eunuchs during the slave trade. So what is a eunuch, in case you don't know? Well, first and foremost, females, and we will talk about how the women were treated, but the females were often taken as sex slaves for the personal harem of caliphs. During the time, or during the time period, I should say, depending on which section you looked at and which region you looked at, you had many times where women were the vast majority of the slaves taken from Africa and other non-Islamic lands. And so because of the large number of women who were used as being part of a harem, is essentially for sex, you needed people, the eunuchs, who were in a position to essentially guard them. And so these eunuchs were chosen for certain characteristics in order to make sure that this could be something that was upheld successfully. So one of the things that's been documented well is that they often chose Black Africans because the Arabs often saw them as ugly and didn't want them to have any sort of physical attractiveness advantage when interacting on such a common and frequent level with the women in the harem. So they often chose Africans because they saw them as ugly. And then even if that wasn't in the picture, one of the things that they made sure they did was castrate them. So, Google that if you don't know what it means, but they castrated them to ensure the sexual integrity of the situation as well. They didn't want, obviously, any of the African eunuchs reproducing or getting busy, so to speak, with any of the women in their harem and jeopardizing any of that. Now, because of this, they castrated them, and the mortality rate of such a procedure was extremely high when it came to how they did this sort of stuff. They often wanted to castrate the Africans even before they got to the slave markets. And so, as we'll see, this was a very barbaric practice in which many, many, many of the Africans actually died because they just simply couldn't survive the procedure. So, as I said before, many died because of multiple factors, including the fact that there was no anesthesia, there was hardly any regard for sanitation, and when they were castrated, there was often blood loss, infections, as well as dehydration and shock. And so because of these things and the fact that many of these eunuchs couldn't reproduce in these regions, you have a very, very small, I don't want to say non-existent, but just comparatively speaking, a very small amount of actual descendants from these Africans in these regions today. The communities exist and you can look them up, but when you look up communities surviving in places like Brazil, for example, African communities that have survived in Brazil. Obviously here in the US, right, we have so many descendants of people who, when you go back, were slaves brought from Africa. That sort of thing is not nearly as real in these regions, just because so many of those eunuchs could not reproduce and many of them died during the actual castration process. So here's a picture on the right of a eunuch in the imperial palace of the Ottoman Empire during the year 1912. Obviously recent enough to where we can have pictures. So this one is a little graphic, but I really thought of including it just because I thought that it was necessary to, it's easy to say the word castration, but reading something like this, I think, will emphasize and illustrate just how barbaric these sorts of things were and how difficult they were for the people who had to go through this in Africa. So here we have a quote from Swiss traveler and geographer Johann Ludwig Burckhardt. Excuse me if I butchered that, but he was a traveler all over the world, Marco Polo type guy, and he went to Nubia and Upper Egypt during the 1800s. And here he records what sort of procedure they actually had to go through in order to be castrated. So it says, the young man was held down on top of the table, and while his genitalia were tied off with a soap-coated silken cord, they were then swiftly cut off with a razor, and following surgery, a wooden or tin tube was inserted into the eunuch's urethra. The wound was cauterized with ash and hot sand, and then slightly later with boiling oil. So you can see how so many just simply did not survive that procedure. There are estimates that put the mortality rate a little bit lower than 80 to 90%, but in my research, there were essentially none that portrayed it in any sort of favorable light. So the other type of slaves that were taken from Africa were military slaves, or mamluks. I should also qualify that and say that some were taken from Africa, but many were also taken from non-Islamic lands in general. So these were young boys captured from these lands and turned into soldiers. They were taken from their families, brought up in the ways of Islam, and essentially trained to be soldiers for whatever empire was there at the time, whether it's the Janissaries under the Ottoman Empire, as well as the Mamluks from empires and caliphates before. Now, this position was often a lot more favorable. You could potentially rise to higher ranks, and you could often get certain socioeconomic privileges that just weren't going to be there for other groups, depending on how well you performed, all that sort of stuff. But make no mistake, they were still seen as slaves, and there were certain rights that were deprived of them. But I will say personally that if I had to choose, I'd probably be one of these guys, just because the potential was a lot greater. Now we got to talk about, of course, the slave girls. So as I said before, depending on the time and region, you had up to 2/3 of the slaves being taken being women, right? And although many of them did perform domestic roles for sure, the undeniable elephant in the room is that many of them were used for sex. And Caucasian women, white women from many of these European lands were seen as especially valuable. And so here's just a piece of artwork representing a lot of what the reality was for many of these women at that time, if they were unfortunate enough to be captured. So here's a testimony of the treatment of some of the women that was noted down by explorers like David Livingstone, as well as Johann again. We can read one of them here. It says, "I frequently witnessed scenes of the most shameless indecency with the traders, who were the principal actors, and they were scenes that they only laughed at. I may venture to state that very few female slaves who have passed their 10th year reach Egypt or Arabia in a state of virginity." So obviously, for those of us who know the Islamic sources, 10th year, very few of them are reaching Arabia or Egypt in a state of virginity. It obviously is a huge callback to the sort of relations that Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, was having with his wife, Aisha, whom he had sex with when she was only 9 years old. So clearly, as Lewis noted in his presentation, many of these people are seeing this example of Muhammad and clearly feeling no qualms about engaging in the same sort of acts, even centuries later. David Livingstone, in his travels to the same region about a half century later, says, "To overdraw its evils is a simple impossibility. We passed a slave woman shot or stabbed through the body and lying on the path. Onlookers said an Arab who passed early that morning had done so in anger at losing the price he had given for her because she was unable to walk any longer. We passed a woman tied by the neck to a tree and dead. We came upon a man dead from starvation. The strangest disease I have seen in this country seems to really be brokenheartedness, and it attacks free men who have been captured and made slaves." Absolutely brutal. So next, we also got to talk about the common picture that we think of when we think of slavery in the West, which is the agricultural or manual labor slaves. So during the Abbasid Caliphate in the 9th century, in the 800s, they were especially known for taking these sorts of slaves because in southern Iraq, in the Bosra region today, they took people who were from East Africa that they referred to as the Zanj and took them to this region in order to basically work the land in order to do cultivation for sugar as well as dates. They had them canal digging in the marsh, and they were forced to remove the saline topsoil that was causing the soil in the region to basically be unarable, unable to be used for agriculture. And so they put these slaves to work manually to get them to break up that soil, drain the swamps, do different things like that, that made it suitable for planting. So I want you guys to put yourself in their shoes, these slaves, for example, during the Abbasid Caliphate in the 800s. You're in this region in southern Iraq, the Basra region. Temperatures can regularly exceed 120 degrees Fahrenheit. because of different things that have happened in the environment, the soil, as you see in this image, has become salinized. So because of that, you can't just simply plant seeds and expect plants to grow. So the soil, the dry soil that's full of the salt, needs to be broken up. So you've got to first break up the crust. It's almost like cement at its worst. You don't have modern technology to do this. You don't have modern excavating tools and this and that. You've got to break up this soil, the salty soil, I should say, carry it away. You've got to dig new canals so fresh water can come in. As I said, temperature is extremely high, high humidity. There's malaria, different diseases floating around from mosquitoes that are in the area. And this must all be done continuously because it's not something like deforestation where once you just clear the forest, you're good. If you don't maintain the environment, the soil is going to dry out again. And so they had to work year round, round the clock in order to make sure that once they worked, the soil wouldn't basically return to its previous state. This was absolutely brutal, absolutely backbreaking work that, again, especially without modern technology, was just such a nightmare in order for them to have to do day by day. So the situations that they were in, these sort of circumstances, were the perfect seeds for what is known as the Zanj Rebellion. So the Zanj Rebellion began during that Abbasid Caliphate in 1869. And it's actually the longest slave rebellion in world history. It edges out the slave rebellion in Haiti by just a year or two, I believe. But by the numbers, this is the longest slave rebellion. So it's just wild because as a result of these conditions, you had many slaves, both African and non-African, who ended up rebelling. And the Abbasids had an enormous amount of trouble putting down this rebellion because of the fact that they were stretched thin in other areas. They were distracted militarily by other things going on. And this emboldened many of the Africans who were rebelling to continue taking cities and holding them. So eventually it was put down, but you have a wide range in terms of the amount of people who died as a result of this. Some saying it was as little as 100,000 to some saying it's in the millions. It's very, very hard to get an accurate number, but it's clear that with a rebellion lasting that long, the casualties were for sure going to be astronomical. I always found it interesting, again, how despite being the longest slave rebellion, it was something I essentially heard nothing about in school. Now, I'm sure in other parts of the world, especially East Africa, this is something that they learned about. But I do find it interesting how it wasn't something given much emphasis here in the West. So now I want to talk about slavery in the modern world, because we've obviously discussed a lot of what was going on during the early Islamic history under various caliphates. I have sprinkled in some pictures of more recent times, but I really want to give a focus on that because for those people who may turn to Islam as a reactionary response to Christianity, they may try to explain these things away by just simply saying, oh, well, you know, yeah, that happened, but it was unique to the time and that's what they did, et cetera, et cetera. You know, I understand that, but I really want to show just how modern this really was for many of these regions. So one of the first examples of this is the Barbary Wars. So basically, at the time, this is during the 18th century, going into the 19th century, you had these de facto Ottoman states, like the state of Algiers, Tunis, Tripoli, who were routinely committing piracy against many ships that were in that North African ocean region. And unfortunately for the United States, this included their ships. They had just newly declared independence, and they unfortunately found out that many of their ships were being victim to piracy by many of these states. They were regularly bullied to pay ransom in order to get the ship and the goods back. And they were bullied into paying kind of like protection tax or a protection fee or a kind of tribute to stop for the Ottomans to stop doing this going forward. During one year in particular, the US ended up using 16% of its overall revenue to actually pay many of these ransom payments. So it was a major, major, major problem that ultimately had to be dealt with. And so in 1796, I find it interesting, there was a peace treaty signed between the US and the Bey of Tunis, who was named Pasha Hamuda. And again, just to kind of show the Islamic element of what was going on here, Pasha Hamuda signed the treaty as commander of the frontier post of the Holy War. So here you can see how in his mind, he sees the kind of jihad piracy that's going on against these ships as an extension of the same war that was waged by the original prophet of Islam himself, Muhammad. Just found that kind of interesting. So in 1786, you had Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, maybe you've heard of them, who met with a guy named Sidi Haji Abdurrahman, who was the Tripolitania ambassador to London. So he was one of the ambassadors from this North African region that essentially, oversaw what was going on with this piracy. And they're trying to work something out with him, and they're asking him, Thomas Jefferson in particular, he relays this to Congress, and he says, why are you attacking us? Why are you attacking these nations who have done you no injury? And Abd-Rahman, excuse my pronunciation, literally says that the slave raids of the Barbary pirates was founded on the laws of their prophet, that it was written in their Quran that all nations who should not have acknowledged their authority were sinners, that it was their right and duty to make war upon them wherever they could be found, and to make slaves of all they could take as prisoners, and that every Muslim who should be slain in battle was sure to go to paradise. So again, I just find it extremely interesting because this is very early in American history, one of our first wars, and yet again, something I hardly learned about in school. If this wasn't the case for you, that's absolutely awesome. But I do think there is a kind of symptom here in the West where we're just simply not taught about the reality of what was going on, not just, of course, on our shores, but around the world. And as a fun fact, this is actually why the opening lines of the Marines hymn, our United States Marines hymn, says, from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we fight our battles air, land, and sea, or something to that effect. But it mentions the shores of Tripoli because of these sorts of things that were going on very early in the United States' history. So I also want to show some pictures here that I honestly believe speak for themselves when it comes to the reality of the slave trade in the Islamic world then versus now. So we got a few of these. Here on the left, you can see a picture from the 1800s, which is a depiction of African pearl divers in the Persian Gulf. And on the right here, we can obviously see that it's recent enough for photography to exist, and we see pearl divers in Bahrain. And again, when you guys view these pictures, I just really want you to remember that this is in Arabia, this is in Persia, this is in these regions that we often don't think of when it comes to slavery. I feel like because of the way we've been taught, we can often see pictures like this, and especially on the left, and immediately think it's somewhere in, the US or somewhere in some colonial state or something. And again, that's real. But I also want to shine a light on what was going on in these regions as well. Another picture here, 2 Topkapi Palace ladies. So the Topkapi Palace was in the Ottoman Empire in modern day Turkey, if you've ever heard of the Topkapi Museum. 2 palace ladies and the African eunuch who's assigned to them in 1588. 1929, almost 400 years later, eunuchs and concubines of an Ottoman sultan. Here's a depiction of a slave market in Sudan, 1876. And then on the right, again, I didn't get an exact year, but it's recent enough for photography to obviously exist. And we can see that these are Christian Dinka slaves in Sudan who are waiting for their Muslim slave masters to sell them to a human rights group. Sudan has obviously been in lots of political, military turmoil right now, and many of the Islamic military groups who are kind of ruling the nation in a de facto way have taken it upon themselves to take slaves. But for different reasons, they end up finding it more profitable to end up just selling them to these Christian human rights groups that want to secure their freedom. Slave market in Cairo, 1848. Again, same thing here, slave market with an Egyptian slave master and a Waswahili slave from Africa. So what led to its end only now? There were many motivating factors, but one of the most critical was the fact that the British, even though, yes, they profited off of slavery in their past as well, I'm not excusing that, they ended up banning it in areas like the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea. And they put pressures on rulers to abolish their practices. They signed treaties confirming these agreements and intercepted, slave ships in order to free slaves and basically get rid of many of those practices that were going on there. So because of this, the British had a very powerful navy. Many rulers were forced to adjust to this, and despite their intentions to preserve slavery, could not simply keep it functioning under this new world order, so to speak. So why did they outlaw it? Well, one of the big factors was the fact that there was a major abolition force that was growing in the 1800s in Britain. So if you've ever heard of a guy by the name of William Wilberforce, he was a politician turned Anglican abolitionist, and he was huge in pushing for this cause among British society. Photography was something that was coming about, so they were using pictures as a powerful medium to show the consequences of slavery. They were arguing that it was a moral evil, obviously using the Bible and different things like that. And because of the fact that there was also a large revival going on in Britain during the 18th century and American evangelicalism, you basically had a society that was ripe for demanding this sort of change. Now, don't get me wrong, there were other motivations as well. I'm sure at a certain point it was advantageous to Britain strategically in order to stop slavery in these regions. But without a doubt, one of the single biggest factors that swayed public opinion was the work of guys like Wilberforce in changing how the public viewed slavery. And again, just to show you the craziness of this, I didn't highlight this, but as you can see here in this picture on the right, this is a slave being freed in Oman, right? One of the Gulf states, I believe, in 1907 by a British sailor, excuse me. So again, just one of those pictures where it's like, what? Kind of like this intersection of these two worlds that we often think don't really intersect, and yet clearly we can see here that they do. Here's a picture. Oops, sorry, that got a little cut off on the left, but there's a picture of the Sultan of Zanzibar, who was named Hamoud bin Mohammed. And he's decked out in a bunch of gear that was given to him by Queen Victoria because she was pleased with him for essentially signing a treaty which cut off the slavery from his region. In the previous picture, with the slave who was freed by the British sailor, here are the British arresting that slaver on that same boat. Here's an art piece of the HMS London chasing a slaving dhow, which was a ship used to transport slaves from near Zanzibar. So they're literally hunting down these slave ships in order to free the slaves. Again, when you've just been so fed this narrative that, you know, whites did anything they could to perpetuate slavery at any chance they could get, pictures like these are just, they almost produce an Inception-like kind of feel, right? Again, I'm not trying to excuse everything the British have done in history, but I do think these things give a context that is often underappreciated and underrecognized. This is another picture on the right as well of slavers basically trying to escape and flee with, if you can make it out there, a British ship on their tail in order to liberate the slaves that are there as well. Here's a group of slaves as well who were taken out of a slave ship in a state of starvation. Obviously very sad. You can see the sort of conditions they were living in. And among those slaves who were freed in Oman, we can see another picture of them here, as well as the fact that they were given new clothes by the British. Okay, and then here's another artistic depiction as well. More slaves that were freed. So here are some conservative and liberal estimates regarding how many slaves were actually taken during this time. Some are as low as 10 to 18 million, but they don't account for the things like the mortality rate among those who were castrated, as well as there are some more liberal estimates like the 20 to 30 million, which may overestimate and overproject. So the real number is probably somewhere in between. And that's okay. We're never going to know the actual number, but this is just to emphasize that this was a real thing that was happening. All right, so we're going to try and go a little fast here. Islamic teaching on slavery. I'm going to try to blast through this just because a lot of it was covered by Lewis. But we do see here in Surah 424 that Allah has given a divine sanction for Muslims to take women that their right hand possess in other words, those who they possess via slavery. Now, the context of this is that you had many of Muhammad's followers who had overcome territories and had these women, but they were nervous about having intercourse with them because their husbands were polytheists, according to them, you know? And so Muhammad gets this divine revelation from Allah in which sex with these women is now sanctioned. Here are some more quotes here. I'm just going to kind of fast forward a bit for time. This is an interesting one I did want to highlight. We have here in Sunan An-Nasai 4621. It's called selling animals for animals of different amounts or quality, hand to hand. And it says, a slave came and gave his pledge to the messenger of Allah to emigrate. And the prophet did not realize that he was a slave. Then his master came looking for him, and the prophet said, "Sell him to me." So he bought him for two black slaves, and he bought him for two black slaves. Then he did not accept until he had asked, "Is he a slave?" So in other words, this guy comes to Muhammad. He says, "I'm going to pledge myself to you." Muhammad says, "Okay," but he doesn't know he's a slave. So once he realizes, he's like, "Well, shoot, now I've got to pay for him." He trades him for two black slaves, which is interesting, or two black slaves worth less than the one man who may have been Arab. And now going forward, he's asking this question, is he a slave? Not because he's necessarily concerned about slavery, but because he doesn't want to have to pay unknowingly. So again, very interesting. You can see here it's headed selling animals for animals, and then goes on to talk about trading black people. So very questionable things there. I'm sure Lewis talked about this as well too, so I will move forward for the sake of time. Another slide here saying that Muhammad had, there was a man who had none other than 6 slaves at the time of his death. Muhammad called for them and divided them into 3 sections and set 2 free and kept 4 in slavery. So when he had the opportunity to literally allow slaves to go free, he chose to keep the majority in slavery. Similar situation here. I'm going to just skip for the sake of time. Another one here. I know Lewis cited this one about how you should listen to and obey your ruler, even if he was an Ethiopian black slave whose head looks like a raisin, right? So it's not about the fact that he says you need to obey. It's the fact that he feels the need to qualify it based on this person's intrinsic characteristics. Questionable. Some more here that I'm just going to let you screenshot. The bottom one here is interesting, which says that Muhammad bought and sold more slaves than he purchased more slaves than he sold. Another slide that you can screenshot with some references of Muhammad's slaves. More about Muhammad trading slaves. And so because of these different things, and because of the example of Muhammad, who's supposed to be this prophet for all mankind, so to speak, it's no surprise that we have many of these quotes from these very influential Islamic figures on different things. I know Lewis cited some of these, so we'll go through them. Al-Jahiz, he's a famous Muslim scholar. He says, "We know that the Zanj are the least intelligent and the least discerning of mankind, and the least capable of understanding the consequences of actions." Al-Muqaddasi says, "Of the neighbors of the Buja, Makdisi had heard that there is no marriage among them. The child does not know his father, and they eat people, but God knows best. As for the Zanj, they are people of black color, flat noses, kinky hair, and little understanding or intelligence." Some more here. Blacks are people who are by their very nature slaves. So another quote here. "Many have seen that the ape is more capable of being trained than the Negro and more intelligent." This is a Shia Muslim scholar from the 13th century. Another here saying, "Therefore, the Negro nation are, as a rule, submissive to slavery because they have little that is essentially human and have attributes that are quite similar to those of dumb animals, as we have stated." So blasting through for time, but I did just want to note the irony of all of this, right? You have a lot of black people in the US today who have converted to Islam, both now and famous people historically, again, often as a reaction against Christianity. I'm not saying that they can't have reasons outside of that, but often in discussions, their reaction against Christianity and their animosity toward white people is one of the things that is noted. And so I just find this whole thing interesting, these pictures, these different things we've presented, because these are the things in history that you just don't often hear. And so the point in citing this again is not to excuse anything Christians, or I shouldn't say Christians, but people who claim the name of Christ did, or to, point fingers and say that all the blame should go on this group instead. It's just to simply show that history is a lot more complicated and less black and white, no pun intended, than people try to make it out to be. So lastly, I obviously didn't have time to get into the whole issue of whether or not the Bible supports slavery, but I did want to cite a very helpful resource that answered that question for me very thoroughly, and that is John McCrae from What Do You Mean? Back when he first started his channel, he had a exploration responding to Cosmic Skeptic, who's a famous atheist, regarding whether or not the Bible supports slavery. And that playlist is still up on his channel. So if you ever have the time, feel free to check out his channel, go to his playlist, and it's there. It's called The Bible and Slavery Responses. So that's all I got. Thank you so much for tuning in, and hope you guys enjoyed it.
Brother, that was awesome. very educational. I was reading the chat, and people were really appreciative of the information you were bringing. You and Lewis have both done an excellent job of displaying how slavery, especially, is inherent to the ideology of Islam, right? And I've seen it as someone who has dealt with modern day Middle East and dealing with what we call Islamic fundamentalist or Salafist, who seek to reestablish the caliphate in the ways of Muhammad. And you see how when they come to power, how they rule and govern and the things they allow is exactly the same things you guys have laid out. And they're doing so by being faithful to live as Muhammad did. And I think that's the important part. And so, yeah, you guys are right. And you're so right to point out that Black Americans turning to Islam as a rejection of racism and oppression towards Black people is a very, I'm just going to call it ignorant in the sense of the word of not knowing proposition, you know? And so I just want to say great job. And tell the listeners just kind of how they can find your work.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kevin. And I just want to apologize if the presentation seemed a little fast. Obviously, I was on a time limit, and truth be told, there was just so much information, so much I didn't get to include. You know, so it's an unfortunate reality, but I do hope that it was beneficial in some sense. And so, if you want to find more of where I'm at, my YouTube channel is called The Third Apology. I haven't been active on it in a while, but this video, even now, is kind of the beginning of me stepping back into that in 2026. So I have talked about Islam a lot in the past, but also talk about atheism, general theology, just love the Bible, love scripture, love just getting into what the word means. And so I could have just as easily done a presentation on does the Bible itself support slavery, but obviously didn't have the time. I think it was very important, though, to focus on this just because this was a history I myself regarding the slave trade in these regions I had only learned in recent years. And so I hope everyone got to learn something new. I hope it was a blessing to you. And I hope that it prompts your own further study so that you can go and learn about these things and use them to engage with our Muslim friends. So thank you so much, Kevin. Thanks so much, everyone, for watching.
Absolutely. And we appreciate you for sharing, and we'll see you later on the panel discussion.
Awesome.
Welcome, everyone, to the Black Man in Islam conference hosted by Ministry to Muslims. I am your host, Kevin Briggins, Managing Director for the Center for Biblical Unity. We are going to move on to our next guest, our next speaker. It is our brother, KOREDE OLAWOYIN. I hope I'm saying that right. But KOREDE is a Christian apologist. He has been engaging Muslims for more than a decade. He has moderated and even been involved in dialoguing with Muslims through the platform of Love a Muslim Ministry. He has been invited to speak at seminaries, churches, and special group trainings. And he also takes part as a facilitator at a yearly specialized Muslim evangelism training. He has been one of the, he's been asked to speak at seminaries and many other forums. And so without further ado, brother, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much, Brother Kelvin, for the job well done. Thank you for the moderating so far. I also want to thank Pastor George.
I'm so sorry, brother, to interrupt you, but there's an audio problem. Do you think that's something we can deal with, or that's going to be there?
Okay.
There's like a loud noise in the background.
Ah, okay. All right. So I think I guess what that was. Let me see. I can. Let me just take care of that very quickly.
I'm so sorry for that.
Okay. Well, while he's working on that,
sorry.
No, that's good. I mean, while he's working on it, I mean, we've had two very good conversations and presentations so far.
How about now? Do you think the audio is okay? Do you think it's cool now?
I think it's going to be something we're going to have to live with.
Okay. No problem. I apologize for interruption.
No problem. I just wanted to know, is it better, or you're still having that loud noise in the background?
Little bit better.
Okay. All right. So
I know you're coming all the way, joining us all the way from Nigeria. Thank you so much for that, brother. And I'm sorry for interrupting you.
It's okay. So in Nigeria, we have a lot of, especially in the night like this, you have a lot of generator running, and because of that, sometimes you have the sound of the generator coming into the house. So
no, it's all good. We can hear you fine though. So
okay.
Just, the floor is yours, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Amen. Thank you so much again, Kelvin, for doing this. Again, I want to appreciate Pastor George for giving me the privilege to actually present on this particular issue. It's been something that has been very, very dear to my heart, especially being in Nigeria, talking about the issue of genocide in my own country, Nigeria. Again, I want to thank everyone who is involved in this particular setup. I say that may the Lord reward your labor of love in Jesus' name. So I'm going to be sharing my slide right now. We're going to be talking about genocide in Nigeria. Again, it's an emotional discussion, but then it's really worth it, because a couple of things have been said about genocide in Nigeria. But what I'm going to be doing tonight is to lay the information straight, okay, especially being opportune to go to some of the places where these things have happened, and I'm going to be taking a look at historically, and also look at how this all ties to the Islamic religion as well. Okay, so there's a loud noise in the background right now. I don't know if the loud noise is causing the disruption at the moment. I can hear a lot of noise in the background. I want to be sure, can I be heard? Can I be heard clearly? I just want to be sure the audio is good before I go further.
Very good. But I don't see your PowerPoint, brother.
Oh yeah, I uploaded it initially, but
okay.
I think yeah.
Okay,
so
now I can.
Okay, great.
Good.
All right. Let me know if it's showing full screen, because it's supposed to be full screen. Awesome. All right, I think it's showing full screen right now. Thank you again, Pastor George. All right, so again, I'm going to be talking about genocide in Nigeria. But you see, the first question we need to ask is there genocide of Christians in Nigeria? Now, I know a couple of people asking that question because there's been a lot of information online. Some are saying that indeed there is Christian genocide in Nigeria, while some are saying that no, there is nothing like that. Okay, it's a sort of misinformation. So people are undecisive and they do not really know what is going on. And this platform is an opportunity to be able to talk about this and make a decision for that particular case. So before we even talk about this issue of genocide, maybe there's genocide or not, here's the statistics that I want to read out to us, and I think this is really very important. So this is a statistics about Christian persecution in my own nation, Nigeria, according to International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law. So here's what they said: 18,000 churches have been burned down since 2009. 18,000 churches. That's really very important. Also, 52,000 plus have been killed since 2009. We're talking about the Christians right now, okay? We're not talking about other groups, just the Christians. And you see, some of these figures are actually been lessened, because when you have this issue of genocide or killings going on in these instances or places in Nigeria, but rest assured that what you have reported in the news is a lower figure compared to what you actually have on ground. Okay, so we're talking about 52,000 people or more who have been killed since 2009. Remember that all of these statistics is looking, forward or backward from 2009. All right, and then you have about 5 million persons who have been displaced since 2009, and then of course you have also 7,000 that have been killed since 2025. That is just recently, since last year. Now, these are staggering figures. Now, some might be questioning this figure and saying that, is it really true? Are these things really happening? That's exactly what we're going to be taking a look at tonight. We want to see if these things are happening and what is the motivation behind it and what exactly can we do as Christians. So these are the things we're going to be taking a look at. So moving on from here, what started this whole conversation? So BMER, just as we know, had a particular discussion on September 26, 2025 on the show. And here is the exact word that is said during his program. Okay? He said that Nigeria, the fact that this issue has not gotten on people's radar is pretty amazing. Mayor said, if you don't know what is going on in Nigeria, your media source sucks. You are in a bubble. So he was talking to somebody right there. I mean, he was having a conversation, and then he brought up the issue of Nigeria. Of course, we know that the issue of Israel and Palestinian issue, the Gaza issue, that has been on the news for a while. So Bimea is saying that if you're talking about this particular thing, then you are not looking at the real deal, because the real deal is actually Nigeria. Genocide is going on in that nation, and nobody's talking about it. And that's exactly what Mea is saying. It continues, I am not a Christian, obviously he's not, but they are systematically killing Christians in Nigeria. They have killed over 100,000 since 2009. They have burned down 18,000 churches. These are Islamic Boko Haram, he said. This is so much more of a genocide attempt than what is going on in Gaza. So if you think that what is going on in Gaza is actually an issue, if you think that what is going on in Gaza is something that we should be concerned about, if you think that it is actually barbaric, then Bimea is saying that you should actually concentrate in Nigeria, because much more is actually happening right there in Nigeria, my own country, and that's where I'm staying right now. And then it continues, there's so much more than a genocide attempt than what is going on in Gaza. By the way, if you see me looking at this other side, this is where my screen is, okay? It's because the slide on the screen is not bold, so I have to look at the other side so I can read what is on my slide, okay? So they are literally attempting, thank you for that, I appreciate that, so I don't need to look at the other side again. All right, it says, they are literally attempting to wipe out the Christian population of an entire country. Where are the kids protesting this? He asked, criticizing the lack of mainstream media coverage and not in the absence of public outcry in the United States. Now, the truth of the matter is that what Bemea is actually talking about right here is something that we have been experiencing in Nigeria for a while. In fact, for over a decade, if not more. All right? But you see, this is what started the conversation last year. Immediately he made this statement, then a lot of people started talking about the genocide in Nigeria. It's as if suddenly, the curtain was actually drawn open. All right? That's exactly what happened. But then he was not the one that started the conversation. Like, this has been in the news for a while. But then because he talked about it and because he was serious about it, everybody started saying something about this particular issue. So we need to thank Abimea for actually mentioning this, because when they mentioned it, then people started looking into the issue of the genocide in Nigeria. But moving forward from there, if there are questions of either there are genocide in Nigeria or not, I think that the pictures and the video actually speaks for themselves. And what I'm going to be doing tonight is to show us a couple of images. Of course, I have to look at the ones that I think we can live with, okay, because there are some very gory images. All right, I'm going to be showing us some images and also some videos that actually speaks to the effect of what we're talking about. Now, here is a video showing Christians having a mass burial. I'm going to play this video for just about 2 minutes, and then we're going to be moving on from there. All right, so if somebody is asking the question, is there Christian genocide in Nigeria? This is one of the evidence to that effect. You can even see a truck moving corpses, and you can see those corpses being laid down in a ground, a place that was actually dug. I tell you, there are more gory videos, okay, saddening video than the one I've shown right here. But you see, this is one of the realities that we need to live with. This is one of the things that we have in our own nation, my own dear country, Nigeria. We have had a lot of Christians who are going through this particular thing, and then it's not stopping. So as I'm speaking about this right now, it has not stopped. We still have people being killed. In fact, this month we still have people being killed. I'm going to be talking about that as we move on. So looking at this particular issue, I actually want us to sample a couple of attacks. All right, it's a couple of attacks that has happened over the years, just a couple of them, and see how these have happened throughout the years. I'm going to be citing numbers, I'm going to be citing dates, so that we can keep track of this. We have a lot of information concerning this, but the reason why I'm doing this is because I want us to establish the fact that indeed there is a Christian genocide in Nigeria. It is not a fiction. It is not something that somebody is making up. No, it is not a fire outcry. No, not at all. It is actually what is going on in my own dear country, Nigeria. So in 2010 at Dogonahawa, now there is actually a massacre of over 500 Christians in this nation called Nigeria. I was actually privileged to visit this particular site, and I saw the burial ground of the over 500 Christians that were actually massacred. Most of them were women and children. This massacre actually took place in the middle of the night where they were sleeping. Of course, when you're sleeping, you never know that this sort of a thing is actually coming to happen, or that is ever going to happen. You're just having your sleep. So in the middle of this night, these terrorists came into this particular place and they slaughtered over 500 women and children and men. This happened in Nigeria in 2010. It happened in the wake of the night stroke the morning. Now, if this is not a genocide, what do you call this? It's simply a genocide. And for the most part, this place that we're talking about, Dogonahawa, is actually a Christian community. Okay, it's a Christian community, and this happened at a time when nobody actually expected. And then in December 2023, remember that this is not exhaustive. I'm just giving us a sample of these attacks. It is not exhaustive at all. In December 2023, we also have a massacres in Bokos. Bokos is actually in Jos. I was in Jos last year. Okay, we have a massacre right there. Over 200 Christians were actually killed and 500 persons were injured. Okay, they were injured because we have other coordinated attack in 17 communities in Plateau State, Nigeria. So if somebody is saying that there is no genocide in Nigeria, that all of this stuff are made up, it is not true. Again, I have been privileged to actually go to, in fact, I've been to Bokos, okay? I've seen some of these places that were burnt. Okay, I've seen some of the Christians that were involved. I've interviewed some of the ministers and pastors who have actually involved in this. Some of them are actually victims of what actually happened. In fact, I've interviewed a person whose father was actually burnt in the church. Okay, he was in the church and these terrorists surrounded the church and they burnt him right there in the church. Okay, so this is not a fairy tale. We're talking about things that we have seen, things that has happened, things that is actually haunting a community or different communities in Nigeria, depending on the places that were actually attacked. And then moving on from there, also you discover that in 2025, we're just talking about last year. Okay, now I have to skip a couple of attacks over the years, but then this one happened in 2025, just last year in April. There was an attack during the Palm Sunday. Okay, or we're talking about the Holy Week right there, where 51 to 54 Christians were actually killed in a village called Ziki near what? Jos. Again, these are coordinated attacks. And you know what? There was a time in Nigeria where almost every Christmas we are usually afraid because we know that there is usually going to be an attack. Yeah, there was a time in Nigeria. In fact, it still exists because last year we're still thinking people were afraid. They can't actually want to celebrate Christmas because they are afraid that something might actually happen. There might be a terrorist attack. There might be some terrorists coming to kill people, because this is something that we've been having over and over again in this particular nation. So these are sample effects of killings that have been taking place in this dear nation of mine, Nigeria. And then in November 2025, just last year, we have over 300 students and 12 teachers that were actually adopted from St. Mary's Catholic School in the north central part of Nigeria. That actually happened in Niger State, even though we've been told that some of the students and the teachers have actually regained their freedom. Now, if this is not a calculated attack, if it is not genocide, what are you going to call this? Okay, remember that there are some stories that I've actually left out because I want to give us a sample attack of some of the things that is actually going on in my own dear nation. All right, so what I'm going to be doing right now is to give us a case study of some of the Christian genocide that we've had in this nation, because some are saying that some of the things that we're talking about are actually made up, but they are not. If you check the mainstream media, some of the things I'm going to be talking about tonight are actually there, well documented. Okay, go online after I'm done with this broadcast, go online, check them out, and you discover that they are actually there. So the killing of the Christian did not just start yesterday, last year, maybe last 2 years, 10 years ago. It's been on for a particular time, and that is what we're going to be talking about tonight. And also, like I said, we're going to be taking a look at some of the historical events that lead to some of these things and what I would actually prefer that the church do about this. So let's start with Sister Christiana. Now, Sister Christiana was actually killed on the 21st of March 2007. So Sister Christiana was actually a teacher in one of the states in Nigeria, or northern part of the nation, called Gombe. He actually went there to invigilate an examination, and this is the story of what happened to her. Okay, Christiana Oluwatoyin Oluwasesin, okay, was a Christian teacher who was lynched by the Yankalala boys for allegedly discrediting and mutilating the Quran at a secondary school in Gandu, Gombe State of Nigeria. So here's actually what happened. She was conducting an exam, okay, for a certain student. So one of the students actually came into the examination hall and she had a bag with her. So because she does not want that student to use that bag in the examination hall, because for the most part what we do in Nigeria is that if you're conducting an exam, you're not allowed to go with any books, you're not allowed to go with any material other than your writing material, your pencil, your biro, eraser, whatever. That is what you're allowed to go in with. You're not allowed to go with textbooks or any shit, because that would have been seen as a sort of malpractice. All right, so she actually took the bag of this particular girl and then threw the bag outside. Now immediately she did that, the girl started crying. She started crying that there was a copy of the Quran in the bag that was thrown out. So immediately the girl started crying. A couple of boys, the Yankala boys, they actually came out and they started shouting Allah Akbar. Before you know it, Sister Christiana was actually dragged out of the classroom, and then she ran out because she wanted to escape. She knew that danger is already looming. She wanted to escape, okay? She ran into the principal office, and the boys told the principals that if you don't release her, we are going to kill you. We're going to burn your office down, okay? But because the principal cannot do anything, he was overpowered. Eventually the principal had to give Christiana to these boys. And what did they do? They actually draw Christiana out, they strip her naked, and they killed her, okay? But you see, when they killed her, they didn't just leave her alone, they also burnt her to death. This is actually what happened to Christiana. Christiana was actually stabbed. She was stabbed to death, and then when she was stabbed to death, eventually she was burned to death. Now, this event is nothing new in Nigeria. Like I said, it is one of the events in Nigeria that constitute or that reminds of what is going on in the northern part of Nigeria right now, especially the Christian genocide. So it's not something that is new. It has been the modus operandi of these guys, and for the most part, these are not adults here. These are children in a secondary school. Can you imagine that? Children in secondary school carrying out this sort of judgment, assassinating, killing, and also lynching. Okay, so this is something that we've been facing in this particular nation, and it's nothing new at all. Now, if you don't call this genocide, what would you call this? Just because a Christian teacher is invigilating and he threw out a particular bag because he felt that that bag is going to constitute malpractice, and because of that, You decide to stab her to death. Okay, before you even stab her to death, you stripped her naked, stab her to death, and then you burnt her. I mean, what can you call that if it is not genocide against the Christian? So that is the story of Christiana Oluwatoyin. But you see, that is not the end of the story. Like I said, I can't bring all of the events that we've witnessed in this nation. I'm just giving us a couple of these events, okay? Notable of them all. We have other events that happen, but I'm just giving us a sample of this event. So on the 12th of May 2022, we have a case of a particular sister, Deborah Samuel Yakubu by name. What happened to Deborah? On the 12th of May, like I mentioned, Deborah Samuel was actually a second-year Christian student in Nigeria. And she was actually killed by a mob of fellow students in Sokoto after being accused of blaspheming against Islam. Now, note what I'm saying again. The people that killed Deborah were not grown-up jihadists, okay? When I say grown-up jihadists, we're not talking about people who have, people you're actually thinking have been trained, okay, in jihadic activities, all right? These are students, okay, in the higher institution, students in the university. These are the ones that actually killed this particular lady. And why did they kill her? She was actually accused of blaspheming the Prophet of Islam. Yakubu was alleged to have posted a message on the WhatsApp group that some classmates considered offensive to the Islamic Prophet Muhammad. The message reportedly criticized religious discussion taking place in a student group that she believes should have focused strictly on academic matters. So Yakubu was actually criticizing the fact that nobody should have posted on a WhatsApp platform that is meant for academic discussion anything religious. That was what she did. She was actually rebuking the Muslims right there, saying that you do not have the right to actually post religious stuff in a WhatsApp group that is meant for us students to get information about our academics, examination, and everything related to the school. That was what she said. And because of that, that same day, she was removed from a security room because at the point in time, the Muslims, okay, the students, were actually angry, and they told her that if she does not recount, they are going to kill her. And she was like, what am I going to recount? What have I done wrong? Okay, so she was actually removed from a security room at Shehu Shagari College of Education in Sokoto. This is where it actually happened, where she had been sheltered for protection initially, okay? But because these mob are usually more powerful, when they grow, when they come together and they are shouting Allah Akbar, they usually overpower the security forces, okay? Because they were able to overpower the security forces, all right, they were able to kill this particular lady. How was she killed? Okay, Deborah was actually stoned to death, and after that, she was also burnt. Remember what happened to Oluwatoyin? Remember what happened to Christiana? She was stripped naked, stabbed, and then she was actually burnt. That's the same thing that happened, almost the same thing that happened to Deborah. Deborah was actually stoned to death. In fact, we have the videos of this online. I cannot show it right here because, I mean, YouTube might actually flag this program for showing such a gory video. All right? And then we have students, okay, fellow students of Yakubu showing themselves on camera. One of them is actually holding a matchbox. Let me show you. There you go. That is the guy right there. He was showing a matchbox that he was one of the person that was responsible for lighting the fire. He was actually proud of what he did because I feel that is defending the honor of the prophet. But you know the interesting thing about this particular issue, even though it causes a sort of a furore in Nigeria, you know, all over the place it was being discussed, two of these guys, that's the student, were actually arrested and they were taken to the court. But you know what? About 36 lawyers, 36 Muslims lawyers rose up to defend these guys. And eventually, the case concerning this particular lady, Deborah, is actually out of court right now. Even if it's still within the court, we don't know what has come of it. Because right now, we don't know what has happened to those guys. We don't know what has happened to, you know, the lawyers. We don't know what the case is actually. We don't even know where it's heading to right now because nobody's talking about it again. All right? Nobody's talking about it. Can you imagine about 36 lawyers rising up to defend students, fellow students that killed their own students, okay, fellow students, and then burnt her to death? I mean, can you imagine something like that in a nation called Nigeria? This is actually what we're going through. This is actually what we are seeing in this nation. All right. Now, if you don't call that a Christian genocide, what would you call that? What would you call a group of men, okay, male boys coming together, Muslim boys, okay, male coming together, all right, to stone a person to death, and apart from that, they are also burning her as well? What do you call that if it is not genocide? Remember, this is not the first of its kind, and then it's not the last, because I just told you about Christiana, and here we have talking about Deborah. Okay, I'm going to skip up the story because there are a couple of things that we could say about that. So in 2006, this is actually very, very important. I need to talk about this. We remember what happened in Denmark when a cartoon about the Prophet of Islam, Muhammad, was actually published. Of course, we know what that caused all over the world. But then Nigerian Christians have their own fair share of this particular incident. Even though the cartoon was published in Denmark, the Nigerian Christians were actually killed. Okay, Christians in Nigeria were killed over a cartoon that was actually published in Denmark. Here is actually the story. You can see a couple of of course, I'm not going to put all the cartoons right there. I just want to show you a couple of, the images of the stories about that. On the 18th of February 2006, about 16 people were killed in northern part of Nigeria during a protest by Muslims over the cartoon satirizing the Prophet of Islam. Most of the deaths occurred, of course, in rioting in Maiduguri, the capital of northeastern Borno State. Now, one person actually died in a similar riot in Katsina State. So we're talking about riot that took place, in some places in Nigeria, but most especially in Maiduguri. Now, think about this. Think about this. Imagine something happened in the United States of America, all right? Imagine that a certain Christian, maybe a Christian or a so-called Christian, actually did something, all right? And because of the action of that particular Christian, of course, the people who actually publish these cartoons aren't Christians. They are not Christians, okay? But for the fact that the cartoon is about Muhammad, the Muslims in Nigeria felt that the Christians in Nigeria are responsible for this and they should be held accountable. And because of that, the Christians in Nigeria were killed just because of the cartoon of Muhammad that was published in Denmark. Now again, if this is not genocide, what are you going to call this? Okay? So if something happened in some other country, we in Nigeria, we are actually going to bear the brunt of that. Why? Because we are actually Christians. Now, apart from that, 11 churches were actually burnt down during the protest, and the Christian businesses were also targeted. In fact, BBC actually did mention that the protest, which actually began initially peacefully, okay, in Maiduguri, okay, eventually is what led to what we're actually talking about right now. So the Muslims were actually going around, having allegedly a peaceful protest, but after a while, the peaceful protest actually turned bloody. Before you know it, people were being killed, Christian businesses were being looted, and a lot of people died. In fact, one group actually threw a tire around one man, poured gas on him, and they set him ablaze. Again, if this is not Christian genocide, what are you going to call this? This is laser targeted. I mean, what is the crime of the Christians? Why should it be the Christians every now and then? I'm going to create a caveat, because at the end of the day, if you're watching this right now, you're going to be asking the question, but had the Muslims not been killed? We're going to be talking about that. Don't worry. If you have that question at the back of your mind, I'm going to be addressing it, okay? Now, why do all of these things matter? Why are we talking about this? Why do we need to discuss this issue? Now, here's the reason why it matters. So, you have Reverend Johanna Moore and also Rabbi Abraham Kopa. They actually wrote a very important book. In fact, I'm going to recommend it. The book is actually on my shelf right there. I'm going to be recommending this book for everybody, okay, if you're interested in what is going on in Nigeria, okay? This book was actually written about, I think, 5 or 6 years ago. But then it mirrors exactly what is going on in Nigeria. In fact, they have been talking about the Christian genocide in Nigeria before now. So here's actually what they said. Furthermore, Nigeria has the largest Christian population in Africa. Now think about that. If Nigeria has the largest Christian population in Africa, then there's something that you need to make of that. Okay, there's something you need to make of that. It therefore means that there is already a concentration on Nigeria or the Nigerian Christian. Why? Because we have the largest population of Christians. So they further will mention that if nothing is done, Christians will not be the last victim. So when we're talking about this activity of the genocide of Christians in Nigeria, what they are saying is that if nothing is done, it's not going to be about Christians alone. Because once this genocide have been concentrated on the Christians and the Christians have been thoroughly dealt with, then it's going to move to other religious faiths as well. Okay? So they say that Christians will not be the last victim. For no person of any faith, either Christian, Muslim, Hindu, Jew, or no faith at all, will be spared by the ravages of these terrorists who believe that their profane mission of death is a service to God. Remember what John said in John chapter 14, I think. Sorry, I can't even remember right now. I was thinking it's 16, but John 16 and John 14 is actually talking about the Paraclete, the Holy Spirit. But then Jesus did mention that the time will come when some certain persons would actually kill you and they would think that they are doing service to God. All right? And that's exactly what they are mirroring right here. Because these jihadists, these terrorists actually feel that when they are killing the Christians, they are doing service to God. And this is exactly why this matters, because it is not going to end with the Christians. Yes, they are targeting the Christians right now, but their major goal or the major aim of doing all of this is to make sure that they take over the place for Allah. And we're going to be seeing a bit of this in Islam. Now, somebody might be asking right now, where did this start? I mean, what is the precursor for all of this genocide that we have in Nigeria? Why are we having this issue in Nigeria? Do we have an history of some certain things that can give us a clue to what is happening in Nigeria? And the answer to that is yes. I want to take us back the memory lane, okay? As far back as the 18th century. Yeah, I want to take us back to as far back to the 18th century to see what actually happened, because we have a precursor to some of these things, and that is actually what we're going to be talking about right now. So let's talk about this man you're seeing on the screen at the moment. Okay, we're talking about Sheikh Usman Dan Fodio. All right, now Sheikh Usman Dan Fodio is actually a prominent Islamic scholar in the northern part of Nigeria. In fact, Usman Dan Fodio was a Fulani Islamic scholar, is a preacher, is a reformer, and is actually born in Gobril. Gobril in actually the present-day northern part of Nigeria. Now, one thing you need to know about this man is that he's not just a scholar, as you're going to see. It is discovered that this guy or this man, this sheikh, is actually a reformer. And there's no way you're going to be talking about Islam in Nigeria or the jihadist activities of Islam in Nigeria without talking about this man. Okay? You've got to talk about him. You just got to talk about him. So he belonged to the Qadriya Sufi order and became widely respected for his deep knowledge. No, put it up, please. Thank you. So I did need to mention this. As you can see, I'm sweating right now. So my wife actually wanted to help me with the fan. I told her no, because if it does that, it's going to affect the audio right there. So please just bear with me. So, like I said, he belonged to the Qadriya Sufi order and became widely respected for his deep knowledge of Islamic jurisprudence, theology, and spirituality. Now, in the late 18th century, he preached across the Hausa state, especially in Gorbi, calling for the following. Now, what did he call for? Please, I want you to note the following things that he called for. Number one, he called for strict adherence to the Quran and the Sunnah. Okay? Strict adherence to the Quran and the Sunnah. Why is he doing this? Now, Usman Dan Fodio felt that the Muslims of his own time were already engaged in bid'ah, meaning they are already engaged in innovation. They are not practicing Islam in its pristine form. And he wanted them to practice Islam in its pristine form. So he wanted them to adhere to what? To the Quran and the Sunnah. Secondly, he wants to have a moral reform among Muslim rulers. Why? Because according to him, the Muslim ruler are not actually morally upright any longer, because they are not living their life according to the dictates of the Quran and the Hadith. And then going on from there, he also wants to have what? A sort of elimination of un-Islamic practices. That's talking about syncretism, heavy taxation, and also oppression. According to Usman Dan Fodio, he felt that some Muslims were actually mixing some other things with Islam, especially those who are engaged in folk Islam. So he wanted them to practice Islam purely without mixing it with anything. He also felt that there is heavy taxation on people, and then he wanted that to be out of the way. He also saw a lot of people who have been oppressed. So he has a mind for the oppressed as well. And then he wanted to make sure that all of that is taken out of the way. And you see, because of this particular, goals and plans that he have, especially for the oppressed, a lot of people endear themselves to him, because they see him as somebody that is upright, somebody that loves the people, and he wants the good of the people. All right? And he also wants to have what? A sort of greater access to Islamic education, including for those of the women folks. So he gathered a large following of students, Fulani pastoralists, scholars, and oppressed peasants. No, when he has all of these people behind him, then he became powerful to do all of the things that he wanted to do. So moving on from here, we discovered that after the persecution intensified, because when he was doing all of the things he was doing, he was actually persecuted. Okay, people were not actually listening to him, especially some of the leaders, all right, in power. They were persecuting him, they were persecuting his follower. Just like, Muhammad, according to the standard Islamic narration, and his followers were actually persecuted in Mecca. The same thing was done for Usman Dan Fodio. So because he was actually persecuted, Dan Fodio and his followers, they migrated, what is known as the Hijra. They migrated from Gorbi to Gudu in 1804. This is very important. This migration actually happened in 1804. And it was also in 1804 that Usman Dan Fodio launched his what? Jihad. So this marked the formal beginning of his jihad, modeled partly on the Prophet Muhammad's migration from Mecca to Medina. Now, I wanted to see a pattern between Dan Fodio right here and also the life of Muhammad. Remember, when Muhammad was actually in Mecca, and according to the Islamic narrative, he received the revelation from Allah. He began to tell the people, the pagan in Mecca, that they need to worship Allah and forbid all the other gods, forsake all the other gods. Of course, he was met with obstruction, he was met with difficulty, and then they were persecuting him. The persecution was so much that Muhammad had to send some of his followers, from Mecca to Abyssinia for asylum. Okay? And eventually some of them actually have to move to Yathrib, which was eventually renamed to Medina. Okay? The city of the Prophet. So this sort of activity, or this parallelism, is seen, or let me say this similarity is actually seen between the life of Muhammad, the Prophet of Islam, and also Usman Dan Fodio. Usman Dan Fodio was persecuted. He actually moved from Gorbi to Gudu in 1804, and after that he launched a jihad. Was that not what Muhammad did? Muhammad actually launched jihad when he got to Medina, okay? Because now he has military might, he has the people, and then he can confront those people in Mecca. So the movement, that of Dan Fodio, quickly transformed from reformist preaching into a military struggle. Now, if you are thinking that this happened far away in one Arabian country, okay, maybe in the Middle Eastern country, no, it happened in my own nation, Nigeria. This happened in my nation, Nigeria. Yeah, it happened in this nation I'm living in right now. This is where it happened. Okay, this man was mirroring and patterning the life of Muhammad. So his forces defeated several Hausa rulers, and by 1808 they had already established what is known as the Sokoto Caliphate. As I speak to you right now, the Sokoto Caliphate exists till now. And then the leader of the Sokoto Caliphate is actually the Amir al-Islam, or the Amir al-Muslimin of Nigeria. That is the leader of the entire Muslim in Nigeria. So this place is there existing today. So what does that mean? It means that the Sokoto Caliphate is a testimony to the jihad of Usman Dan Fodio. And of course, Usman Dan Fodio does not just want to limit his jihad to the northern part of Nigeria. If it is possible, he wanted to take the whole of Nigeria. Why? Because he want the whole of Nigeria to be Islamic. Alright? Now, what did he do, or what did the center do? The center actually implemented Islamic law, or what is known as the Sharia, promoted Islamic scholarship and education, and also it became a major center of Islamic learning even till now. Now, before I begin to talk about this person, Maitasini, I wanted to have a reflection right now. Because some of you might be thinking, I mean, did all of these things happen in Nigeria? Yeah, it did happen in Nigeria. But then if you're thinking about this, you're also thinking of the Prophet of Islam. And you can see some similarities right there. And this will help you to connect to some of the things that is happening in a nation called Nigeria. If you are seeing some of these killings, there is a motivation. Some certain persons have done some certain things in the past that is motivating these other Muslims to go ahead to do the very same thing. Now, a caveat right here. Am I saying that all Muslims are terrorists? Am I saying that all Muslims are the ones that want to kill Christians? I'm not saying that, for goodness sake. I know some Muslims who are peace-loving. In fact, a lot of Muslims in Nigeria are actually peace-loving. They don't even like the activities of the Boko Haram. They don't like the activities of the Lakurawa. They don't like the activities of the Islamic terrorists, okay? They don't like it, okay? But then, for the fact that we have these guys doing these certain things, and they are looking at the Quran and the Hadith as the constitution or to back what they are doing, it's actually a problem. Because if you look at what Usman Danfodio had done, he wants to go back to the pristine Islam, or what you will call the days of the Rashidun, okay? The four rightly guarded caliphs. He wants to go to that day where this place or this nation can be guided or be ruled by Sharia. That is what he wants to achieve. That is what he wants to do. So that is the story of Usman Danfodio. And you might be thinking, why am I going through these stories? It's because I want you to understand the reason why we're having what we're having in our nation called Nigeria. It didn't just start in a day. There is a precursor. Certain things happen that actually influences what we're going through in this nation right now. Let's quickly talk about the Maitasini because my time is almost up and I need to rush this, okay? In the mid-20th century, we have a man called Maitasini. Now, that is actually, his nickname. His real name, of course, is actually a very interesting person because he's also a Manam. His real name is Muhammad Mawa. He's actually known or popularly known as Maitasini. Now, Maitasini actually means the one who curses in the Hausa language. He was an Islamic preacher, originally from the northern Cameroon, but then he settled in Kano, northern part of Nigeria. Now, when he settled in Kano, he actually has a feel for this set of people. The urban poor, that is the poor people, he has a feel for them. The migrants, okay, the unemployed youth, and the marginalized community in other part of Nigeria. Now, if you look at this, you see a similarity between Maitasini and also Usman Danfodio. You see their followers, the urban poor, the poor people, the migrants, the unemployed. These are the people who are oppressed. Now, what am I bringing out of this? One of the things I want to bring out of it is that sometimes these leaders, okay, these Islamic leaders, the scholars, the jihadists, they look to the people who are actually poor, they look to people who are actually marginalized, okay, the unemployed, and they tell them that don't worry, if you're unemployed right now, there's something that we can do. We can fight in the cause of Allah to change the narrative, okay? We can overturn everything, and then we're going to have an establishment of the Sharia. And once we have an establishment of the Sharia, we're going to have justice. We're not going to be having this inequality that is going on in our nation. These are the things that they tell them. And once they tell them about these things, they gather these followers. Before you know it, the jihad actually starts. So his movement is actually known as Yan Tassin, okay? That is the people that he was actually, putting together. And then Maitasini actually was a radical preacher because initially he was, he was engaged in his preaching. He would actually preach about Islam and all of that. But then at a point in time, he became a radical preacher. Now, somebody might be asking the question, was he not a radical preacher before? Did he change to become a radical preacher at the point in time? Now, the truth of the matter is that, yes, it might be a gentleman who is actually preaching Islam at the point in time, but that radicalism has always been there. But they don't actually come out with radicalism when they don't have enough people to engage them, enough people to support them. So when they have enough people, then they come out with the radical message. All right? And because of that, he was preaching against the Western education and modern technology. He was preaching against that. And that is what we're going to be seeing in the Boko Haram since we're going to be talking about them. I need to move very fast. Also, he denounced the Nigerian state and its constitution. It's very typical. All right? He criticized the established Muslim leaders and scholars. Why? Because he believed that they are not following the religion of Islam any longer. He claimed to possess prophetic authority, meaning that he has some certain things that he has within himself that other leaders should look up to. Why? Because he has a prophetic mandate and a prophetic authority, and then he should be respected. And then his teaching actually differ from the Sunni Orthodox Islam that is practiced in the northern part of Nigeria. Now, although Maitasini did not formally declare historical jihad, just like Usman Danfodio actually did, but then the movement that he had and the followers that he had became violently confrontational. All right, And then we have this deadly activity that happened in the 1980s, especially in Kano State, in another part of Nigeria. There was a deadly clash. And as a result of that clash, the policemen and the security, the military, they actually confronted the follower of Maitasini. And because of that, over 4,000 persons actually died. This is what was reported in the news. Of course, it's over that. But of course, this is what we have in the news. 4,000 persons actually died. And then, in this particular clash, Maitasini himself actually was murdered. Now, because of time, because I'm supposed to have a reflection on Maitasini, because of time, I'm just going to talk about the Boko Haram, and then we're going to wrap it up right here. The Boko Haram. This particular group actually, started up in 2022, sorry, not 2022, 2002. And then you can see them right there. You can see them in the camouflage, of course, the one that have gotten from the soldiers that have been killed. You can see the machine guns right there. You can see the the guns that they have in the background. This particular group was actually created by a particular Malam. His name is Muhammad Yusuf in 2002 in Maduguri. All right. And then when he did that, initially the name of their group in Arabic is Jamatu Al-Sunnah Lidawatu wal Jihad. That is, the people committed to the propagation of the Prophet's teaching and jihad. That is actually what they call themselves. But you know what? They were eventually nicknamed Boko Haram. And Boko Haram means Western education is forbidden. Yusuf preached against Western style of education, democracy, and what he thought was actually a corruption in the governance in Nigeria. And then initially, that movement was actually functioning as a radical state within a particular mosque. But before you know it, they went into a full-blown radical and jihadic activity, and they started killing a lot of people. I'm going to be wrapping it up because I can see my moderator right there on the screen. So let me just move it to what I'm going to be talking about what the Christian church should do. As you can see, a couple of things right there. I'm just going to be talking about what the Christian church should do right now. Of course, I did mention that these things is actually Islamic, because some might be asking, and all of this is in Islamic, why are the Muslims killed? I was sorry, I could not talk about the reason why Muslims are also killed. But basically, the reason why the Muslims are killed, the Boko Haram mentioned it. The reason why they are killed is because they believe that any Muslim that is not supporting what they are doing is already a mushrik and should therefore be killed. So what must the church do? Here's what the church should do. The church should actually pray for the persecuted Christians, all right? If you're in the West right now, you're thinking that this is not happening to me, it does not really matter, it is not happening to me. No, this is actually wrong. You should pray for the persecuted Christians that are actually going through this. We need your prayers. It's really very important. Then you need to support the persecuted Christians. I was in Jos last year, and I was with an organization that had done a couple of, in fact, tremendous work in helping to rebuild the houses of Christians who have been persecuted. This particular organization has been able to rebuild over 75 houses. They are doing a lot of work. And there's some organizations that are doing the very same thing. We need to support this organization so that the Christians can be supported. So we need support. Yes, prayer, and then we need support and funding as well. Then we need to educate Christians on Islamic jihad. A lot of Christians don't know what is going on. They feel that these are just radicalized Muslims. They don't understand the Quran. They are fundamentalists. But you see, these things are actually grounded in the Quran and the Hadith, the Sunnah of the Prophet. And then we need to reach out to the Muslims with the gospel. When we do this, it will help us to, expose the lies of the radicalization in Islam. And the gospel, when the gospel penetrates the heart of a radical person or somebody who is on the verge of being a radical, it helps them to realize that there is no way in this particular activity, and the only salvation they can have is in Jesus Christ. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so grateful. I know I've taken a couple of time, but again, Pastor George, it's a privilege for me to be here. I'm so grateful. I'm not taking it for granted. Thank you, Brother Kelvin. And I also want to appreciate Luis, LIONHEART. Thank you for the presentation. And also, Brother Ayo Shodipe, thank you for all that you've done. God bless you. I hope this has been helpful. It's KOREDE here, over and out.
Awesome, man. That was awesome. And seeing your slides as you were clicking through them, I hate you didn't get to it because that was some good stuff. It really was. But you have done a good job of really kind of bringing it personal and bringing it home to what Islamic, what we just call it Islamic fundamentalism, looks like in practice, in real time. You guys are living it in Nigeria. And I'm thankful for your last slide, because I was going to ask you, how can we help? But yeah, you went through that. And so With that said, just hey, how can other people find you? How can we find your work? And just ways we can help.
Okay. Okay. So the information about how you can find me is actually on the screen right there. So I'm actually on YouTube by the name Seasoned Apologist. That's yeah, there you go. Thank you so much for that. I'm on YouTube, Seasoned Apologist. Yeah, that's the yeah. So Seasoned Apologist on YouTube. In fact, that's the name all across the social media platform for the ministry that I run, Seasoned Apologist. But then I have a Facebook account, a personal Facebook account, KOREDE OLAWOYIN, just in case if you want to reach out to me personally. Yeah, so basically that's how I can be reached out to. Thank you so much.
Awesome, awesome. Well, we appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing you on the panel discussion later on.
Amen. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome to the Black Man in Islam conference hosted by Ministry to Muslims. I am your host, Kevin Briggins, Managing Director for the Center for Biblical Unity. And we're going to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Greg Maxwell. Greg holds a master's degree in Christian apologetics from Biola University. He has been a member of Ministry to Muslims for 27 years and actively visits and shares the gospel of Christ with Muslims at various mosques, to include the Nation of Islam. And he has over 40 years of total ministry experience. Brother Greg, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kevin. God bless you. It's a privilege to go ahead and speak after Louis Ayo KOREDE on Black Man and the Hadith, Islam and the Slave Trade, Genocide in Nigeria. And KOREDE, thank you for that book. I'm going to go ahead and buy that book. My talk is going to be on Islam and the Nation of Islam. I'm going to go and cover the differences, the similarities, enigma of Malcolm X, the moral life of Muhammad, and I'll be touching on slavery and Islam, and these are actual slave handcuffs. And then I'll conclude with why the gospel of Jesus Christ is the best option for the black man. So let me see if I can get my slide on here. There we go. So Islam, the Nation of Islam, and the black man. And you'll see here, I got the Twin Towers, and I have pictures there of Fard Muhammad right here, Elijah Muhammad, Farrakhan, and Malcolm X, who was one time member. And then I have the Kaaba, Muslims praying, a Muslim here. This is supposed to be Muhammad. I have here the Statue of Liberty, and then the UFOs go ahead and represent the epistemology of the beliefs of the Nation of Islam, and I'll go into their beliefs also for you. So there's two main groups that are responsible for contributing to the growth of Islam in the black community. It's Orthodox Islam and the Nation of Islam. And Islam's getting most of its converts in prison, high school campuses, university campuses. The majority of American converts to Islam, 80 to 85%, are black. An estimated 4.5 million of Muslims in the United States, 1.3 million are black. and Muslims like to go ahead and talk about Islam being the fastest growing religion. There's 2 billion Muslims in the world. And their goal is to go ahead and have everyone under Sharia law. And each year is about 34,000 people who convert to Islam in the United States. Islam is targeting the Black community with a false gospel of Islam. Therefore, it's very important that that we share the gospel of Jesus Christ with Muslims, especially those who are in the Black community. And there's reasons why people in the Black community go ahead and accept Islam. One of the presuppositions is Islam is a religion of the Black man and Black woman. Christianity is a religion of the white man, white savior, and white God. And supposedly our ancestors were originally Muslim, and we had Christianity forced on us by the white masters. And everyone, especially with the 9/11 attacks, Islam really afterwards took off. The Huffington Post says it's estimated that 34,000 Americans convert to Islam annually. And I have here where the New York Times talks about the conversion also of African Americans. So how do we respond to the challenge of Islam and the Nation of Islam? How are we to reach the African American with the gospel of Christ? We're given a biblical mandate. One is with the word of God, John 17:17. The other is with the word of God, 2 Timothy 3:16. Education, learning about Islam, 2 Timothy 2:15. Study to show thyself approved, a worker who need not be ashamed. Active evangelism, 2 Timothy 4:1-5. And refuting the claims of Islam with the Great Commission, Matthew 28:18-20. So we have that many African American Muslims desire to follow a form of prayer, have a God, a prophet, a religious text in the Quran. Yet there's a distinction between Islam and the Nation of Islam that are often not clearly understood. And I have a scripture here that for the time will come when they will not tolerate sound doctrine, but according to their own desires and having itchy ears, they will go ahead and have teachers, and they'll turn aside to myths. That's in 2 Timothy 4. So this right here, you guys, is when I was in Dearborn, Michigan, I brought this scripture up to Muslims, and I bring it up to Muslims too. And I'd like to tell you also that I'm not a keyboard apologist. I go to the Muslim mosque bi-weekly out here in this state with the other Christians through Ministry of the Muslims. And I've been to the Nation of Islam mosque too. So I've been in them battle, in those trenches, talking to Muslims, many Muslims. So anyway, in Surah 3:106-108, and I was just online yesterday on a live stream. It was a pure Muslim live stream, and they booted me off, and I brought this scripture up to them. So this is Surah 3:106-108, and it was a gentleman on the live stream who converted to Islam. On the day when some faces will be white and some faces will be turned black, to those faces who will be black, did you reject faith after accepting it? Taste then the penalty of rejecting faith. But to those whose faces will be white, they will be light of the mercy therein dwell. These are the signs of Allah. But as Christians, we look at not race, we look at grace. And this is in Revelation 7:9, excuse me. After this, I looked, and there was a vast multitude from every nation, tribe, people, language, no one could number, standing before the throne and before the Lamb. And they were robed in white with plain branches in their hands, and they cried out with a loud voice, saying, salvation belongs to God. So it's all people in heaven. It's not like where you see Surah 3:106, where it mentions about there's people who denied the faith, so their skin is turned black, and there's people who accept the faith, and then they're in Jannah, in heaven, and they have white skin. So anyway, everyone, what's the difference between the Nation of Islam and Orthodox Islam? And I'm going to go ahead and share with you for you can know the differences. So the leadership in the Nation of Islam, this gentleman here is named Master Fard Muhammad, and he founded the Nation of Islam in 1930, and he was their leader for till 1934, and then supposedly he mysteriously disappeared. So he's called the Supreme of Allah. So they believe every 25,000 years there's a cycle where you have different gods. So he's the current God. He's also called the Supreme Christ. He's the Mahdi, he's the Son of Man, and he's the Messiah. He's Master Fard Muhammad. So after he disappeared, the mantle went to Elijah Muhammad, who took over from 1934 to 1975. So he's the last messenger of Allah. He's the greater Christ. He's the apostle of the Lamb of Allah. He's the Lamb of God. And what's ironic is that he was the son of a Baptist minister. And he's called the greater Christ. Fard Muhammad is the supreme Christ. He's the greater Christ. And we have Louis Farrakhan, who's the current leader from 1977 to now. And Louis Farrakhan is the lesser Christ. He's called the mighty God, the Prince of Peace, wonderful counselor. It comes from Isaiah 9:6. And he was an Episcopalian before he converted to the Nation of Islam. And he's the son of a Baptist minister. And Malcolm X recruited him into the Nation of Islam when he was a teenager. So Islam rejects the leadership of the Nation of Islam. You'll see in green that refers to Orthodox Islam. They embrace the Shahada, which means there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. I have the textbooks that are used that have the epistemology, the beliefs of the Nation of Islam. You have what's right here, a message to the black man, our Savior has arrived, the fall of America, the theology of time. They use the Quran, but they believe, but a lot of their theology comes from here, and they'll use the Quran to support it. They use the Bible too, but they believe that the Bible has been corrupted, and they cherry pick from the Quran. In Orthodox Islam, they go ahead and reject all the books and the teachings of the Nation of Islam. The Quran alone is the word of God, Surah 15:9. And Muhammad is the prophet of God. So going again with the beliefs of the Nation of Islam, they believe that 78 trillion years ago, there was triple thick darkness in the universe. Nothing existed. And then out of this darkness, out of the atom of life, the first Allah went ahead and emerged out of triple thick darkness. So God was black, and he went ahead and created himself. Islam rejects this. It's Surah Aqas, Surah 112:2. Allah is eternal. Allah has no beginning or end. The Nation of Islam teaches that there's 24 imams who are lesser gods, and these lesser gods, they analyze and calculate history. So they're a counselor of lesser gods, and they're 24 scientists. They create what's called a mothership. It's a large UFO the size of a planet, and it has 1,500 smaller UFOs. And these imams that you see in the picture here created this in Japan. And the mothership and them UFOs are out of the atmosphere. And Farrakhan says that the UFOs go ahead and follow him to protect him. Islam rejects the 24 elders, the ancient imams, the scientists, and the counselors of the lesser gods. Islam believes that there's only one God, Allah. That's what's called the doctrine of Tawheed, or it's called Ahad or Wahid. There's only one God, and there's no other. So with the Nation of Islam, the first Allah, their Allahs only last 25,000 years. But before that Allah passes, he passes his wisdom, knowledge, power, and intelligence to the next Allah. And then the cycle just continues on and on. Again, in the green, Orthodox Islam rejects the doctrine of the 25,000-year cycle of mortal gods. Islam teaches that Allah is eternal, and that there's no other, to go ahead and say that there's another, then you're doing what's called shirk, and that's in Surah 4:48, that Allah has no partners or anything like that. And Islam teaches that that Allah resembles no one. Surah 112. So with the creation of man, this is going to the Nation of Islam. The first Allah went ahead and created man out of the dust of the earth. He created the original man in his image. So since Allah is black and he created the first man had to go ahead and be black also. And they also teach that all men, since you're in the image of God, Farrakhan and the late Elijah Muhammad teach that their membership are God's. Elijah Muhammad said, declare that, why are you looking around, wanting to bow to God and worship God? You are God. And this of Our Savior has arrived, page 35. And they believe that the original Jews are the tribe of Shabazz, which is everyone who's a Nation of Islam member. And that add this to you guys, they believe that the whole earth was a paradise and that everyone on earth was black. Orthodox Islam teaches that there's none like Allah, Surah 112:14. They rejected that God is black, or that humans are in the image of God, referring to a physical image. So with the Nation of Islam, you may ask, where the races come from and stuff. Well, you had one of the 24 scientists, you had someone named Yaqub, and 6,600 years ago, he started messing with genetics and DNA. He was experimenting with it. And then when he experimented with it, he was using steel, and then he could see how steel could go ahead and rub and cause sparks. So when he messed with the DNA of the black man with experiments, he grafted from there a white man. Through his experiments, you had the Asian, you had the Hispanics, but he grafted a white man, this white race, and the white race is the devil. And this white race just went ahead and spread out, which is the devil, and it's usurping the authority of the black man. So there's a war going on right now. So you see here, I have here Yaqub with the test tube, and you see where he created the devil, which is a white man. Here's a white man here. You'll see the microscope. So going with Orthodox Islam, they reject the Yaqub. They reject the white race going ahead being devil. They believe Iblis, or the devil, is a spirit being. So today, like I told you, with the 25,000 year cycle, you have Master Fard Muhammad, who's the God who's reigning, the supreme Christ, the Son of Man. Islam rejects Fard Muhammad being Allah. And again, that's what's called shirk, and that goes against their beliefs. Surah 4:48, making partners with God, and Surah 112, 1-2. There's nothing like Allah. He's eternal. He's absolute. So with their Armageddon, the Nation of Islam believes that Jesus Christ will go ahead and return on the clouds, but the cloud is going to go ahead and be the mothership. This person right here, Fard Muhammad, is going to be the Jesus riding on the clouds, and there'll be a battle. And when the battle happens, these 1,500 UFOs with missiles, bombs, atomic bombs, and the mothership, when it returns to Earth, it's going to completely annihilate the white race, and Earth will turn back into a black paradise. The devil will no longer exist, which is the Caucasian race. So like I said, there will be a battle in the sky. Earth will be the Garden of Eden again. It'll be a paradise. And this goes against the teachings of Orthodox Islam. Orthodox Islam, they believe that their Jesus Christ, Isa, will return. He's going to break all the crosses off churches. He will go ahead and he will lead a war. Mahdi, he will go ahead and fight Dajjal, which is an antichrist. So the Nation of Islam doesn't believe in hell or heaven or literal places where people go for eternity. They just believe it's conditions of the mind. Hell is being under the rulership of the white man. Heaven is the mental resurrection of oneself, and realizing that your God is Fard Muhammad and your messenger is the Prophet Muhammad. That's your Shahada, by the way, too. And Farrakhan is his Christ, and your religion is the Nation of Islam. Islam rejects the Nation of Islam's teaching about heaven and hell merely being a state of mind. Islam teaches that heaven and hell are literal places. So there's a prophecy given in the Injil that the Nation of Islam holds on to, and it's a divine prophecy, and it's in Philippians 2:10, that once earth is returned back to a black paradise, black ruled, with a black Allah, which is Fard Muhammad and the 24th scientists and the tribe of Shabazz, that every knee will bow, every tongue will confess that Fard Muhammad is Jesus Christ to the glory of the black nation. Islam rejects and worships only Allah as God and not the Nation of Islam's form of God. This rejection includes a rejection of Fard Muhammad. And as I said before, Surah 448 is shirk. So here's some of the similarities I'm going to talk to about the Nation of Islam and Orthodox Islam. They both deny the Trinity, the deity of Christ. Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Jesus Christ was crucified on the cross, the bodily resurrection of Christ. They both denied salvation by grace through faith in Jesus Christ. They both denied the reliability of the Old and New Testament being the Word of God, believing that it's been corrupted. Both believe Islam is a true religion of the black man. Both believe Islam will one day be the dominant religion, which will do away with religions, non-Muslims. Islam will rule the world, thus establishing an Islamic theocracy on earth. Both say the Shahada, but their Shahadas are different, though. Both go ahead and you have 5 daily prayers. You have Ramadan going on. The Nation of Islam has that. Both believe that Christianity is responsible for the African slavery. IO did an excellent job talking about Islamic slavery, and Lewis did a good job documenting also in the Hadith. So the enigma of Malcolm X, I've read his autobiography several times, and I'll talk a little bit about him. And he's probably one of the most famous converts, not only to the Nation of Islam, and then to Orthodox Islam, Sunni Islam. His book, his lectures, speeches, debates, television appearances. I mean, he went to Harvard, he went to Yale to speak. He went to Michigan State. He's been to Cambridge, where he went ahead and spoke. And he advocated, talked about the Nation of Islam and then Islam. So he was born in 1925. His name was Earl Little. His father was a Baptist preacher. His mother was named Louise. His father died, was killed when he was 6 years old. His mother had suffered a nervous breakdown because she had a large number of kids. And so Malcolm X ended up going to a group home. So when he was in this group home, when he was in the 8th grade, he mentioned to his teacher, because she said, "What would you like to do, Malcolm?" So he said, "I'd like to go ahead and become a lawyer." She said, "That's unrealistic goal for you as a black boy." And Malcolm X said when she told him that just shattered him. So anyway, he left the group home. He went to go, when he was 15, to go live with his sister. His name was Detroit Red. And why he was on Detroit, and he called himself Detroit Red because he was out there being a thug, being a criminal, smoking, doing drugs. He was hustling. We call the vernacular slinging. He was doing likes, which means that he's robbing, selling drugs. He was a pimp. He had white women that he had as who were prostitutes that he was making money off. And then what happened was he did a strong armed robberies. So Detroit Red ended up going to prison. He was incarcerated in prison, and he was given a 6 to 8 year prison sentence. He could barely read or write. So he said in his autobiography that a prisoner told him, one of the inmates told him, start reading. So, but Malcolm X said when he would open up a book, it was really hard to understand it. So what Malcolm X did was he took a dictionary and he started copying every word and learning every word in that dictionary. So when the lights would go off at 10 o'clock, the prison guards would go ahead and do their looking at the different inmates and make sure they're sleeping, doing their compliance checks. He said that he would go over by his prison cell, and that when he went by his prison cell, the lights were on in the hallway, and that he would go ahead and continue looking at the dictionary, copying stuff. So he was in prison. He would go to the to the chaplain meetings where you would have the Protestant and Catholics, and then he would make fun of organized religion. And one of the prison chaplains named him Satan. There we go. All right, I'm going to my next slide here. All righty. So by this time, Malcolm, in 1947, I'll just talk through the slide. I won't read it verbatim. Malcolm X's brothers and sister became members of the Nation of Islam under Elijah Muhammad. And so they started talking to him, corresponding to him about the epistemology beliefs of the Nation of Islam. And then they started, like they were writing, and then his brother started visiting him, Reginald, and talking to him, bringing religious material from the Nation of Islam for him to go ahead and read. And by the way, Malcolm X said that he memorized almost the whole dictionary, and he wrote the whole dictionary out, punctuations, everything. And then he said he started getting books. He started getting books on Socrates. He started getting books on philosophy, history, and stuff. And then he said it just opened up where he could go ahead and read. So he was released in 1952 from prison, and he traveled to go ahead and meet Elijah Muhammad. He ended up becoming a member of the Nation of Islam. He changed his name from Little to X because he said that X symbolized a surname we lost through slavery. So he grew rapidly when Malcolm X grew rapidly when he was in the Nation of Islam. He ended up becoming a national spokesman. He became a minister, had his own mosque. As I said, he spoke at universities. Because of Malcolm X and his elegance of speaking, it grew from 500 members to almost 30,000 members. And as I said before, Malcolm X went ahead and recruited Louis Farrakhan into the Nation of Islam. And you see Malcolm X right here, and you see Louis Farrakhan right here to his left. Sorry, you guys. All right. But then without reading the whole slide, Malcolm X started getting popular. Elijah Muhammad started getting real jealous. And then rumors were spreading that Malcolm X was trying to take over the Nation of Islam, and he wanted credit for all of its teachings. And then Malcolm X came over to Elijah Muhammad saying, "Hey, are you saying this about me?" He says, "No, I would never say that about you." But he was spreading rumors about Malcolm X. So anyway, a split happened between Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad. In fact, I want to bring this point up. When in 1963, when John F. Kennedy was assassinated, Elijah Muhammad told his ministers, "Don't speak on it." Malcolm X did, and he poked fun at saying the roosters came home to roost, talking about what happened with John F. Kennedy, and he was silenced for 90 days for doing that. But this gentleman right here, that you see right here, his name is Wallace Muhammad. He told Malcolm X that, hey, my father's having these extramarital affairs with these secretaries. There was 6 secretaries, and he's having these sexual liaisons with him, and Elijah Muhammad's married with children. And so, in fact, he ended up getting, there was 8 secretaries. He got 6 pregnant. I think they had 9 children from him. So Malcolm X was shattered by this, and he went over, he talked to Elijah Muhammad about it. And because what shattered Malcolm X was, we have bylaws where people were either excommunicated or they were shunned for almost up to a year for sexual misconduct. And the rules came from Elijah Muhammad himself, and he's being a hypocrite. He's breaking his very rules. So Malcolm X confronted him on it. And this is what Elijah Muhammad told him. Yes, but he said, I'm fulfilling prophecy. Just as Abdullah ibn Muhammad had 12 wives, just as Abraham and Solomon had wives, I'm just fulfilling prophecy. So he was shaken at his core. It shattered him. He thought that Elijah Muhammad was a divine person, the supreme Christ, and it just shattered his whole beliefs. So Malcolm X became disillusioned. He left the Nation of Islam. He broke away in 1964. He did the Hajj. He went to Saudi Arabia. He ended up becoming a Sunni Muslim. He changed his name to Al-Hajj Malik Al-Shabazz. And I think about Io and even and Lewis, where you're talking about how the black man was enslaved by the Muslims with the Sahara slave trade. And here's Malcolm X taking a slave name, where he's taking a Sunni name. So in 1965, Malcolm X was assassinated. And I didn't show this, you guys, but right here, I have this, and they're actual Nation of Islam newspapers. I got them bound in here. And Farrakhan called for the death of Malcolm X. Not only did he call for the death, we know what we have to do with the Jews. This is in their publication called The Final Call. So anyway, assassination crew, which were the Nation of Islam members, came and they shot Malcolm X 21 times when he was given talking. And Thomas Hayer was locked up. Norman Butler and Thomas Johnson were also locked up, but they later were exonerated. But Hayer ended up naming his accomplices, which were McKinley, Bradley, Davis, and Benjamin Thomas, who were all with him when they shot and killed Malcolm X. And what was ironic, Malcolm X's funeral wasn't at a mosque, it was at a Christian church, Faith Temple Church of God. So it's just kind of puzzling that, he, like I said, he took an Arabic name. So, I wanted to point out that before Malcolm X died, when he did the Hajj, he went to Algeria, Egypt, Lebanon, Morocco, and Saudi Arabia. And guess what, you guys? As Lewis pointed out and Io pointed out, all those Muslim countries that Malcolm X went to had African slavery. They had it from 650 all the way to the 20th century. And what's ironic is that slavery in Saudi Arabia ended by John F. Kennedy in 1962 to Black African slavery. And here's Malcolm X in 1964 going to Saudi Arabia, becoming a Muslim, and that prior president, John F. Kennedy, he had made fun of, ended African slavery. But as KOREDE went ahead and pointed out, and the other speakers, we still have slavery going on in those Muslim countries. So what I'm pointing out here, though, is I talked about John F. Kennedy without going through the slide, and slavery ended, as I said before, in Saudi Arabia in 1962, and it was because of a political pressure from President Kennedy. So I'm just going to touch just briefly on the slave trade that the Muslims hid, using the slave shackles, just briefly, because Io did an excellent job, and he documented it, and also Lewis the Lionhearted. So the chains and tears of Muslim slavery. So you see a slave being beat by his master in Africa. So a lot of the Muslims who are joining the Nation of Islam and the Black Muslims, if you're listening to this, the Muslims start slavery way before America did. They started in the 5th century. In the 7th century. And it lasted till the 20th century. Uh-oh, lost my slide. Next slide there. Thank you. So you see the we had the transatlantic slave trade, but this is a trans-Sahara slave trade. And one point I wanted to bring, I'll go back right here, is that the transatlantic slave trade was for 3 centuries with the United States, from the 16th century to the 18th century. With Britain, it was from the 15th century to the 19th century. From Islam, it was from the 7th century to the 20th century, and actually it's still going on today. And Lewis document where Muhammad, right here, I have a picture of someone that's supposed to be Muhammad, with where he had black slaves, and it continued with the 4 rightly guided caliphs, and it went to the caliphate all the way to the 20th century. Here's black slaves here. I had something where I read where up to 180 million black African slaves were captured, marched across the hot Sahara Desert, across the Indian Ocean, and the majority of slaves, up to 80 to 90%, perished because of that brutal trip. And one point that I wanted to bring out is that the Muslims, when the African black slaves were in the Arabic countries, the women were more valued than the men, just the opposite of the United States and Britain slave trade, because they had harems where they would have the young girls and boys. And as Io talked about, he mentioned that the men were and the boys were made soldiers, but also men were castrated. Some were castrated, black African slaves, and they were made to guard harems. So you couldn't have children. And if a lady or a girl did get pregnant, that baby was immediately killed, because it was only the Muslim master that could go ahead and impregnate the baby. So I already talked about the mortality rate. I'll just mention here with the transatlantic slave trade, 12 million slaves came over. Only 10%, maybe 2 million died, but you had 80 to 90% with the trans-Sahara slave trade. And one fact I wanted to bring up is that the slaves weren't allowed to get married. But in America, the slaves could get married and they could go ahead and have children. The men were castrated. And I wanted to bring this point up, is that abd is a derogatory term for slave. And you know what? In the Arabic countries, they use that referring to black people as Muslims, abd. So a lot of the Muslims, the Nation of Islam, if you're not aware, Orthodox Islam, people who joined but thinking it's a black religion, well, Muhammad was black. Sahid al-Bahari talks about him being a white person, not a black person. In fact, in this book right here that I have right here, this tafsir, it's called Muhammad, the Messenger of Allah. It's by Ash Shafi Quadi Ihad. It says here on page 375 and 387, it says, if anybody says that Muhammad's a black man, you immediately kill him on the spot. So with the moral life of Muhammad, a lot of people aren't aware of his, the Muslims who joined aren't aware that he married a young girl who was 6 years old, and he was 54 years old, and he consummated his marriage or had sex with her at 9. In fact, before he even went ahead and married, in Sahih, in the Hadith, Muhammad seen her, and before marriage, he had seen her in a dream, and then he asked the angel, can you undress her for I can see what her nakedness looks like? And Muhammad's supposed to be an example for all Muslims today, Surah 33:21. So this is just Aisha talking here in Sahih al-Bahari, volume 5. I'm not going to read all this. Chapter 43, number 234. She just talks about how Muhammad, when she was on a swing, and then he came to her, and he ended up marrying her and stuff like that as a little girl, and she was still playing with dolls. In fact, this is kind of gross, but I have to bring this up. Muhammad did what's called mufa, or thighing, and this is in the Hadith, Sahih al-Bahari Hadith. When Muhammad had an erection, he would have Aisha in front of him, and then she would go ahead and fondle him. It says it right in there that he would fondle her, so he was training her for sex when she was 6 years old. In Ibn Ishaq's book, page 311, without reading, I'll just paraphrase it. He's seen a young girl crawling on the ground, a baby, and he lusted after the baby, and he says, Alhamdulillah, she's going to be my wife one day. And he died before he could go ahead and carry that out. And that was in 632. When he seen the baby, he died in 632. So today, based on what Muhammad did with Aisha, this is in the divine fatwas, which are by legal scholars, which is binding on all Muslims around the world. A Muslim can go ahead and have a child bride. So you guys right here, this picture you see, no, that's not men with their little sisters. No, these are Muslim men here that are having, these are their child brides that they're going to go ahead and marry. So as I have here in this, here's a child bride here. You have here in the normal world, here's a father with his child. Here you have a Muslim with his child bride. And just, I'll paraphrase this, in Surah 33:37, it talks about where Muhammad is allowed to take his adopted son's wife as his wife, because he's seen her partially undressed, and then he lusted after, and Zayed wanted to give his wife Zainab to him, and Muhammad says, no, I can't do that. Well, all of a sudden, he got a bogus revelation in the Quran that says that he could go ahead, Zayed can go ahead and divorce his wife, and you can go ahead and take her, and then he committed adultery. I just talk about where Muhammad murdered people. You had the Battle of Trenches, 600 to 900 peaceful Jews he had beheaded, and then the women, young boys and girls were made slaves. A gentleman named Abu Aflaq in Mecca would go ahead and Muhammad would say something, Abu Aflaq would say something, and people were gravitating towards Abu Aflaq. So Muhammad told one of his men to go ahead and kill him, and they stuck a spear in his side when he was sleeping on the streets and killed him. So I wanted to say here, this is like in conclusion, I have given my life for a divine calling, not a race con. I found my identity in grace, not race. The fruit of the Spirit is love, not hate. The fruit of the Spirit, again, is love. Christianity is not a white man's religion, nor is it a black man's religion. Christianity belongs to everyone in the world. Hatred of other races cannot come from a holy, righteous, and loving God. A doctrine of racial hatred comes from the enemy himself, the evil one, Satan. The Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they're not black Gospels. They're not red Gospels. They're love Gospels for all mankind. So I see that Kevin's on here. My time is going ahead and end it. So, and I wanted to end it with this, Kevin. As we say in the ministry of Muslims, no one cares how much you know until they see how much you care. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. That was really good. And I will say that as you were teaching on the Nation of Islam, I kept hearing the rap lyrics of my youth come back. I started to hear the Wu-Tang and all of that stuff. Now knowing where it came from about the mothership and all of those types of things. Yeah. And so that was really informative. And yeah.
We can say this in rap: Jesus, he changed our lives. Jesus, he switched us from wrong to right.
There you go. Brother. There you go. All right. Thank you. And I look forward to seeing you on the panel later.
All right. Thank you. God bless you.
Yeah. Welcome, everyone, to the Black Man in Islam Conference presented by the Ministry to Muslims. I am your host, Kevin Briggins, Managing Director for the Center for Biblical Unity. I am happy to introduce our final speaker of this conference. VOCAB Malone holds a master's degree from Phoenix Seminary and has engaged in postgrad work at Talbot School of Theology and Trinity Evangelical Divinity School. VOCAB's ministry is urban contextualized apologetics. He hosts a live stream show on YouTube and across various social media platforms titled The Street Apologist. VOCAB has participated in many public debates and dialogues with Muslims, Comedics, and especially Hebrew Israelites. He's the author of a book, One West Hebrew Israelism, Street Level Apologetics, and a contributing author to Our God is Triune, Essays in Biblical Theology. He's a freelance contributor for apologetics print publications such as the Christian Research Journal. VOCAB, we appreciate you joining us. Brother, the floor is yours.
Hey, Kevin, great to meet you. I think I know one reason I liked you right when I heard you. You like 90s hip hop.
Absolutely.
All right. A man of taste and discernment, I see. Well, next time we do this, you got to put me after the brother. How do you say it's not AO? How do you pronounce the name? You got to put me after him. I mean, before him, because I don't like going after someone who just killed it. High standard you set in here. Well, seriously, but everyone did great, and I've enjoyed all the presentations. And what I'm going to do now is go through some oppression and bigotry within Islamic history. And it's kind of like that's what we've all been doing in a sense, right? I just have a less cool title, I suppose. But It's a sort of a scattering of various things that are mainly lesser known. So there's some things you'll see right away when you get into this topic, but sometimes there's weaker hadith, as the Muslims would judge them, or Shia hadith, and sometimes they're not mentioned as much. Or a lot of Sunni sources are brought out, which makes sense, 90% or so, right, of the Islamic population. But I want to show some things within Shia sources and some hadith that are considered weaker, although I challenge these hadith sciences. Really, it's very arbitrary the way a lot of it's done. And I'm going to show some of these things. Mainly, if you said, what is your presentation vocab? Like a bunch of racist quotes. That's kind of what the presentation is. And so let's get into it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Perfect timing. Wow, look at that. And I'm looking forward to this. I'm going to try to pay attention to the live chat because I'd like to open up for questions if we get the time. I really would like to do that. So we will do our darndest to make that happen. Now, when you talk about Black Muslims in the United States, the Pluralism Project, something Harvard does, says that Black Americans make up about 20% of the total of the Muslim population in the United States today. Obviously, that's significant, right? Higher than the 12 or 13% of the total U.S. population that Black Americans are usually projected to be. And so you have what you might consider somewhat of an overrepresentation there. And we've talked about some of the reasons why that happens today. There's a white scholar, Dr. Jonathan Brown, who covers a lot of the issues related to slavery and Islam and Blackness, as you can see. He's actually a Muslim, he says. He's a professor at Georgetown, and he does a lot of these because he's written on a lot of it. Now, he's a legitimate scholar, absolutely, but he's sort of a progressive Muslim in a lot of ways and tries to filter Islam through a progressive lens. And in doing so, acts as a sort of apologist for things that have happened in Islamic history. But I don't consider him a liar or a fraud. He does good work. He brings a lot of sources out. And if you're a scholar, there's a certain level of honesty and forthrightness you have to really do it. Oh, I like that. That's not bad. And so you learn a lot reading or listening to him just because of his amount of knowledge that he brings forward. Here's something he said that I found interesting. This is just one quote in regards to the whole concept of anti-Blackness. This is Dr. Jonathan Brown. There is no denying that anti-Black sentiment is rampant among many Muslims. Now, he is more talking about in the Islamic world. Now, he's going to say what a lot of Muslims would say, which is this is out of line with the Prophet's model to us. This is out of step with his character and what true Islam is. I think if we say that in regards to biblical Christianity, if we were going to say the same thing, we are absolutely right. It's out of step to be a bigot. Out of step. I mean, actually, it's directly in the New Testament. In Islam, it is not so clear if it is really out of step to be anti-Black, or at least to look at Black folks as lesser than. And not only that, to have all kinds of fear of all kinds of others, as we're going to see as we get into this. It's just usually Black folks catch the worst end of it in regards to Islam. But this is what he says, and he even brings up a contemporary example that many of you know. It's seen in the deplorable habit of some Arabs. I wonder if it's some, many, most, some Arabs to refer to Black people as abid, slaves. This is indefensible. Well, I agree it's indefensible, but I don't know if it's really indefensible if you look at the Islamic sources. Now, he does a lot of these panels, Zoom things. This is with some Muslims in London, I believe. And that's actually his book, Islam and Blackness. I've read it. You actually will learn a lot. You'll see him defend certain things or try to defend it, but you still learn a lot just because he is doing scholarship. I encourage you guys, if you want to see a perspective of how a Muslim wants to defend these things from a scholastic level, check this out. It'll give you a good idea because he's really cutting edge. He's not the only one on it, but he's cutting edge in how he really does this according to the rigor, in a sense, of modern scholarship, you might say. But kind of flipping around a little bit, another book I'd recommend for a different reason. This is two different editions of it. Ephraim Karsh, Islamic Imperialism. Islamic Imperialism. Now the edition I have is a different color. Got Bin Laden playing peekaboo down here at the bottom. This is published by Yale University Press. A really good book, and you don't really hear Islamic and imperialism conjoined together as much as you should. if you're going to look at things through the critical lens, which is if you're the majority, if you've been historically part of an oppressor people group, Islam and lots of Arab empires, if we're going to say that, would definitely qualify, but they don't a lot of times because it's often done in a Western context. And it's like, well, but hold on, brown. So through a critical lens, you can't consider them part of an oppressive people group. They're going to always be oppressed, right? This is kind of how these things are shaking out. But a book like this just tells you the truth. You know, it's just not sensationalistic. It just tells you what really happened. And the brother had already brought out the Zanj Rebellion, and I have got to agree with him. Why have we never heard about this? Why do we have to go deep into the history and the annals of Islam to learn about the Zanj Rebellion? Why is it most Muslims you talk to don't know much about the Zanj Rebellion? Why? Why is this is not some conspiracy? This really happened. This painting, by the way, is quite grotesque if you study it in depth. Now, as we look at this, we say, okay, what's going on here? Well, I'm gonna read you a little bit about what's going on here with the Zanj Rebellion. Can I do that? Can I do that? I'm going to read you a little bit about it, okay? This is from page 49 of aforementioned book. No sooner had the dust settled on Babak's revolt than the imperial center was rocked by a similarly formidable social rising, this time by the empire's most despised class, the Zanj. Herded by the hundreds and thousands into the labor camps in the salt flats near Basra, without their families or hope, and given meager rations of food, these black East African slaves had revolted previously during Umayyad times, and in the autumn of 869, they again rose in strength. Led by a charismatic Iranian Kharijite who claimed Ali descent and styled himself as the Mahdi, put a pause on that. I would imagine what would happen is if I was a Muslim apologist of some sort, I would focus in on this and say, no, this was essentially putting down a heretic uprising, because the man who led it actually wasn't Zanj, ironically enough, and would be by Orthodox Islamic standards a heretic. In fact, his own people got tired of him later on when he started asking them to prescribe prayers in his name. But that doesn't wipe away what was really going on here. This is slave dissatisfaction. Why is this important? And I'm putting it mildly to say dissatisfaction. Muslim apologists usually give us this line, well, our slavery was so much nicer than your guys's. This is the kind of thing we hear. Well, the Zanj Rebellion wasn't the only one, but it was a big one, and we need to talk about it. It doesn't seem like these slaves really wanted to be slaves so much. It doesn't seem like it was so great, really, does it? Resuming reading. They managed to rout the local governors and to establish their own independent entity. Within a year, the rebels were in control of much of southern Iraq and the western Iranian province of Khuzestan. In September 871, they occupied Basra, slaughtering most of its residents, so they were striking back, like Nat Turner type situation, and carrying the rest off as slaves, turnabout, right? For the next 12 years, they continually terrorized the government, and in 879, they nearly reached Baghdad. This is the center. This is the grand city of Islam, okay? This was, however, the limit of their success. For all their efforts, the Zanj failed to win over other sectors of imperial society. A number of Bedouin tribes aside, neither the peasants nor the urban proletariat threw in their lot with the rebels. Religious resentments of the heretic Zanj, together with deep contempt among the indigenous population toward black Africans, nearly 500 years later, the great Muslim historian Ibn Khaldun would describe them as close in their character to dumb animals, end quote, left the rebels isolated. By the summer of 883, they had been crushed by the imperial armies. Their leader was killed and his head was sent on a pole to Baghdad. This violent record underscores, listen to this sentence, yet another striking similarity between the Abbasids and their Umayyad predecessors. Reliance on armed force as the primary means of dynastic survival. End quote from Islamic Imperialism, page 49. Now, ironically enough, this has made it a little bit on the edges of pop culture. Not a big gamer myself, but I am familiar with a certain gaming series. And I'm going to show you something here where they actually feature the Zanj Rebellion, which, in case you didn't catch it from the reading, took place about 868 to 883, led by a former Abbasid official named Ali ibn Muhammad. And the Zanj are essentially Bantu from Southeast Africa, who were brought into the caliphate as slaves. As mentioned, they were in Iraq, okay? There's a game that you may know called Assassin's Creed. In Assassin's Creed, you can take part in the Zanj Rebellion. Now, in the game, it's a Assassin's Creed Mirage, if you're asking which one it is. They don't really emphasize the fact that these are slaves who were black, This is supposed to be Ali ibn Muhammad, the leader. Now, so he wasn't Zanj himself, as you can see, even in the game's representation. But you can actually be part of this. They just really emphasize that they're rebels, and it shows at very small scale. These are actually screenshots. This is from Assassin's Creed, okay? You being part of the Zanj Rebellion. There's actually videos online on how to get the Zanj Rebellion upgrade pack for your armor. You know what I mean? This one's a little more, shows you some guys like, oh, okay. And that's the Assassin's Creed character there on the right. Fascinating, right? In a video game. So if you want to rebel against Islam with some slaves and go wreck shop virtually, you can join the U.S. Army, I guess, or you can play Assassin's Creed on PS5. Now, here's a book I want to bring out. It's very small. It's almost more really of a booklet that I have. Where'd it go? Yeah, there, right here. Very thin little volume called Racism in Islam. Now, the reason why this book is important is because it translates some hadith that are not usually translated in English. So these Christian Arabic speakers translate some, and they give you the sources. I'm showing you an example there where some of the sources are given for some of the hadith I'm about to show you. The challenge is it's a little more difficult to check these. I was able to check a few. Some I called a friend who speaks Arabic and asked him some follow-up questions to confirm everything we checked out was right. So I'm going to read from some of these lesser known hadith from this book, and some of them actually are online, but a lot of them are not translated into English, and you have to go actually track through Scribd and Archive in Arabic to find some of the original quotes. But this one, I know it's a little small to see, but if you look, this is from a Shia website. Okay, this is a Shia collection. This is from Al-Kafi. And what it says, it has the Arabic, of course, and then in this hadith, it also has the English. And listen what it says. Be aware of marrying the people of Al-Zanj, for they are a distorted creature. Now, that one's right there. This is one of the few that I could find translated. A lot of the other ones I'm about to share will not be, they're going to be translated when I read them from the Christian sources, but a lot of them you can't find in a lot of collections. Some of them are Sunni, and some of them are also considered weaker hadith, and that's why. However, they're in the record. They're all over. Now, some of these, the one I just read, are well enough known that they end up in these ask a question, where you have this question and you ask it, and people are saying, hey, what's the deal with this? And here you have an Islamic scholar who answers, and he says, number one, he's trying to explain away this hadith I just read, which says don't marry black folks, basically, right? Because they're a distorted creature. Now, specifically, you could say, well, it's just East Africans. Well, you get the idea, because of Zanj, who they are. Our principle is we are all the same and equal, and our virtue over others is only in taqwa. So this is just saying in your religious practice. But see, this is not what the sources say. That's what he's saying. That's a modernist take on this issue. 2, not every narration mentioned is to be taken as authentic. Many narrations are fabricated. Now, we know that, but this is, you could already see what the copped-out is. Thirdly, he says not everything is literal, but what are you going to try to say? What's not literal about this? Fourthly, this is his answer, and the one we just read that says the Zanj are a distorted creature. There are narrations about the people of Kufa or the people of Esfahani and not loving the Ahlul Bayat. If authentic, it could be referring to a group of people or a certain situation, or specific for time, not generally and forever. So isolating it, right? But it says the Zanj are a distorted creature. So this just doesn't work. Think about what the hadith says versus what this says, right? And the hadith is supposed to be from Muhammad, by the way. The word Zinj, Zanj, has numerous meanings and does not only mean black people. In principle, our Islamic values condemn such an attitude and is categorically rejected. Therefore, it must be referring to something else other than what is commonly taken as its meaning. The fifth one is, to me, the most ludicrous. He says, well, it could be something else. Doesn't tell us what other word it could mean, right? But just since we know Muhammad is so loving it, it must be something else. This is a scholar. So you get a flavor of how these are answered. Now, let me show you a similar one. This one is narrated by Aisha and Anas ibn Malik. So you see, there's the chain already, the beginning of the hadith chain. Listen to what it says. Seek to marry and give in marriage the competent And be careful in choosing mates for your offspring, and beware of marrying the Zanj, for he is a distorted creature. This is classified as weak, yet it's in 23 references. Some of them are on the screen listed. Similar, listen to this one. This is actually even more hard when you think about it. Listen to this. This is where Muhammad basically says, if you're a faithful Muslim, you won't marry a black person. Whoever believes in Allah on the last day, let him not participate in the lineage of the Zanj. That's from Al-Tajani, source on the screen. Okay, and remember, the Zanj are black-skinned African people. Now, some of these just have sort of a racist spirit behind them, these hadith, because you could almost defend these, I guess, if you're a Muslim, to say, but it's not saying, well, just let's read it. It's supposed to be by Muhammad, and Al-Tajani comments on these. At the bottom, it says, I count these two hadiths as dispraise of the black-skinned people. Yeah, that's exactly what they are. Now, listen to what it says. A black woman who can bear children is better than a beautiful woman who is barren. So someone might say, well, look, this is saying you can marry a black woman and bear children with her. This isn't racist, but notice what it's saying. It's basically saying the least desirable type of woman you can have is better if you can have kids with her. And it contrasts with a beautiful woman. This is a common thing that happens often. Like, listen to the Ethiopian, even if he's raisin-headed. Muslims will say, yeah, it's saying listen to black leaders. Yeah, but it's saying if you have the worst leader possible. It's obvious, the racist spirit behind it. Next one. A black slave woman who is religious is better than a beautiful woman who is not religious. Okay, these are supposed to be backhanded compliments, I suppose. Now, there's also a story about a companion of Muhammad who was named black, and Muhammad renamed him white. This one was the hardest one to track down the original source. It comes out of a interesting little book. Again, it's on the screen there, and it's also in here. So some of these are not translated, but I wanted to share some lesser known and weaker anecdotes, and we're going to continue to do that. Here you're going to have a warning by Ali ibn Abu Talib. This is the fourth caliph, Muhammad's cousin. Listen to what he says. And you notice that there's a lot of similarity in a lot of these hadith. So you say, well, it sounds like someone said this early on, because look how similar these are, right? Be wary of marrying the Zanj, for verily it is a deformed creation. Now, someone would say, oh, well, look at the collection. It's from a Shiite scholar. Okay, that's what you can say, but it's not only Shia. Now, let's say it wasn't from a Shiite scholar. What do they say in response? They'll say, well, it's weak. It's weak. See, there's always a way out. What if this is just stuff that Muhammad and his companion said since jump? What about that answer? That's not possible. We don't have phrases like from Jesus like this running around. You know, the closest you could come up is something where at the end of the Gospel of Thomas, where the pseudo Jesus says, "Oh, don't worry, I'll let her get into heaven. I'll do it by changing her into a man." If you've ever read Thomas, and the last Logia says this. No, this is the kind of closest thing, and we've been rejecting that since the beginning. You know, but there's a whole bunch of this stuff floating around by your guy. Jafar al-Sadiq, founder of the Shiite doctrine. Listen to what he said. Do not marry the Zanj and the Khazar. That's interesting. That's like a Turkish or Armenian people. There's some kind of conspiracy theories, to be honest, that all Jews are actually Khazar, but so you see double racism there. Do not marry the Zanj and the Khazar. Verily, for their wombs show no loyalty, he said. And there are no one who is intelligent in Hind, Sindh, and Kwan, referring to Kandahar. So these are Indian and Afghanistan peoples that he's referring to there. Now, this is from Abu Huraira. Look what he says. Muhammad said, right? The messenger of Allah said, Ham begot the Copts and Berbers, in none of whom there is good. Now, this is part of a whole list where he's saying all these people groups and their lineage and how there's certain ones are no good. Why does it matter to bring in Ham into this, or Ham? Because Ham is understood to be the one who sort of descendants are the ones who populated Africa. Now, he mentions two African peoples here, the Copts and Berbers, but he's basically saying none of the children of Ham are any good. You see what I'm saying? This is according to the source of what Muhammad said. Now, the next ones I'm going to share are mainly things that came out of Bernard Lewis's book, Race and Slavery in the Middle East. Bernard Lewis is a scholar of well-known, renowned, really well-regarded, and covers a lot of interesting topics. And he's just a great resource. I would encourage everyone interested in this topic to get this book. You really need to get this book. You need to have this book. You need to read this book. You see, I got mine bookmarked. This is a book to get. I'm going to share some things out of here now. You're going to see some more racial discrimination in marriage. All right. Do not intermarry with the sons of Ham. So again, don't marry folks who are black. It's not just Zanj here. All right. For they are distorted among God's creatures apart from Ibn Aqua. This is literally like the racist who says, I don't like them, but that one, he's okay. My neighbor, he's all right now. He lets me use his sugar and gave me a jump in my truck once. He's all right now. This is literally what's going on here. These black folks, not so sure. Don't marry him. They're distorted. But, Ibn Aqua, he's cool. Why? Ibn Aqua was the companion of Muhammad. it's like, you can't even make this stuff up. Again, sources are on the screen. Now we're going to get a little bit farther away from Muhammad's time. So we're going to the 9th century, a jurist here. Listen to this. But you'll see the reason why I'm bringing these up, and you say, well, these are kind of separated here, is to show you the continuity in thought. This is not separate or distinct from stuff that Muhammad and the companion said. It's right in line with it. Listen to this. A black woman may be repudiated if there is no blackness in her family. Likewise, a scald-headed, because such things are covered by kinship. I misspelled kinship there. I didn't know. My bad when I was typing. Okay, this is kind of confusing at first, but you got to keep some things in mind. And Bernard Lewis brings out the commentary on this as well. Keep in mind, first of all, the Muslim groom can't see the bride uncovered until after marriage, okay? If she's uncovered and is black or scabby, he can actually repudiate her. This is what the ruling is saying. Unless it was already known that her family had black members or were scabby already, because then you don't have any grounds to be shocked or surprised or to raise a complaint if she's part of a black or scabby family. Now, listen to what it's saying. It's literally saying if you find out your bride is black, you could reject her unless you already knew it. And notice what it compares black to: somebody who's scabby. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is what's going on, man. Now, sometimes they did marry, though, and someone might say, look, they did marry. Well, okay, but watch. Again, source on the screen. This is a Qadi of Mecca. This Zubair died 870, and he told this anecdote. This is wild, man. This anecdote made me laugh in a kind of a dark, sad way. Listen to this. A woman came to Ibn al-Zubair to complain about her husband, all right, who she claimed was sleeping with her maidservant. So a woman comes to complain, says, hey, my husband's sleeping with a maidservant. Now, listen, he's going to investigate this, sort of a judge in the matter, right? Ibn al-Zubair summoned the man and questioned him about his wife's complaint. Listen to the man's response. He replied, she is black and her maidservant is black and my eyesight is weak. When night falls, I grab whichever is nearest to me. Bruh. Bruh. What is this, bruh? That's his excuse. The whole thing is replete with problems. But yeah. Oh, Islam. Oh, Islam. Now, when there was offspring, notice, by the way, you got black wife, but black maidservant. Apparently, this guy's saying, I can't tell him apart in the dark. That's literally what he's saying. He said, grab whoever's nearest to me. There's a stigma attached to African ancestry, commonly in Islam. And as Bernard Lewis brings out, many stories are told of people with an African mother or grandmother with a dark complexion who are subject to insult, humiliation. And he gives an example here. This is a little, like a diss rap that apparently would be given. Listen to this. Your father is your father and you are his son. Miserable little son and miserable father. Your mother is a short-necked black woman with fingers like dung beetles. Dung beetles for fingers. Like, so the ultimate diss is like to say your mom is a short-necked black woman with fingers like dung beetles. It's also a way to say your mom basically is a slave, because even to this present day in North Africa, a man with Negroid features, even of the highest social status, is sometimes described as Oud Kadim, which means the son of a slave woman. And in the midst of all this, you have some African poets. A famous one, Suhaim, he was sort of ambivalent about Islam, and I know I'm mispronouncing a lot of these names. I apologize. I'm doing my best. It's on the screen, so you don't have to rely upon my dumb tongue. Listen what he said. Though I am black of color, my character is white. He's the first African-born poet in early Islamic Arabia, and his name actually means little black boy. This is a derisive name given to him. He was killed by immolation, which means fire, death by fire, circa 657. He's actually considered the first poet burnt to death in Islam. What a strange, anyways. So in theory, the Muslims will say we're equal, but in practice, not so much. One caliph gave an opinion of a black slave he received as a gift. Source here on the screen. And this is what he said when he received the gift of a black slave. Had you been able to find a smaller number than 1 and a worse color than black, you would have sent that as a gift. Bro. He's saying you literally went out of your way to give me the worst gift possible. If you could have gave me nothing and a worse color than black, that would have been your gift, it appears, because you went out of your way to give me the worst gift possible, a black slave. That's what he's saying. Okay, so clearly black people are seen as less than human. This is a well-known quote, and I believe the brother earlier actually alluded to this one. I've alluded to it earlier, but here's the fuller quote. Therefore, the Negro nations are, as a rule, submissive to slavery because Negroes have little that is essentially human and have attributes that are quite similar to those of dumb animals. That's Ibn Khaldun, famous Muslim historian. Another good book I'm going to recommend on this topic, Bill Warner's book called The Islamic Doctrine of Slavery. The Doctrine of Slavery in Islamic Institution. And he mentions how the practice of Islamic slavery is alive and well today, has been brought out today. And he shows some sources that apparently these hadiths show that the angels are racist too. Gabriel came to Muhammad and said, if a black man comes to you, his heart is grosser than a donkey's. Okay. There are multiple traditions where Muhammad forbids intermarriage, as already discussed. For example, do not bring black into your pedigree. Source on the screen. Screenshot all these, right? I don't want to read everyone with my bad pronunciation. Black is often associated with slave. The bit said, this is one of Muhammad's men, it is your folly to fight the apostle, for Allah's army is bound, I left out the end, sorry about another typo there, to disgrace you. We brought them to the pit. Hell was their meeting place. We collected them there, black slaves, men of no descent. That's how black slaves are described as, men of no descent. Now, the next one I'm going to share is a little bit different. It's just to show sort of, because you might think, oh, well, so there's a pan-Arab or pan-Muslim alliance together sort of against black by Muslims. Not so much. Nasser, Egyptian president, really dictator, they kind of put hopes on him back like in the 50s that he could be a guy to unite everybody. But he wasn't fond of the Arab world or the world around him of Muslims. Listen to this quote from him. This is something else right here. Iraqis are savage. The Lebanese venal and morally degenerate. Okay. The Saudis dirty. The Yemenis hopelessly backward and stupid. And the Syrians irresponsible, unreliable, and treacherous. That's something else. And I'm trying to see. I got the full source for you for that, but I'll give it to you later. It's in the bottom of my notes, and I don't have access to it right now. Two of the books I want to recommend are Ronald Segal's Islam's Black Slaves. I have one with a different cover here, but History of Africa's Other Black Diaspora. It's a good book to get. And missionary and pastor preacher Peter Hammond, his book, my cover is somewhat different than the one on the screen, Slavery, Terror, and Islam, The Historical Roots of Contemporary Threat. That's a good book as well, and he's got a lot of up close and personal views of it. Now, I'm going to pause right here and ask you to please support, yes, Ministry to Muslims, but also this guy. I do a number of work like all the apologists here, and they should all ask you for support, but patreon.com/vocab. And also I'm going to be setting up a GoFundMe because I'm trying to, by God's grace, take a number of ministry trips this year, all of which are not funded, but there's a need. That's why I'm going. And some are to places like London, which it's obvious what's going on there and why I'm going there. If you followed the things I've been doing the past 2 years, others a little bit different, dipping the toe into a secular academy, such as going to the American Academy of Religion in March and the ICSA Association in July, which is the International Cultic Studies Association, reading some papers there. So I do encourage you to please support and also in your prayers. Now, Now, I have more quotes I want to share, but what I would like to do is see if I can do a little Q&A. I want to see, first of all, how much time we got right now, and then see if we can get some Q&A from the live chat, if that is okay. Now, I do have more quotes, so if you guys are like, no, we don't have anything to ask you, oh, that's no problem, because I got a bunch of more racist quotes to share with you. But brother host, do you see any good question to look at for some questions, or maybe just a comment someone wants to add here? Let me see. Funny how such qualifiers are needed to make Allah and his messenger's words palatable. All right, I see. That's the only one I see that would be helpful as far as this. Hey, George, how you doing? I'm just looking to see if anyone has any quotes they want to add, and then let me know how much time I have left, because I have some more quotes I could read. I don't hear you, George. Is he muted for everyone else or just for me?
Oh, wow. That's why. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. Why are you ignoring me? Brother, you have 10 more minutes to continue if you have more quotations, and then Brother Kevin will come and we're going to do Q&A afterward, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me continue on then and share the quotes. If you guys could put the presentation back on there, I'll continue with the quotes. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Well, we're going to have to go down to slide. Let me see. What is it? Like 38, I think. Boom. All right. Okay. So now we're going to look at some quotes from Islamic history. This is sort of the timeline of where we're going to go through. And so some of these folks, every one of these people I'm going to mention are important or significant. Some are Shia, and you'll see sometimes people saying, oh, well, that doesn't count. That doesn't work. Oh, you want the Bernard Lewis quotes? All right, I'll try to do that, Greg. I see your comment there. That's a good idea. Let me try to I might have to grab that. I got it over here on the side. But first, let me get to these and see if I can. All right, Al-Jahaz, you see the dates on the screen. Here's what he says. And notice how, again, similar these are. I think the gentleman brought this one up earlier, actually. We know that the Zanj are the least intelligent and the least discerning of mankind and the least capable of understanding the consequences of actions. Another one by him. They, and here he's talking about, listen to this. They maintain that eloquence is prized by all people at all times. Even the Zanj, despite their dimness, their boundless stupidity, their obtuseness, their crude perceptions, and their evil dispositions, make long speeches. Oh my goodness. He's saying that even the worst, the least human people around that we can imagine, and look how he just derides them, boundless stupidity. I mean, that's a whole nother level. Even they, to a certain extent, prize eloquence, is what he's saying. Al-Jahiz, like the crow among mankind are the Zanj, for they are the worst of men and the most vicious of creatures in character and temperament. Ibn Khatayaba is from Iraq. Blacks are ugly and misshapen because they live in a hot country. This is a common thing given where you'll see like this idea of like the climate is responsible for the misfortunes of the people. Here's a medieval Muslim geographer. Of the neighbors of the Bourgeois, Makdisi had heard that there is no marriage among them. The child does not know his father, and they eat people, but God knows best. As for the Zanj, they are people of black color, flat noses, kinky hair, and little understanding or intelligence. And I believe the brother had read part of that one earlier as well, so we've got some overlap. Ibn Sina, this is Hafiz, Islamic psychologist, scholar, theologian. Blacks are people who are by their very nature slaves. Now, the brackets are because the subject is not supplied in the particular sentence, but that's the subject under consideration. So it's put in there for context. You understand who's being talked about there. Ibn Hazm, God has decreed that the most devout is the noblest, even if he be a negress's bastard, and that the sinner and unbeliever is at the lowest level, even if he be the son of the prophets. So again, it's this thing of like, well, lineage doesn't really matter. Let me give you the worst example and then the best example, just so we can have contrast here. So the worst would be, if you're devout, you're a noble, even if you're a negress's bastard. And if you're a sinner, you're at the low level, even if you're a son of the prophets. Nasir al-Din al-Tusi is Shia, Grand Ayatollah, in the 13th century. If all types of men are taken from the first and one placed after another, like the Negro from Zanzibar, in the southernmost countries, the Negro does not differ from an animal in anything except the fact that his hands have been lifted from the earth, saying he doesn't walk on all fours. That's it. And no other peculiarity or property except for what God wished. Many have seen that the ape is more capable of being trained than the Negro and more intelligent. Whew. Some of you thought that Trump tweet was bad. Look at this. By the way, it was bad. Ibn Khaldun. I know we read the first one a number of times, but notice here is the whole idea of the naturally submissive to slavery. This is a common thing that you actually see when you get into Southern apologists in the United States. Same kind of thing. It's like, well, this is how it's supposed to be. It's a natural way of things, and don't you know? Beyond known peoples of Black West Africa to the south, there is no civilization in the proper sense. There are only humans who are closer to dumb animals than to rational beings. They live in thickets and caves and eat herbs and unprepared grain. They frequently eat each other. They cannot be considered human beings. The best way to justify killing another people group is to dehumanize them. Look at the abortion issue. Sunan ibn Majah, do not marry women for their beauty, which may destroy them, or for their money, which may corrupt them, for religion. A slit-nosed black slave woman, if pious, is preferable. The number of the things we'll see sometimes are from European explorers or travelers. And the thing is, they're kind of giving us reports about the outside world. Now, if I was a Muslim apologist, I might say, well, you can't trust them. But the thing is, that's the only way we get some of these objective early reports, because they understood it to be barbaric, but they're not going to get this from the Muslims themselves, really. All right. So what do we have here? The price of a white slave girl is usually from treble to tenfold that of an Abyssinian. That'd be like a common name that you would give to black folks, sometimes even regardless of where they came from. Sometimes it's associated with Ethiopia. And the price of a black girl about half or 2/3, or considerably more if well instructed in the art of cookery. So if she's a good cook, more. The black slaves are generally employed as menials. Now, you actually see this similar with the trading scenario where Muhammad had to trade 2 black slaves. So you see this same type of thing, you know. Equality, al-Tabari. Because I want to kind of end some of this, which is showing how there's an Arab-centric element to a lot of this, and it doesn't go away. It's just muted in the modern era, sometimes at least, in certain settings. Arabs are the most noble people in lineage, the most prominent, and the best in deeds. We were the first to respond to the call of the prophet. We are Allah's helpers and the viziers of his messenger. We fight people until they believe in Allah. Yeah, you do. He who believes in Allah and his messenger has protected his life and possessions from us. As for one who disbelieves, we will fight him forever on Allah's cause. Killing him. I can't even. Killing him is a small matter to us. Yep. And you ask yourself, do you really think this attitude has disappeared? No, of course not. Ibn Taymiyyah. A man married a maid slave who bore him a child. Would that child be free, or would he be an own slave? Her child, whom she bore from him, would be the property of her master according to all the imams, because the child follows the status of the mother in freedom or slavery. If the child is not of the race of Arabs, then he is definitely a known slave according to the scholars. But the scholars disputed his status among themselves if he was from the Arabs, whether he must be enslaved or not, because when Aisha had a maid slave who was an Arab, Muhammad said to Aisha, set this maid free because she is from the children of Ishmael. Notice the favoritism there. So if you've seen Django Unchained, not saying you should, but honestly, this is a little crude, but black Muslims defending Muhammad and all these historical abuses is a little bit like Samuel Jackson's character and Leonardo DiCaprio's character in Django Unchained. And then they end up like that. Oh, man. I did something else there. All right, that is the end of my presentation on my end. Again, I really want to compliment all the other presenters. Great work, amazing stuff. Very well organized. Mine have felt like it was a little more all over. And I know some of you guys wanted some of the other sources. I got them right here. I'll drop them in the chat if you have a specific one, but I'm going to end there, and glad to be part of this.
Hey, brother, that was good. And that last example was spot on. It really was. A little crude, like you said, but it was helpful in getting the imagery across of exactly what's going on. And I'm thankful for you and all the other speakers who've kind of really laid this out that a lot of people just didn't know in terms of how blacks were treated, are treated, and were viewed and are still viewed within the Muslim world. And so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I know you kind of mentioned earlier about supporting you. Is there a particular place where people can go? You want people to go to find you?
The best one is patreon.com/vocab, because that makes it where you can be a regular, continual support.
Yeah.
But if you can't do that, or maybe you want to do a one-time gift, or maybe you're really concerned about the tax deductible thing, then I'm also signed up with Defenders Media, and you just go to Defenders Media and put in the search bar vocab, and you'll see where you can do monthly, but you can also do a one-time gift relatively easier under Defenders Media. It's a organization that a number of us are signed up for, and David Wood and whatnot, but it's defendersmedia.com, and just search for vocab. So those are two places. Obviously, there's Cash App and PayPal, both are available on my website and on my YouTube channel. So anyway, anything you can do, guys, because I'm planning on staying active in 2026, and I'm working on a couple more books, mainly on the Hebrew Israelites, but I am doing some traveling, and some of the traveling more involves stuff relating to Islam. So that's just how it shook out. But yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, stick around, and we're going to jump into our panel discussion.
Awesome.
Welcome to the Black Man in Islam Conference presented by Ministry to Muslims. I am your host, Kevin Briggins, Managing Director for the Center for Biblical Unity. We have now reached the time where we're going to jump into our panel discussion. And this discussion is on the Islamic threat to the church and the Black community. And so if we can bring on our panelists and we can just kind of dive into this conversation. All right. So brothers, for the sake of the recording, we're going to go around and just kind of let you guys reintroduce yourselves. Io, if you can go ahead and just kind of introduce yourself.
Sure thing. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Good to see everyone again. Really enjoyed hearing all of the talks. My name is Io. I run the YouTube channel, The Third Apology. 26. I've been doing apologetics since I was like 13 years old. And a lot of my focus in recent years has been on Islam, but in a general sense, I love focusing on atheism, just general theology, anything that has to do with the Bible, anything surrounding that topic. I'm thinking 24/7. So this is really cool because it's been a while since I've uploaded, and it's cool to be able to share these different ideas with people and rub shoulders with you guys. So I'm really looking forward to this panel discussion.
Okay. Vocab. I think you're muted.
Okay, yeah. My bad. I was muted. Sorry. Yeah, hey, it's VOCAB, and I've been doing apologetics, I guess 20 years. It really came out of evangelism. I was doing a lot of stuff on the street, which is not in my nature, but I just knew I should and kind of just wound up there by God's providence. And from talking to people, they would ask questions and I would try to go find the answers, plus my own issues and questions and things that I was wondering about. And so it all congealed to really just have me just really focus on apologetic issues and questions. And it's something I love doing to this day, and tend to try to focus on things that are overlooked, not only. And I've been working with George for a number of years. It's been awesome. So I've been able to meet Greg and my brother there, Lewis. We go get tacos and whatnot. And so met a lot of great relationships as well through the M2M network. And now meeting you two gentlemen, I'm glad to make your acquaintance as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Lewis.
Yes, sir. Louis LIONHEART, founder of Truth Defenders, Open Air Preaching and Apologetics Ministry, founded in Santa Monica, California. And I've been doing apologetics and evangelism pretty much from the get-go. So as it's stated in my bio, when I listened to a audio tape by Dr. Walter Martin, I think it was The Maze of Mormonism. It was the cassette tape way back. And that just blew me away, his apologetics in dealing with Mormonism. So I got into Mormonism, and before that, I had already started reading all the primary sources of major religions and a bunch of smaller ones, even before I was a Christian, to compare and contrast, before I made a choice to follow Christ. And so, that was just something that was a passion from before I was a Christian, as far as digging in to the resources for information. And then as a Christian, obviously, I was even driven with more zeal to read more, study more, and be ready, as the Bible says, to have an answer to everyone that asks a reason for the hope that is in us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really quick, we have Io explain the name of his ministry, because I'm curious of what the 3 represents.
Yeah, I can go real quick. It's funny because I was actually thinking about changing the name recently. I still haven't made up my mind. But basically, when I was trying to figure out what to call the channel, I was just doing a bunch of reading and stuff, and I wanted it to be meaningful. And I remember reading about Justin Martyr in the 2nd century, and how 2 of his most major works are like the First Apology and the Second Apology, in which he was basically defending the tenets of the faith against the kind of, not just like the Romans of his day, but even like the higher authorities. And so I thought that was really cool. He only did 2 of them. And so I figured I'd call mine like the Third Apology, in the sense that, like, even though it's thousands of years later, that same mission is still continuing, defending the faith against whoever, so I thought that was really cool.
That's dope. It's kind of like Acts 29,
Yeah.
continuing on. But that's cool. All right, Greg, your turn.
All right. My name is Greg Maxwell. I've been doing apologetics for 40 years. I started out talking to Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons, and I can remember one time talking to some Jehovah's Witnesses for about an hour and a half to 2 hours, and a Muslim gentleman sat there and listened the whole time. And then when when the Jehovah's Witnesses left, that Muslim gentleman and I got in a dialogue, and I was able to answer a lot of questions, but there was just certain questions I couldn't answer. So I ended up reading all the books I could. I ended up flying over to New York to a Christian missionary organization that witnessed to Muslims, and they would send missionaries out, but they were more friendship evangelism, not answering their questions. So I ended up flying back from New York, because I was for 2 weeks. And then a friend named Jim Baber introduced me to Ministry of the Muslims with George Saig. And George, through different speakers and stuff, I learned how to give answers to the Muslims. And like I said, go to the mosque and dialogue and share with the Muslims. And as far as I've done videos that are on Facebook. It's called On the Road, RHODE, with Jesus, featuring Greg Maxwell. And I talk on the Nation of Islam, Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, the occult. And as I said before, no one cares how much you know until they see how much you care.
Yeah. Amen. Amen. All right. So I want this just to be a conversation. This is an open dialogue. Feel free to jump in, talk over each other, let's just have we're just guys in a room having a conversation. And so the topic is the Islamic threat to the church and the Black community. And so I have some questions, but these are more just kind of conversation starters. And so I'll just start it off with, when we use the phrase Islamic threat, what specifically do we mean? Are we referring to theology? We talking about political Islam, extremism, cultural influence, or something else, or all of the above? Just kind of, what are your thoughts when you think of the Islamic threat to the church and the Black community? What comes to mind for you? And Greg, why don't we start off with you?
Well, it goes back to the presupposition again, Kevin, where the Muslims go ahead and say that Islam is your religion as a Black man. That's your religion. Christianity is a white religion. Christianity has a white God. Christianity is a slave religion. So they use that presupposition. And when you and I can tell you, when I was because I've been a Christian for quite a while, but when I was working on my undergrad, I studied, I don't know if you know who Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinan and another gentleman named Amin Ra, and they start using those presuppositions. I'm like, I start kind of gravitating a little bit towards Black theology and Black nationalism, and then also the late Khalid Muhammad. And I just
I can't believe you used to like this guy. Sorry, go ahead.
We the
Dr.
Black
Ben.
Jews.
Yeah. That's Dr. Ben's book.
Yes, it is. And then I started doing a study on my own, Kevin, and I started seeing holes in what was being taught. As I mentioned before, the God of the Bible doesn't look at race. He looks at grace. And I'm not going to use all my cliches again, but the Bible doesn't stress skin. It stresses the need to have your sins forgiven. The gospel accounts aren't Black gospels, white gospels, yellow gospels, brown gospels. They're red gospels. And it's the blood of Christ shed for all mankind. So I'm talking about the theological points and seeing that God is spirit. Jesus did not say, you guys, that my skin color is the way, the truth, and the life. He said, he talked about his character and about himself, that he's the way, the truth, and the life. And when I started seeing, I meant the excellent job that VOCAB did, that IO, that Lewis did, when they're showing and exposing Islam and exposing its involvement with slavery and the derogatory remarks made by Muhammad towards people of African descent, I meant that just cemented that how can you go ahead and be a Muslim? And then I remembered, like I said, reading the Bible and then reading the Hadiths and seeing this. It just opened up my eyes. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
But Kevin, you guys, it's hidden. It's hidden from the Muslims. This history is hidden from them.
Yeah. And you guys did such a good job of pointing to the fact of this is kind of rooted in the heart of Islam, right? Because I always tell people the reason Islam and Christianity is so different, right, is because what it looks like to follow Jesus is completely different than when it looks like to follow Muhammad, right? If Muhammad is the way of life of righteousness in which you should live and you have to imitate, well, when you look at the life of Muhammad, it's hard to make that argument, right? And a lot of the things we're talking about are fundamentally found within Muhammad's life, and Muslims justify the way they live by saying this is what Muhammad did.
Let me interject this real quickly, Kevin.
Go ahead.
Again, it goes back to like the sources that were quoted by the panel here. The average Black Muslim or Muslim is not aware of what the Hadiths, the tafsirs, what they go ahead and say. I was on the live stream. I always go on live streams to debate different people, and I was on the Muslim live stream. And every time I go on there, they kick me off But I bring up about Muhammad and his racism and things that he went ahead and said, and they, instead of trying to answer me, they blocked me.
VOCAB, I see you got another book, man. What you got?
Well, I mean, I have a little thing I was going to read, but before I did that, I wanted to make sure we got the brother KOREDE. I think he's...
I'm not sure if he's going to... He's in Nigeria. We got a time difference.
Oh,
and
I thought he said he's in here.
Is he in it?
He joined later, I think.
Okay. I had told that he might not be joining us, but okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Just reading one thing from Robert Spencer's book, The Politically Incorrect Guide to Islam and the Crusades, because a lot of times you'll hear this myth that, well, the native Christians of the Middle East and North Africa, they welcomed the Muslims as liberators. And so you'll see this Islamic expansionism and imperialism kind of played down as if they were essentially requested to be liberators. And it's like the idea of come on in. And so I want to give some context and then read a quote here from a contemporary observer. So it's December 639. General Amir began the invasion of Egypt. Remember, Egypt is essentially a Christian country at this point. It has problems, certainly, but a Christian country for all intents and purposes. November 642, Alexandria fell, and virtually all of Egypt was in Muslim hands. But it was not uncontested, and the Muslims met all resistance with brutality. In one Egyptian town, they set a pattern of behavior that they followed all over the country. And here's the contemporary report. Quote, then the Muslims arrived in Nikiu. There was not one single soldier to resist them. They seized the town and slaughtered everyone they met in the street and in the churches, men, women, and children, sparing nobody. Then they went to other places, pillaged and killed all the inhabitants they found. But let us now say no more, for it is impossible to describe the horrors the Muslims committed when they occupied the island of Nikiu. And not only were Christians killed, but others as well and enslaved. Listen to this. Amir oppressed Egypt. He took considerable booty from this country and a large number of prisoners. The Muslims returned to their country with booty and captives. The patriarch Cyprus felt deep grief at the calamities in Egypt because Amir, who was of barbarian origin, showed no mercy in his treatment of the Egyptians and did not fulfill the covenants which had been agreed with him. And you see the same pattern elsewhere. I got some more quotes, but I just think it's important to show what really happened, because you'll hear things like, well, it was spread organically, or the Christians welcomed us as liberators. This is all spin. This is all spin, and it's important to look at some of the contemporary accounts as well. Okay, good. The brothers are here. Okay, good. Just wanted to add that.
Yeah. Anyone else want to jump in?
Well, VOCAB reminded me of a book by Bat Yeor. It's called The Dhimmi, Jews and Christians under Islam. And she documents a long history of how Jews and Christians were treated under Islamic rule. We always hear about the coexistence, and sure, there's been temporary and situational peace and coexistence. But when Islam is fully implemented and Muslims practice their law, Sharia, and for everybody out there, when you say Sharia law, you're being redundant. Sharia means law, so it's Islamic Sharia. So you're just saying law when you say Sharia law. So say either Islam.
Man, you came really close to starting the Shahada there, brother.
So it is. So it's say either Sharia, Islamic Sharia, or Islamic law, but don't say Sharia law, because it's just saying law. Basically.
What's that?
Don't. So I have a speech impediment too, by the way. So what you want to do is just look at this book. It's by Bat Yeor, B-A-T, and her last name Y-E''OR, Bat Yeor. It's an excellent read. It's very heartbreaking to read how the Muslims treated the Jews and the Christians once they have the rule over them. And so it hasn't been nice. It's not going to be nice if it continues. And they do seek for that domination. So as I see it, it's all of the above. It's both, it's religious, political, moral. Every aspect of life is going to be affected by the Muslims once they are able to execute their religious practices to the full extent as Muhammad laid it out. But just again, for the record, it's like communism. There is no true Islamic nation where they are fully practicing the laws and the mandates and the theology and the philosophy of Islam. They're fragmented. They don't have a true caliph. They're compromising. There's a lot of watering down of their religion, such as like with communism. You can never truly reach that true communist state. There's always a contradiction or a breakdown before you reach true communism. Well, likewise with Islam, to truly practice and implement Islam is very difficult, but even a high degree of it is not good for humanity. So we should think that just because they can't reach that perfect Islamic state, that we shouldn't worry about it. We really should.
Yeah. I've dealt with many who are tried to reach that true Islamic state, to try to bring back the caliphate and be the caliph. And we've seen how that goes. We've seen what it looks like when ISIS takes over a region of the Middle East. It is not good. And it is not good for human flourishing, as you pointed out. Ayo, do you have any thoughts on, like, in your context, when you think of the Islamic threat to the church and the community, what do you think about?
Yeah, I thought it was a great question. I've been thinking about it even since listening to these last couple answers. And, you know, you mentioned different spheres of it. You said there's a theological impact, a political, and then I think you might have said military.
Extremism and cultural influence. Yeah.
I don't necessarily. So looking at kind of working backwards, yes, Islamic terrorism happens. Yes, there's extremism. And I think that is a real threat in the sense of like national security. But in terms of Black people and the church,
yeah,
I think that the biggest threat comes from, I almost don't even want, I'm going to say political Islam, but I'm going to nuance this, because I feel like your average Muslim doesn't know the things that we've talked about today. Your average Muslim doesn't know about many of the core tenets of their ideology. And so if that's the case, you have to ask yourself, okay, why is it so attractive then for so many people? And I think, personally speaking, that one of the biggest reasons that the church is threatened by Islam is because of the fact that, one, as the church, we're not really equipping people in the greater context of our theology. So, for example, you know, it can be so often where you hear sermons about end times or this or that, and like, we all have our views about those things. I'm not saying you shouldn't talk about them, but when I think Eddie Dalcour, who speaks on this channel a lot, often asks, you know, how often have you heard a sermon about the biblical basis for the Trinity in relation to like the mark of the beast or something like that? And the difference is like night and day. And so that doesn't mean people can't go and do their own study. But I think as a collective, when a congregation is not equipped, they start asking questions and they say, okay, well, how does this work? How can God be 3 in 1 and this and that and all these sorts of things? And then here come these Muslims who capitalize off of literally that ignorance, not an insult, but just literally that ignorance. And they say, yeah, you know, that doesn't make any sense. You know, over here in Islam, we believe in one God. We believe in this. We believe in that. They tell you the things you just, you know, they think you want to hear. And that gets many people in. And I think that in tandem with that, this is a big phenomenon, not just exclusive to Islam, that I've often commented about. Islam also highly benefits from two different things. The first being a large reliance on aesthetics. So, for example, you know, you look at some of these mosques, beautiful, right? The architecture, all these different things, a lot of the ways like the different Qurans are designed. There's this emphasis on aesthetics that I think reels a lot of people in and kind of desensitizes them from actually caring about, okay, like, what does this actually teach? Like, what is the evidence for this? You know, I mean, in early church, Christians were meeting in homes under persecution, under pain of death. So we didn't always have these aesthetics of having this nice building or this or that. So you can't, like, I understand the pull toward that, but you can't make that the basis. Because I've seen images of mosques and stuff, and I'm like, this is beautiful. But I'm never going to make that the basis on which I follow something. And then the second thing that Islam has going for it is a much stronger emphasis on the collective as well, right? They call themselves the Ummah. They call themselves this this house of Islam in relation to the kuffar, the house of the unbelievers. And so there's been viral videos going around even just the last couple of days or so in Times Square. All the Muslims gathering there, bowing down, praying. They're on the microphone with the speaker saying, "We're going to take over." You don't see Christians speaking like that. And I'm not saying they should. I'm just simply noting that there's a clear difference in that regard. So I think it's those three things. I think it's a lack of actual understanding of Christian theology. These people get reeled in by those who prey on that lack of understanding, get them to appeal to things like the beauty of certain things, the architecture, whatever it may be, as well as the emphasis on the collective and being a part of something, because it's human nature to want to be a part of something.
Yeah.
I think all of those things, as crazy as it sounds, can be enough to motivate an entire populace to go after, these sorts of things. Because many of Islam's earliest followers didn't have a robust theological understanding either. They were just simply given this promise of, hey, if you die for the sake of Allah, you'll go to paradise.
Yeah.
And so I know that there's a lot more that can be said, but I think even without getting into the deep theology of it, which of course we can do as well, which we've done today, many people just simply don't know, as Greg said. So
yeah. I'll add something to what you said, because I mean, you're spot on. And for the sake of this conversation, this is about the Black community. And so specifically looking at the church that resides in the Black community, known as the Black church, we can talk about that lack of discipleship is because the church has largely failed to do its job. It has largely failed to properly evangelize and disciple. And anyone who has heard me speak on my channel and the work that I do, a lot of that points back to the church being flipped from its real true mission, which is those two things, evangelism and discipleship, and turned into a hub of political activism, right? And that's largely what we get a lot of. It's a lot of political activism. And then, of course, there's all forms of theology like liberation theology, health and wealth, prosperity gospel, all those types of things that seem to be more prominent than a healthy biblical, understanding of the scriptures. And so, and then you combine that with what I call the grievance culture of the Black community, and Islam is just primed to come in and take advantage of those two things, right? Because, like I said, a lot of this stuff isn't known. And so this identity that, Christianity is the white man's religion and, everything that has happened to your people is because of Christianity, that grievance and that constant grievance culture that we often see, Islam just comes in and takes advantage of it and gives people not just a source for grievance, but it gives them a source of identity and home, right? The stuff Greg talked about. God is a Black man and the white man is the devil. Amen to that. I'm down with that. That's what you get a lot of, and it really draws people in to that.
Somebody's gonna clip that right there.
I hope
man, it's a devil. Amen to that. I'm down with that.
Yeah,
guys, can I add this?
Go ahead.
A lot of times they don't want to know. I had a situation at a mosque. I think it was in VOCAB's neighborhood in Arizona. And I was speaking to a Black Muslim outside of the mosque. And the moment I brought up that Muhammad was a slaver and a racist, he shut down and didn't want to hear it. I said, but I have the references. I can show them to you. And he did not even want to hear the references. And I was like, why would you not want to hear this information? And he got violent. He swatted at me, tried to knock down my camera and the book I had, and just did not want to hear it. And I've had that happen several times where the moment you bring the subject up, they don't even want to hear the references that are there sometimes. And so they would prefer to just stay ignorant of that than to know the facts. And then they have to make a serious life-changing decision on it. And
I wanted to touch on what Io kind of talked about, and also Lewis. And I wanted to give 3 responses. Number one, I can remember I seen some Christians that were fellowshipping. They had an interfaith meeting with Muslims, and they were inviting Muslims to come and speak. And the Muslims were talking about how highly of them, and they were like angels and just really nice people. And then I start quoting what the Quran says, as I read the Quran and the Hadith, and the people didn't like that. And I says, well, you need to know the Quran, this book here is nothing but a war manual. Number two, a couple years ago, this is a while back, maybe about 10 years ago, a church back south had invited Louis Farrakhan to go ahead and speak. And so, he's speaking about issues within the Black community and stuff. But then he started talking about their epistemology and stuff. So I called over there and talked to the head pastor and said, why are you inviting occultists and the false prophet in your church? The Bible in Ephesians 5 says not to have a fellowship with unfruitful works of darkness, but rather to expose it. So the pastor started attacking me. And then the last thing, you guys, is the Muslims have a PR, and this touches on what Lewis says, and it paints Muhammad as a saint, as just a godly person who was really loving, and he loved everyone, even the Black people, white people, everyone. He's a loving man, and so you have the Muhammad of myth, and then you have the historical Muhammad, and they're two different people.
Yeah. Really quick to that, because Greg just reminded me of something I should have mentioned in my lecture, was the question of Muhammad's final sermon, where he supposedly said, and you'll get this from the Muslims as a way of excusing Muhammad and saying that he wasn't racist, where he supposedly said that there was no difference between an Arab and a non-Arab, a white man or a black man. And they'll reference the Sirah literature, the biography of Muhammad. The problem with that is that the earliest Sirah material doesn't contain those words. That comes from a hadith, and the dating of those hadiths is much later. So, and also the earlier, or one of the hadith narrators doesn't say white, it says red, which was a reference, obviously, to some of the pagans and the other people around, maybe the Romans and others, but it's not the word white, it's the word red. There was no difference between a red man and a black. And that got translated into the white man and the black man to try to bring it into our time and our culture to excuse Muhammad. But again, the earliest biography and record of that sermon, that final speech of Muhammad, does not contain those words. So that's something that was interpolated into the later Sirah literature.
Yeah.
KOREDE. Could we hear from that, brother? I want to see what's going on in his context.
Yeah. Hey, brother, I don't know if you heard the original question, but I was just asking, when you think of the Islamic threat to the church and the community, kind of what comes to mind for you? And I know in your context, brother, that can mean something completely different than ours. So just wanted to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kelvin. I just want to be sure, can I be heard? Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Okay, great. Thanks, everyone. The conversation has been great. So I just wanted to know that I wanted to come in when I have the opportunity to do that. Yes, so in my context is radically unique. For Nigeria, or for a Nigerian, when you're thinking about Islam as a threat, is actually practical. For the most part, most Nigerians think of Islam as something barbaric, especially because of the radical Islamic activities that we've had in this nation. And because of that, it has really impacted the way the church engaged with Islam. So I'm actually from the southern part of Nigeria, and in this part of Nigeria, you could actually engage a Muslim. You want to preach the gospel to them. You want to talk to them. You want to have a open conversation. We have a debate. We usually have a debate with the Muslims in this part of Nigeria. But then in the north is a different ball game. Despite the fact that this is a sort of a threat to the Christians in the north, even the Christians in the south are not willing to engage with the Muslims. Okay, so the few ones that are talking to the Muslims are us. We are the one engaging with the Muslims. We are the one that want to have a debate with them. So imagine on a Sunday morning, a pastor in between his preaching wanted to talk about Islam. He just wanted to mention something about Islam. Now, at that point in time, he has his microphone on. But because he want to talk about Islam, he had to switch off his microphone, speak into the congregation, and then after that, he put on the microphone again. You can see the level of fear that we have, even in the southern part of Nigeria. How much more those who are in the north? So the fear has come into the church such that nobody want to speak ill of Islam. Nobody want to say Islam. Your church might be burnt. The Muslims might come after you. They might come for you, and you might jolly well be killed. So because of that, when Christians, especially in the southern part of Nigeria, pastors, when they see a Christian talking about Islam, when they see apologists engage in Islam, they will rather want to shut you down. They will tell you, please don't create a problem. We don't want you to talk about this, okay? Don't let the sleepy dog lie, all right? Don't say anything about it. So the threat of Islam in Nigeria is very much real. It's real to such an extent that Christians, for the most part, do not want to have any conversation with Muslims, because for the most part, Christians are angry with the Muslims. They hate Islam, and by extension, they hate the Muslims. Okay, so because of that, they don't want to have a conversation. Now, in the southern part of Nigeria, we have in a family a combination of different religions. So in my family, I have siblings that are Muslims. I am a Christian, and that is the way it is in this part of Nigeria. But then in the northern part of Nigeria, some places, if you are a Christian and you were formerly a Muslim, sometimes it can lead to death. Sometimes it leads to being ostracized from the family. The parent might decide to disown their children. And sometimes it might even, mean that you lose everything that you have because you're not out of the Ummah, you're out of the Islamic community. So this has really impacted and also affected the relationship between the Christians and the Muslims in Nigeria. So it's such a very real situation, especially with what we're having right now in Nigeria, the genocide that is going on in Nigeria. That has created a sort of, impact, and then a shift, a sort of dichotomy and a gap between the Christians and the Muslims. So the threat is actually literally real right here. And I hope this was helpful. Thank you.
No, absolutely. And that's kind of why I wanted you to speak up, because I know in your context, it is completely different. It is real and it is practical. I appreciate the way you laid that out as, and we see how, as you said, a lot of pastors there would just rather not talk about it, out of fear of repercussions. We are not at that point yet in our context. We're more at a point of the engaging of ideas, the fighting for the heart and soul of those in the community over these many issues. Another question I kind of want to just kind of use as a conversation piece is, how can we as Christians engage Muslims, our Muslim neighbors, in evangelism? I know many of you guys do this type of work, but I also want to say, in terms of in a respectful and dignified way, how do you guys? What advice do you guys have for Christians who want to engage their Muslim neighbors? Anybody can jump in. I know all of you guys do a lot of this work.
I think one of the biggest things that's important is to remember that the internet isn't real life, right? So while online you may kind of say certain things or kind of go at topics in certain ways, if the goal is to genuinely reach individual people, it's not that we don't talk about those things, but we have to do those things knowing that the person we're talking to is an individual who, even though they may have a tough exterior, may actually really be wrestling with and thinking about the things you're sharing. And so I think it's super important when talking with a Muslim to recognize how the divergence has really stemmed from different foundations, so to speak, right? So if you just start going into a conversation and saying, oh, well, you believe this and I believe this, and here's why I'm right and you're wrong, and this and that, I mean, you may get somewhere with a person. But a lot of times Muslims, as Lewis noted when trying to talk, you get to a certain point, they don't even want to hear it anymore. Right. And I think that even though it's not foolproof, something that's very important is to emphasize how, look, we don't agree on this particular issue or this whole host of issues or whatever it is, but here's why we don't agree, right? I'm starting with the Bible. I'm starting with God's word. I'm starting with X, Y, Z. So therefore, if I'm building my foundation on these things, you can see why then I'm going to have all these different positions that I hold. You're starting with this other foundation. Therefore, even if I disagree, it's no surprise that you hold the positions you hold, right? It's like, I mean, take the same example with like someone who believes in God versus who doesn't believe in God. They're going to come up with two wildly different answers regarding how they answer or respond to certain moral issues, if they would even call it moral, because of the fact that in their mind, there's no ultimate authority, right? So it's going to affect the way they answer certain things. So even though I disagree with them, I still make sure I take the time to say, look, if I had your same worldview, I get why you believe what you believe, right? I get why you don't think there should be any limits placed on this or any restrictions on that. But because I have a different worldview, even though you disagree with me, can you at least see why I'm coming to this conclusion? They'll say, yeah. And then from there, that's where justifying your own foundation, I think, is crucial. Okay, well, if you see then, here's why I take the foundation that I do. Here's why I believe this is God's word. Here's why I believe that Muhammad wasn't a prophet versus, these other people in the Bible, whatever it may be. You're going to still have to get, down and dirty into some of these issues that aren't going to be comfortable. I know it, but I think that it can help soften the blow in some ways if they know, okay, he's not doing this because he's coming after me, or he just hates Muslims, or he's an Islamophobe or whatever. It's because, one, he's trying to reach me, and two, it's no surprise that he would have this divergence of opinion, given the fact that we're not starting on the same foundation. And that's huge, because Muslims will think it's the same foundation, right? They'll think that, we all have the same faith, we're all the Abrahamic religions and this and that. But I think showing that, no, like the Abraham in the Quran and the Hadith is not the Abraham of the Bible, right? The Jesus of the Quran is not, all these sorts of things. So it comes down to that lack of ignorance. They think we're on the same foundation with whatever specific thing we're looking at, but the evidence shows that we're clearly not.
Yeah.
I would touch on what Io's talking about also. If you're talking about evangelism, when I started my talk today and I ended, I said, Kevin, no one cares how much you know till they see how much you care. If you're there, they win a debate or argument, what does it prove? It don't prove nothing. They leave mad, you leave mad, it's done. So friendship is important. Listening to and having a dialogue is important, not a monologue. And when I go to the mosque, and I like to ask the Muslim questions like, what do I need to do to enter Jannah? And they'll tell me. And then when I ask them, oh, have you done that? Yeah. I believe in Muhammad. I believe in Allah. Good. You're going to Jannah. Oh, I don't know. And I said, well, if you don't know, then why would you tell me that? And then I don't start talking about you need to put faith in Jesus and that he died, he was buried, and he was resurrected. Surah 4:157 and 58 says that Jesus was not killed on a cross. They made someone to look like him. So where I come with common ground is I like to talk about Ibrahim and Surah 37:102 through 108 about Abraham and his vision. But I'd let the Muslims, Kevin, and you guys tell me. Well, Abraham he had a vision, and I'll make it, I know we're on the time. Abraham had a vision, and in his vision, God told him to sacrifice his son. It was to test his faith. Allah seen that he passed the test, that he had the knife to his son's jugular vein. They believe it's Ishmael. I don't argue who the son is because you'll lose it. But God seen that he passed the test. But in the Quran in Arabic, Kevin and you guys, it says that he sent the lamb down, Tanzil, from heaven as a substitution. So I always ask Muslims, you guys, why did he do that? I said, was Abraham, was he obedient? And they said yes. I said, did he pass the test? Yes. Did he submit? Yes. Then why was the lamb sit down? They don't have an answer. And then quickly, I'll just talk about how God told Moses, without the shedding of blood, there's no remission of sin. And then I tell him that it's mercy, grace, and compassion. But I tell him, did you know that Yadiah in the Holy Injil, which is a mighty prophet named John the Baptist, it talks about Allah sent the second lamb down from heaven. And they're like, what? I just recently had this happen. And they're like, no, that's not on the cross. Says, no, it's not. But the second lamb that was on the river going to that prophet to be baptized, when John the Baptist, the prophet, seen Jesus, he said, behold the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. So then I can go from that, from a platform, to go ahead and share with him.
That's good. That's good. So what you recommend is really we have to understand what they believe.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you have to understand what they believe. And let's say if you don't know a lot about them, just ask questions. You know, you can ask questions, but I would say go back, do research. Go to buy books or listen to people like David Wood, VOCAB, Truth Defenders, IO, even you, Kevin. Go and listen to people, talk to people. Like I said, I'm on that battleground. I'm in those trenches, but I listen to the Muslims. And I even tell them this. I said that I'm not here to debate, argue with you, and I'm not asking you to believe what I believe, but tell me what you believe. And now give me a second to tell you what I believe. So I'm setting the lines of dialogue, and I'm not forcing their back to, hey, you have to go ahead and believe this. Because all we're doing is we're watering seeds and we're planting seeds, and it's all the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. In the chat, okay. I was just going to ask about the question because I didn't see the question. So we have a question from the chat. Veritology asked, I'd imagine that a lot of these would not be common knowledge. How do we establish credibility for these quotes?
You have to understand their concept of credibility. For instance, with the science of hadith, this is going to be brought up often. The chain of narration, the people in the chains, and by that meaning, he said, she said, all the way down from an eyewitness to Muhammad to when it was written down and compiled. They trust in what's called an isnad, a chain of narration, and they believe that the more people you have in the chain without any gaps in between the people that are transmitting the information, the more credible it is. The problem with that is that this so-called science of hadith came later. The hadiths were already there, and the acceptance of a lot of these problematic narrations were already universally accepted before they brought in the science of hadith to dismiss them based on the criteria they invented. But they believe it to be credible. So they've labeled them sahih, authentic, or credible. So you simply use their standards, and say, look, this is by your scholars considered authentic, credible. So unless you're an authority within Islam, you have to give me something better than just, I don't accept it. Also, even with weak narrations, as I said earlier, a weak narration can be elevated to the status of strong based on the multiplicity of references. This is known as the science of hadith. Also, there are commentators, the tafsirs. So you have to get familiar with the terminology, tongue twisters because of the Arabic. But once you reference them and say, well, and if they give you a counter scholar on it, now you have to put them in the dilemma and say, look, you're only showing me that your own scholars don't agree on these narrations. If they don't agree, then why do you expect me to follow that? So now you put them in the situation where they have to somehow explain as to why something is authoritative and why it's not. And once they give you that criteria, hold their feet to the fire with it and say, good. Then by that same standard and criteria, you have to accept this reference that I'm giving you. And then you cite the chapter and book. So always be ready to give the references.
And I wanted to add this on to what Lewis is saying real quickly. you did an excellent job to citing the hadiths and stuff. Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, again, Sahih mean authentic, or those books, Sahih Muslim, Sahih Bukhari, are what I would say you would invest in if you want to do Muslim apologetics and to Muslims. And I learned to ask questions. Yeah, how would you answer this? I have this quote here. I got this right here in this book, Sahih Bukhari, and it says right here where Muhammad went ahead and said this. So how would you answer that? And so I learned to ask questions. That way it's not a debate. You're not arguing. Look, this is what it says right here. You know, you're putting it back on them. And if they try explaining it away, says, no, I don't see that. I'm looking right here. I got the book, and this is what it's saying. Do you have a hadith that's saying something different? Or it sounds like you're putting words in Muhammad's mouth, but this is what it's saying right here.
Yeah, and really important to know that there are
okay, so
yeah, really quick, just you have the Shiites and the Sunnis, so they're not going to accept.
Can I be heard?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
we hear you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead, KOREDE. Go ahead. We hear you.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yeah.
I think he's got some latency.
Yeah, we hear you.
Tell him in the chat.
Okay.
By the way, just for context, I think this question originally came up during VOCAB's presentation, specifically when he was citing from a lot of.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you so much. I discovered that I wasn't hearing anything again, so I was thinking my network is acting funny again. Thank you for notifying me. Oh yeah. So I wanted to make a comment on the second question that was asked. How we could best engage with the Muslims, such that they wouldn't actually take offense and think that we're trying to just get the best out of them. So from my experience here in Nigeria, one of the things that we teach Christians engaging with the Muslims is that the first thing we let them know, we use 1 Peter chapter 3 verse 15 as a sort of anchor and a guide to engaging with the Muslims. So one of the things that we tell people is that we let Christians know that you need to understand that when you're engaging with the Muslims, you're not doing this because you want to show the Muslim how much knowledge you have. You're not doing this because you want to pull him down or you want to make a ridicule of him. First off, you are doing this because you love the Lord. And that's exactly what Peter said in 1 Peter chapter 3 verse 15. It says that we should sanctify the Lord God in our heart. So when you sanctify the Lord God in your heart, you love the Lord, then you have a passion to want to reach out to the Muslims because the Lord has loved you to save you, and you want to reach out to the Muslim because of that passion that the Lord has for you. So it's a transfer of love. The Lord loves you. Now you love the Muslims and you want to reach out to him. So that means that reaching out to the Muslim is coming first off from the place of love, not from the place of revenge, not from the place of hatred, and not from the place of mockery. We see a couple of people, even in my own nation, Nigeria, who actually go after the Muslims, not because they love them, but because they want to smash them down. And I'm so surprised that even in some of the popular apologetics that has been done on YouTube right now, you see language like, I cooked him, I smoked him. I mean, I don't think that is honoring to the Lord. We don't want to cook people and smoke them. We want to bring them to the Lord, but when you begin to use languages like that, it sort of looks like a banter, a competition, who is going to actually outwit the other person. So we want to establish that we're doing this because we love the Lord, all right? And that's the reason we're reaching out to them. And then secondly, in fact, the Lord actually, through Apostle Peter, reminded us that when we're engaging with the Muslims, we're doing this with gentleness and respect. That is very important. This is right there, 1 Peter 3:15. We are doing this with gentleness and respect. So what it means is that when a Muslim is coming to us or we're engaging with the Muslims, when we have this at the back of our mind, that we're supposed to lovingly, in a gentle manner and with respect, engage with the Muslims, it will help us overcome the temptation of, doing what the Muslims actually do. Sometimes Muslim comes at us. I see this all over on my Facebook page. Muslims come to my Facebook page, they attack me verbally, they say all sorts of things against me and all of that. So I've learned over the years that instead of me engaging with the Muslims on that level, I would rather stick with the message of the gospel, okay? Instead of trying to return the favor. Oh, you're this, you're that. Instead of me to do the very same thing, I just keep on with the message. Okay, so this is exactly what we're talking about. Why is the Quran saying you're going to go to hellfire? Oh, KOREDE, you have a laminated brain. You're not thinking, well, I am still talking about the message instead of me verbally abusing him. So we need to keep some of these things in mind. It helps us and keeps us in check. And when we do this, it's going to help our conversation with the Muslims. They're going to see that the reason why we're talking to them and engaging them is not because we want to pull them down or want to do a gotcha, but because it's coming from a place of love in our heart. I think on the side of credibility, establishing credibility for the sources, I think Brother Luis actually made a great point about that. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, one thing in relation to the idea of credibility of sources is, if you have the opportunity, just try to push the issue. So meaning you'll get this automatic response, well, that's a weak hadith. Well, first of all, weak is not fabricated. There's another category that's different. That's fabricated hadith, which are considered like haram to recite as hadith at all. But if they're considered weak, they're actually not even by the Muslim sources considered fabricated at that point. But when I say push the issue, is to try to find out the reason. Now, usually the Muslim you're talking to will probably not know why it's considered weak. They'll say something like, this is like more of a personal experience that I've encountered. The hadith scholars are highly trained in this field, and most you Christians don't really understand the hadith science. It's a deep thing that takes a lifetime to master. And so they make these judgments, and you really can't understand or tell us what's what. Well, then it's like, look at some of the examples of hadith science, so-called inaction, or how things are determined. You'll see sometimes where you'll have another scholar, maybe it's an earlier scholar that will reject a hadith, and you'll see the reasons. For example, in some of the ones I cited, I looked at some of the reasons why they were given by different scholars for why they would consider it weak. One was, I'm unfamiliar with this person in the isnad chain. So it's just, they didn't know who it was. Interesting that a few of the responses that I looked at for some of the ones that I gave, that why they were considered weak, these overtly racist statements by Muhammad about intermarriage and whatnot, most of them were not, Muhammad wouldn't say something like this. One of them was, it basically would be out of character for the prophet. The other ones were, I'm unfamiliar with this person, or this person was considered untrustworthy by so-and-so. And when you actually even see the reasons, it's actually very helpful, because you realize how, honestly, what a sham the hadith sciences are. It is true they spend a long time to study them. It is true it's complicated and complex because of the nature of it. But when you boil it down, it's those types of responses are often given. And I think it's insightful and instructive to actually hear the reason why. And then you realize Islam doesn't really have good, authentic sources at all. And even in the one example I gave, that was sort of a pop level of an example of a scholar working through hadith, why or why not. If you notice, he just said things like, well, this is against Islamic teaching, or maybe it means something different in this context. He didn't actually say what else, the term that is commonly known to mean Black African, East Black African, more specifically, he didn't say what else it could mean. He didn't say how it could have been sort of just a phrase, or he didn't say how it could have been specific to this people, especially because the actual hadith is they are a distorted creature. That doesn't seem to be localized or contextualized in a high context. It seems to be universalized or generalized. They're a distorted creature. So it's interesting. I would actually say kind of push the issue. We can only do so much. We didn't invent these sources. We're not making up these quotes. By the way, that's actually a lot of times the first thing you'll get when you bring one of these is you made that up. You have to go out of your way if they'll sit there and look, and it's difficult because you have to go on your phone. This is what I've seen happen too. You'll say, okay, let me pull it up. And let's say it's a resource you previously had, but you got to track it down when you're on the street or something like that. A lot of times while that's happening, they just use it to a chance to talk about something else, to switch the topic while you're they actually aren't really, I'm just saying experientially, a lot of times aren't interested in actually seeing what you're going to say if you pull it. They just want to delay you so they can switch to something else. Few Muslims I've been with will actually say, okay, let's wait. And then when they see that it really does exist. Some will offer another round of excuses. Every now and then you'll get a Muslim who say, I haven't seen that before. And this is a paraphrase of, I've had a few Muslims say this. I haven't seen that before. Thank you for showing it to me. And I even had one Muslim say, I feel like I'm not doing my deen. You know, here's a Christian is telling me about my hadith. But he said, I'll look into it. Now, did he? I don't know, but at least it was a more fair-minded take. So in my view, it's just kind of push the issue, try to find out the reasons and get them to say the reasons. And then I would say critique those reasons, because honestly, they're rarely going to be good reasons. And that will expose the larger problem of the hadith narration in the first place. So it's like, we don't have to be afraid of quoting weak hadith. Again, these are not our sources. We did not make this stuff up. We didn't put this in the words of companions. This is not our doing. We're just uncovering them as we see them. So that's what I have to say about that.
Okay. No, that's really good and really helpful. We've coming short on time. We've got to wrap up. But I want to go around and kind of get final thoughts on the, not necessarily this topic, but anything, you know, from today. Kind of 60 seconds, final thoughts. Io, what is your kind of takeaway from today, or what do you want to leave people with?
Yeah, well, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to do this. Thank you to Pastor George Saeed for hosting this. I know this topic was very important to him. He himself, I think, was born in Africa, so it's huge. And it was an honor to be able to hear the speakers today as well, and to be able to work alongside them. So in terms of just what I want to say, I just want to encourage anyone out there, whether you're Black, whether you're not Black, if you're in a place where you're considering Islam, or your reasons for leaning toward Islam have lined up with what we've discussed today, you know, just don't let those be the reasons. I think that more than anything, we want to show that no side necessarily is blameless, right? Like, if you think that you're going to leave this one side of things and find refuge in Islam because, you know, at least it's not the white man's religion or this or that, what I aim to show in my presentation today is that couldn't be further from the truth. That doesn't mean Christianity is automatically true, right? We have a bunch of different videos on this channel exploring those things, which I would encourage you to check out. But it does mean that life, history, all these things are much more nuanced than, to be honest, we'd like them to be. It takes more work to do this sort of stuff and to realize that, wow, you know, all the blame just can't be placed on one group of people, but you'll be better off for it. And so my prayer for everyone watching would just be that they'd humble themselves, that they'd consider the things we've talked about. It's easy to deflect and write things off, but each of us have put a lot of time into our presentations. And so my prayer would just be that you check it out with an open mind, think about it with an open mind, and that ultimately it would lead you to saving faith if that's not where you're at yet. So that's why all of us have come here to do this, because we love you, we care about you. And so we just pray for each of you. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Please share it with those who it may be relevant to. And God bless.
Amen. Amen.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
When I first heard your channel name, I thought it was like a marriage family advice channel, like a marriage advice channel. The Third Apology. Good stuff, man.
VOCAB. Since you're on the mic, what are your final thoughts?
Well, I'm glad to see so many people putting so much effort into this important topic. It is sometimes discouraging. The brothers and sisters in the live chat know as well. You know, you'll do this research, you do this study, and then you'll present it to your Muslim friend. And they just say, well, that's probably invented. You're like, well, hold on, man, I did a lot of work. I'm uncovering this stuff. Look, can we talk about it? But I would just say, look, guys, keep on keeping on. And as was pointed out, this was not to vindicate slavery by other nations or other people groups. That's never the point of this. This isn't, well, the point is why we still need to talk about those injustices and deal with those realities. That's been exposed and talked about a lot. And just, this is so underknown and underheard. And all we're saying, hey, well, let's make sure we air it all out. And so these ideas of like, we were such great slave masters and you know, and everybody wanted us to come liberate them. And Muhammad was the first abolitionist. All these things that we hear, it's like, hold on, I have something for that. Let's, have you heard this? Did you know this? What's your opinion to this? How would you react to this? What do you think of this hadith? Have you heard what this Islamist jurors? I think it's important to do that. And then compare that to Jesus. Because guess what, guys? Jesus didn't trade any black slaves. You know why? He didn't own any slaves. He said, I call you friend. Jesus is over there washing people's feet. This is the difference between their guy and ours. It's not even close at all. And so this is a great way to bring that out. Good job, everybody.
Absolutely. All right. KOREDE, final thoughts, brother.
All right. Thank you, Bro Kelvin. Thank you to Pastor George for having me on this conference. And it's also an honor to be able to speak on the same platform with the brothers right here. I've actually been following the works of VOCAB and Louis LIONHEART. I've known you for some years. I mean, it's good to be on the same platform with you. And to the other speaker, Bro Maxwell, you actually blew me away with the presentation on the Nation of Islam. I've not really looked into it, and I think that was fascinating. Brian, thank you so much for your presentations. As much as I'm presenting on this platform, I also learned a great deal. So I just want to say to those who are watching right now, yes, all of us, the speakers right here, are putting so much work into this. We don't want this to end right here. We don't want it to be a conference where, oh, it's great stuff. Oh my God, it's mind blowing. We wanted to make use of this. We wanted to be able to interact with your Christian friends, your Muslim friends. The essence of all of this is that we can use this in evangelism to our Muslim friends, and we can share this information to empower our Christian friends. So by doing that, we are fulfilling the Great Commission. So that's my message for us. Let's utilize what we have learned. Again, thank you to M2M Ministry. I'm so grateful to be a part of this, and I pray that the Lord reward our labor of love in Jesus' name. Again, thank you.
Absolutely. All right, Lewis.
Yes, sir. Well, yeah, there's so much more that can be said, and that we probably all have so many more references that we could have produced, but it suffices to say that we've demonstrated from the sources, primary source materials, that Muhammad and Islam are indeed racist, bigoted, and are very controversial in our day and age and throughout history. And there is no reconciling that. There is no way out of it, because it is their foundational doctrines and teachings that have this information in it. So if you were to expunge that, you are basically dismantling Muhammad and his credibility. So that is what Islam teaches. Other religions are also have their issues. Professing people that profess a certain faith might hypocritically misrepresent the religion. We hear that Hitler was a Christian all the time. Hitler was not a Christian. He spoke against Christianity, used religion and paganism and politics for his agenda, but he was not a Christian. But that's one of the rebuttals we'll hear often. Also, another thing is, I want to just encourage people that there are a lot of theistic evolutionists out there. They profess to believe in God, to be Christians, and hold to evolution as well. Not to go off topic, but macro-Darwinian evolution is inherently racist because of the progression of the evolutionary process of biological organisms, where you go from the goo through the zoo to you. And they put the black race down in a lower place. And to use the term race, we have to understand that racism has no place in Christianity. Absolutely zero references in the Bible to different types of human beings, as if we were a different species of people. Yeah. The Bible never speaks of that. It says that we are all created from Adam, one people, and we are diversified by our practices, our cultures, such and so forth. Maybe certain characteristics that we've isolated in different ways, but never because we are of a different race. We are human beings created in the image of God. We have dignity, we have worth. No human being is to be treated like an animal by another human being. In fact, the Bible condemns the maltreatment of animals. How much more a man or a woman created in the image of God? So we have to consider this. There is no place for that in Christianity. Although we live in a culture where we might have lighthearted attitudes about, certain stereotypes, such and so forth, but we can get past that. But when it comes to the seriousness of discrimination, we have to be real careful and know that this is something that is considered a sin. It is ungodly. It is wrong. And yeah, just continue to dig in, study the sources, and call people to account for what it is they believe and why they believe it. There has to be a reason for why somebody believes what they do, and it has to be in conformity with reality, with truth, and with biblical revelation. If it isn't, then they need to reconsider their worldview. And Islam fails in every respect.
Amen. Amen. Greg, final word. What you got, brother?
All righty. It's a privilege to go ahead and be on here with all you gentlemen, first of all, and then also to go ahead and speak on at the conference here. And I learned a lot from all of you guys. So, and I would tell anybody who's watching, whether you're a Muslim or not a Muslim, as VOCAB said, he mentioned about learning the facts, doing your homework. This stuff is swept under the carpet. You see the Muslim sources. Do your research. Do your homework. I would also mention this, that when I read the Quran, it talks about Muhammad being the sinner. Surah 47, 19, 48, 1 through 2, and Surah 40, 55. But this term is used for Jesus, Zakiya, and that means that he's pure, holy, righteous, and sinless. That's in Surah 19:19. But the Jesus of the Quran is not the Jesus of the Bible, first of all. But in the Holy Injil, in the Bible, in Hebrews 4:15 and 1 Peter 2:22 says that Jesus is sinless, holy, righteous, and pure. You can Google the tomb of Muhammad and you'll see millions of Muslims with their prayer rugs crying over and praying over the tomb of Muhammad. But you won't see no Christians doing that, crying over the tomb of Jesus because his remains are there. Jesus is in heaven. He conquered death, but death went ahead and conquered Muhammad. Death went ahead and conquered Elijah Muhammad. His tomb's with us today. So I choose a risen Savior, Jesus Christ. He said that I'm the way, the truth, and the life, and no one can come to the Father except through me. He's more than a mere prophet. Jesus is prophet, priest, and king. Thank you.
Amen. Amen. And I'll just say, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure being on here with you guys. When I was asked to host this, I had no idea what to expect, but man, I've learned so much from you guys today. And yeah, just really appreciate the opportunity. Thanks to Pastor George, Ministry to Muslims for doing this. And I'll just say at the Center for Biblical Unity, our motto is one people, one race, one Savior. That is the motto which drives our ministry. And that is reflected in everything you guys said today, in terms of what it is that Christ accomplished on the cross and who he accomplished it for, right? And there is one human race. We're all brothers and sisters. And yeah, I'm just thankful for the opportunity to be on here with you guys. And thanks for everybody for tuning in, for being in the chat, for commenting. Thank you for your questions. Follow these guys on social media, their ministries, look them up. And yeah, until next time, we will see you guys, and God bless.